Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001 Mystery. Just when all the monks were hesitating, Li Zhirui directly used the escape technique, passed everyone from the periphery, appeared at the entrance of the mine, and then flew straight in without stopping. The science spiritual light was swallowed by the black cave, and immediately no trace could be seen, as if he had never appeared. Who is that? How dare he be so brave? What a great man! A mere cultivator dared to get involved in the fight between the immortals. He really doesn't know how to live or die? Surprised, admired, and disdained, everyone had different ideas about Li Zhirui's actions. But it must be said that Li Zhirui's actions encouraged many monks who were hesitating. Not long after he entered the mine, many monks came in one after another. If there were monks who knew Li Zhirui present, they would know that the reason why he was willing to enter the mine was definitely because he had a strong confidence in his means of survival, and believed that he could survive even if he encountered a powerful immortal. But the monks at the scene did not know him well, and only thought that Li Zhirui was courageous. Li Zhirui came in with the intention of picking up leeks, and he did not force himself to get anything. As long as he had a little gain, he would be satisfied. Although he was calm, he still maintained the habit of being cautious and alert to his surroundings, and even put in more effort than usual. Maybe Li Zhirui was lucky, or maybe the attention of those powerful people was focused on the refined gold. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there were many spiritual ores derived from refined gold on the earth wall of the mine, such as platinum, yellow-red copper and other spiritual objects. Although its value is far less than that of refined gold, it is also contaminated with some of the characteristics of refined gold, such as platinum can make magic weapons sharper, and yellow-red copper can increase the toughness of magic weapons. Those powerful people looked down on these spiritual objects, but Li Zhirui was very happy. With these spiritual ores, he would not return empty-handed on this trip. He summoned a spiritual sword, and under the operation of magic power, several sword keys slashed out, easily mining the spiritual ore, and then put it into the storage magic weapon. It only took half a minute for Li Zhirui to obtain hundreds of various spiritual ores. When he returned to the family to refine them, there would be at least 10 kilograms of pure ores. Wiping off his remaining breath, Li Zhirui moved forward to the depths of the mine with a good mood, but the further he went, the fewer the accompanying spiritual ores there were, and the more traces of battles left around. Obviously, those powerful people had fought in the mine to seize the refined gold. Li Zhirui stopped and hesitated whether to move forward. He had been in the mine for several hours. Even if he stopped and walked, he would have reached the depths of the mine at his speed. The current location should be considered the outer area where the powerful people competed for refined gold. If he went forward, he would probably enter the battlefield. After thinking about it, Li Zhirui gave up the idea of moving forward. His cultivation was too low. Even if he had space, he would not take risks. But he did not turn around and leave. Instead, he planned to open a new mine on the mine wall next to him to see if he could mine spiritual ores. Li Zhirui may not have thought of digging out refined gold in his heart, but he also knew that the probability was very low. This vein was first mined by a group of 7th-level monsters, and then by a large number of low-level monsters. Now there are hundreds of Immortal Realm masters searching for treasures in it. With their means, there is almost no missed refined gold. Because Li Zhirui saw many newly opened mines along the way, it is obvious that those masters have mastered a means to lock refined gold. In this case, he naturally would not have too much expectation. Opening a new mine is just to see if he can get more companion spirit ores and not want to leave the mine too early. Li Zhirui didn't know why. He had a hunch in his heart that a major event that would affect the entire Yuanling world would appear in the mine next. And if he missed this opportunity to get close, he didn't know how many years it would take before he could understand the situation. So Li Zhirui thought about opening a new mine to extend his time in the mine, and at the same time, to get closer to the depths of the mine in a safer way. While the Immortal Realm masters from all sides gathered at the refined gold mine, a major event broke out in the offshore area of the East China Sea, and the cultivators blew the horn of counterattack. I didn't expect the Dongyuan sect to have such courage. Taking advantage of the Sea Clan's energy diversion, they launched a large army to recapture most of the lost sea areas, Darkwing stood above a battlefield that had just ended, looking at the ocean below that was dyed red, and sighed softly. Just like the sudden attack by the Sea Clan that broke the unspoken rules, this time the Donggyun sect recaptured various sea areas with lightning speed, using the same trick. A large number of cultivators led by Mahayana, Tribulation, and even Sanksin attacked everywhere, and at the same time attacked the sea areas taken away by the Sea Clan, without giving them the opportunity to strengthen their strength and wait for support. They were wiped out by the powerful army of cultivators and driven back to the distant sea. Yes, Zhang Fengwu also breathed a sigh of relief. Now the Li family is in the stage of accumulating foundation, and it is time to settle down. Once the war breaks out, it will inevitably interrupt the development trend of the family. The human-demon war that was originally very likely to break out again was completely wiped out because of the surprise attack of the Donggyun sect this time. Even if a battle breaks out next, it will be a small-scale conflict, and the degree of danger will not be too great. Of course, this is limited to the offshore area controlled by the Donggyun sect. The sea areas controlled by other fairyland forces are too far away, and they don't know the situation. However, even if the hidden dangers are not solved like the Donggyun sect, it will not affect the safety of Banyan Island in a short time, and there is also the Donggyun sect in the middle, so Jiang Fengwu and Daking don't care much. I don't know if the family will be involved in this refined gold vein. Jiang Fengwu's tone was a little worried. Daking knew what she was thinking and comforted her. Ninth brother is not a person blinded by greed. He knows that the battle for refined gold will be very fierce, and he will definitely not participate in it. In fact, he felt that Li Zhirui was likely to take risks because his life would be greatly guaranteed, but Daking couldn't say anything about the space, so he simply didn't mention it. I hope so. Jiang Fengwu shook his head and didn't say much. As a Taoist partner who has been together for thousands of years, how could Jiang Fengwu not see that Li Zhirui was hiding an adventurous heart under his caution? But she couldn't say anything, because she was the same. Otherwise, how could she have stayed at the bottom of the sea for decades and worked hard to crack the formation for decades? Like their two children, one dared to try to refine the true fire of the sun after breaking through the realm of refining emptiness, and the other had never returned after hundreds of years of training outside. It is hard to say that they did not inherit the adventurous gene hidden in their parents' bones. Wangsun Mountain. It's really like what Ruizu said. All kinds of monsters and demons took the opportunity to emerge. After reading the jade slip in his hand, Li Zunda's face suddenly turned cold. He increased patrols on the family's territory according to the arrangement before Li Zhirui left, and then found a lot of hidden monsters and demons. No wonder there have been frequent reports of attacks on mortal towns recently. It seems that these monsters and demons are the cause. You know, most of the mortals in the area ruled by the Li family have the blood of the Li family, except for a very small number of mortals who fled from other places. Although they no longer have any blood relationship with each other in the past 1,000 years, they are all descendants of the Li family. It is precisely because of their existence that the Li family has a large number of spiritual root members every year, which has enabled the family to maintain a high development speed. A group of evil obstacles who are only Yuanying and Huishan dare to act presumptuously on the territory of my Li family. They are too disrespectful to us. Li Zunda's eyes showed a murderous intent, and he immediately summoned all the elders. After getting everyone's unanimous agreement, he immediately sent the clan members to clear out the monsters and demons, strengthen patrols, and at the same time arrange the family's flying spirit beasts to be on guard within a radius of 50 miles of Wangsun Mountain. If you find anything wrong, you must report it to the family immediately. In addition to the clan members, the Li family also has a large number of spirit beasts that can be mobilized. It is precisely because of their existence that the Li family can make the area around Wangsun Mountain a place where any disturbance cannot be hidden. As the Li family got serious and sent a large number of clan members out to deal with those demons and monsters, the territory of Wangsun Mountain quickly became stable. Of course, in this process, the Li family was inevitably injured. Moreover, these monsters and demon cultivators are definitely not the last batch. As long as the refined gold has not been dug out and the immortal realm masters of each camp have not left, the surrounding areas cannot be completely stabilized. What Li Zunda and other elders have to do is to reduce the casualties of the tribe as much as possible, such as preparing more healing pills and restoring magic power, and some attack and defense talismans. Damn it! The cultivators in this place are so alert. I just accidentally revealed a little flaw and was discovered in an instant, A seriously injured demon cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "When I recover from my injuries, I must let them experience my skills." "Oh? Really?" A light question entered the ears of the demon cultivator. "It's a pity that you don't have that chance." Before the voice fell, a sword light broke through the air. The demon cultivator hurriedly used the defensive magic weapon to deal with it, but failed to completely block it, and another sword wound appeared on his body. Swish! Before the demon cultivator could catch his breath, the next sword light appeared in front of him. Puff! The demon cultivator could only input a small amount of mana into the magic weapon in his hand, and the result was that the whole person was knocked away. "Come out! You rat!" who hides his head and shows his tail, the demon cultivator roared with a ferocious face, as if he had completely lost his mind. "Die!" Along with these words, dozens of sword lights woven into a sword net enveloped the demon cultivator. The sharp sword energy broke through the defense of the magic weapon and left wounds on the demon cultivator's body. This scene happened in many corners of the Wangsan Mountain. A large number of monsters and demon cultivators paid the price of their lives for what they did. Boom! Li Zhirui, who was opening a new mine in the ore vein, suddenly heard a huge roar not far away, followed by a strong energy fluctuation. This made him stop his actions immediately, and he dared not continue to open up, and even dared not make too much noise. Because it was obvious that there were great powers in the fairyland fighting ahead, and it was a very fierce battle, not the kind of law battle before. Li Zhirui was not clear about the battles between the fairylands, and did not know that this situation usually occurred in important battles. For the fairyland, the battle of laws is more like a literary battle. Although losing will cause considerable damage to oneself, the injuries are relatively minor. But once the magic power is used, the situation will be more serious. At least one party has the intention to kill. I don't know what grade of refined gold was found. Li Zhirui hid behind the thick mine wall, and could still feel the waves of terrifying pressure and the suffocating murderous intent. He has already divided part of his mind to connect with the space. As long as there is a sign of danger, Li Zhirui can immediately hide in the space. Rumble! The earth trembled violently, and cracks appeared in the originally hard mine tunnel. A large number of soil and boulders fell, as if to bury everyone. Li Zhirui couldn't stand still, his body kept shaking, and finally he fell to the ground. In front of him, a huge crack appeared in the earth wall that originally blocked him and the fairyland powerhouse, and he was exposed to the group of powerhouses. However, they had no intention to pay attention to Li Zhirui, the ant. Everyone was concentrating all their energy on fighting for the piece of refined gold that was emitting mysterious fairy energy not far away. Dozens of immortals were in a small underground cave, emitting pressure that collided with each other, as if the space and time in it were solidified. Is it immortal refined gold, or refined gold or mother? No one focused on Li Zhirui, which made him not run away at the first time. Instead, he stood up and squinted at the refined gold. Puff! Before Li Zhirui could figure out what was going on, they started fighting again. The powerful energy impact, without the heavy stone wall blocking it, rushed directly at him. The whole person was like a piece of rag, and was knocked away for several miles. You know, this was just the residual power of the immortals, but Li Zhirui didn't even have the chance to resist, and was instantly beaten and seriously injured. Li Zhirui lay on the ground, a sharp pain swept through his body, and he had no strength to get up again. If it weren't for his firm will, I'm afraid he would have fainted now. Just when he was about to hide in the space to take refuge and heal his wounds, he saw a familiar figure suddenly appear in the cave in front of him, and appear directly above the refined gold that caused dozens of immortals to fight. How dare you? Stop it, you thief! Li Zhirui could detect his presence, let alone those powerful people. And they also recognized the identity of this person. It was the mysterious cultivator who suddenly appeared outside the mine cave and caused the demons, sea tribes and demon cultivators to break through the cultivator's defense line and enter the mine. Hey, this treasure is not yours. But thanks to you, you joined forces to stop the treasure, otherwise I would not have been able to get this treasure that has already given birth to spiritual intelligence. Before he finished speaking, he disappeared with the refined gold. Chapter 1002 Suspicion. Where is he? How did he disappear? The eyes of dozens of powerful people present were filled with anger and surprise. If they were slightly careless in front of the mine before, he took the opportunity to escape. But in this narrow cave, the distance between each other is only 10 feet. Moreover, all of them released a part of their spiritual consciousness to lock on the refined gold or mother, forming a natural restriction around it, so that the Or Mother with spiritual intelligence could not continue to escape. But not only did they fail to notice how the mysterious man broke through the restriction and appeared quietly, but they also failed to stop him from leaving easily with the Or Mother. This person is definitely not a cultivator of the immortal way, a certain immortal powerful said in a deep voice. You know in your heart that the aura he exudes is very different from that of a cultivator. They couldn't take the blame for this and bear the anger of the powerful people in other camps on his behalf. After drawing a clear line, all the immortal powerful people began to unite and guard against the other three camps. In such a close contact, they can indeed judge that the mysterious man is not a cultivator. The demonic path originally wanted to blur the matter and throw the ownership of the Or Mother to the immortal path. At that time, not to mention that the great powers of other camps will covet it, even the immortal path will be divided because of this, and they will be full of distrust of each other, creating an opportunity for them to take advantage of the situation. But looking at the reaction of the immortal path, this plan may not work. What is the origin of that mysterious man? All the great powers present fell into deep thought, and no matter whether they used the secret tracking method or the deduction of the heavenly secrets, they could not find his whereabouts, as if he did not exist in the world. Humph! A certain great demon cultivator glanced at Li Zhirui not far away, snorted coldly, and shot a black light at him casually. I almost forgot to deal with you, an ant. The dozen or so great immortals not far away had no intention of helping him, and did not even look at this side. But the next moment, Li Zhirui disappeared out of thin air. This scene attracted the attention of all the great powers. The immortal path is really full of hidden talents. A small cultivator of the void refining sect actually has the ability to escape from this seat. The demon cultivator tried his best to suppress his anger and secretly used various means to find his whereabouts. But the result was the same as that of the mysterious man, with no clues. The immortal path, which had originally been cleared of suspicion, once again aroused everyone's suspicion because of the appearance of Li Zhirui. After all, the means by which the two disappeared and the completely undetectable traces were almost exactly the same. Who knows if the mysterious man was secretly cultivated by the immortal path? Although the immortal path is not as good as the demon clan and the sea clan in terms of the years of inheritance, it is also unfathomable. The most important thing is that since the rise of the immortal path, its luck has not experienced too much ups and downs. In the long river of time, the immortal path has produced countless amazing talents and top geniuses who have suppressed the world. And this is something that the other three camps cannot compare to in any way. Damn it, looking at the suspicious eyes of other great powers, the faces of several immortal path great powers suddenly became gloomy. Does the immortal path have a similar escape method? As high-ranking immortals, they naturally knew the answer. But the problem is that in order to perform the escape method, the cultivation level must be at least in the human immortal realm, so that one can easily cut through space and escape. That little cultivator of the refining void is not qualified to perform such a magical power. As for the mysterious man, it is even more so. The aura he exudes is very different from that of the cultivators. Not to mention the immortal realms like them who have achieved success in cultivation, even the key refining creatures who have just entered the cultivation can't tell the difference between the two. The auras of the four major camps, the immortal path, the demon path, the monster clan and the sea clan, each have their own characteristics. The immortal path is pure, the demon path is evil, and the monster clan and the sea clan are turbid, but the latter has a little more salty taste of the ocean. If you don't believe it, then just use your means, and I, the immortal path, will take them one by one. But don't forget, this is the immortal path East Continent, not a place you can stay. After the strongest human immortal said this, he led the others out of the underground cave. The mother of the refined gold ore has disappeared, and there is no clue. They don't plan to continue to invest energy in this, because the mysterious man is too evil. The next main task is to drive this group of demon cultivators, monsters, and sea people out of the country. To prevent them from causing trouble and disturbing the peace of Dongzhou. That mysterious man, after hiding in the space, Li Zhirui was still thinking about his identity. For some reason, he always felt that the breath exuded by that person had a familiar feeling. But Li Zhirui searched through his memories and did not find the same breath. But should the premonition in my heart be on him? Li Zhirui frowned and muttered to himself, is he the existence that affects the entire Yuanling world? Or is it because of the piece of refined gold or mother that gave birth to spiritual intelligence? He only had a little premonition brought by his spiritual perception, so he naturally couldn't deduce too much information. He could only put it aside temporarily and wait for an opportunity to solve it in the future. Because he was not sure when the group of powerful people would leave, Li Zhirui hid in the space for more than a month. After healing his injuries, he carefully explored the situation outside the space. After such a long time, those powerful people had already left. He was relieved to emerge from the space and then flew out of the mine. He did not return home for a long time, and the family did not know how anxious they would be. But what he did not expect was that as soon as Li Zhirui performed the escape method, he encountered 3 refining cultivators who joined forces to block his way. "What do you mean, fellow Taoists?" A cold light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. He had not encountered a situation of robbery on the way for many years. Usually he would ambush and rob others. "Don't pretend here. Hand over all the spiritual ore you mined honestly, and we will spare your life." One of them was a big man with a big body and a face full of flesh, like a butcher, not a cultivator, and shouted angrily. That group of immortal realm masters were too arrogant to care about spiritual ores other than refined gold, so after they left, a large number of cultivators of the void refining and combination entered the mines and dug for spiritual ores everywhere. It's true that there were a few cultivators who were extremely lucky. Although the spiritual objects they obtained were far inferior to refined gold, they were also very valuable. In this situation, naturally there were some cultivators who wanted to get something for nothing, and robbed other cultivators to obtain more spiritual ores and gain greater benefits. "Just the 3 of you want me to hand over the spiritual ores?" Li Zhirui showed a hint of disdain on his face. It's not that he was arrogant, but that the 3 cultivators of the void refining were no match for him. "Humph. Since you are so ignorant, don't blame us for ignoring our comrade's friendship." One of them immediately pinched his fingers and cast a spell, and flames appeared around him, transforming into various weapons, covering the sky and stabbing Li Zhirui. Another person controlled the nearby land, constantly causing trouble for Li Zhirui, making it impossible for him to retreat easily. Finally, the monk's hands were shining with lightning, and a large amount of thunder poured out, emitting terrifying power, which showed that the killing power was extraordinary. "I originally wanted to go back quickly, but you delayed me." Li Zhirui's tone was calm, and he was not surprised by their attack at all. His expression was full of confidence. He saw his hands flying, and a series of spiritual lights fluttered between his fingers like butterflies. It looked very beautiful and attractive, but it contained deadly murderous intent. A dragon entangled with spiritual water and spiritual vines appeared in the narrow mine tunnel. It opened its mouth and spit out infinite water, forming layers of water curtains to resist the attacks of the 3 people. The water curtain rippled, but their attacks could not reach Li Zhirui at all, and were completely eliminated. "Your strength is too poor. Let me teach you how to exert the combat power of a cultivator of refining emptiness." Before the voice fell, Li Zhirui mobilized the blessing of the cave heaven, and the whole person's strength was greatly improved, and the aura became much stronger. As soon as Li Zhirui attacked, he burst out with all his strength, not giving them any chance to survive. Countless vines appeared in the mine tunnel, and the 3 were quickly tied up. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't tear off the spiritual vines. "Roar. I'll fight you." After being trapped, they knew that they were in a situation where they were at the mercy of others. If they didn't fight hard, they might really die here. In order to survive, the 3 used their best tricks. As the 3 roared, they were surrounded by auras, and then the whole person kept getting bigger. Some were covered in flames, some turned into stone giants, and some had thunder flashing behind them. They broke free from their restraints and attacked Li Zhirui with their own killer moves. Interesting, Li Zhirui looked at them now, as if he had seen some new prey, his eyes full of curiosity. The most important thing was that he felt that the 3 people's tricks were a bit like the Dharma of the fusion realm. Of course, the gap between the 2 is definitely a world of difference, but it is not difficult to see that there is a shadow of the Dharma realm in it. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui made up his mind to get this method. After the 3 of them performed the spell, their strength increased by about 30%. Although it cannot be compared with Li Zhirui, it is still a very remarkable number. However, the most important thing is the concept of Dharma contained in the spell. If he can learn it, it may help him to refine the Dharma in the future. Roar. The dragon roared and attacked the monk covered in flames. The cold and biting water vapor filled the air and quickly extinguished the flames on his body. After the secret spell was destroyed, he quickly returned to his original form, and his spirit became very weak, and he had almost no strength to fight again. Second brother. Are you okay?" The other 2 asked hurriedly when they saw this. Who the man gasped hard, his mouth slightly open, his expression anxious, and he didn't know what he wanted to say, but he couldn't say anything about his current situation. Because the cold air entered his body and constantly destroyed his meridians, and he was seriously injured, now even speaking is a problem. How dare you hurt my second brother? You'll die. The monk with lightning flashing all over his body rushed towards Li Zhirui with red eyes. During his flight, the mana in his body kept running, strengthening his own thunder power. When he came in front of Li Zhirui, he was already a very terrifying thunderball. Boom boom, a huge explosion sounded throughout the mine tunnel, and the mine tunnel that was originally in good condition was almost collapsed by the explosion. Dead. I avenged my second brother, the monk shouted excitedly. No matter how strong Li Zhirui was, he couldn't bear his most powerful blow. The reason why he thought Li Zhirui was dead was because he didn't find any breath. Isn't that dead? But just when he was excited, a green light flashed in the falling rocks, and Li Zhirui appeared in the mine tunnel unscathed except for being a little embarrassed. Impossible. How is this possible? The monk saw this scene, and the whole person became a little dazed and fell into great doubt. The only unscathed stone giant monk, his heart was beating wildly. The three brothers really hit a wall this time and we're going to fail. Please spare the three of us brothers. As long as you are willing to let us go, we are willing to serve you as our master, the stone giant begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Li Zhirui shook his head when he saw this. These three people were from casual cultivation. Their Taoism and character were hardly tempered. They could not stand the slightest setback and blow. The three of them were able to survive until now. First, the secret method was very powerful and could increase their strength by 30%. Second, they were lucky. They had never met a cultivator as powerful as Li Zhirui before. In the face of his begging for mercy, Li Zhirui did not agree. A slave in the realm of refining emptiness seemed to be very face-saving and could also improve the strength of the family, but it also contained risks. If he defected, it would cause great harm to the family. Li Zhirui did not spend too much time dealing with the eldest of the three brothers and solved him. If there is a next life, I hope you can open your eyes and don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Li Zhirui looked at the bodies of the three people and gave them a heartfelt blessing. He put away the storage magic weapons on them and used special spiritual objects to destroy their bodies to prevent them from falling into the hands of the demon cultivators and being refined into yin corpses. After dealing with the three brothers, Li Zhirui did not encounter blind cultivators until he reached Wangsun Mountain. Ruizu. You are finally back. Li Zhirui was very worried about Li Zhirui's safety, because he was the family's Dinghe Shanpan. Once he got into trouble, the family would be in turmoil. Fortunately, although he came back a little late, he was not injured. How is the family doing during this period? And Banyan Island, if it was just to report safety, Li Zhirui would not come to the family hall in person. It could be solved with a communication talisman. He mainly wanted to know what happened to the family during this period. In recent months, the family has eliminated a large number of monsters and demon cultivators, and they did not cause too much damage to the family. In the process of clearing out the demon cultivators and monsters, the Li family's casualties were not too great. Moreover, because of proper deployment and timely response, as long as they exposed their tracks, they would be targeted, and then the Li family cultivators would come and eliminate them. Chapter 1003 Urgency. On the contrary, through this action, many members of the Li family have been effectively trained and improved in all aspects. After listening to this, Li Zhirui was relieved. The family was a blessing in disguise. How is the situation on Banyan Island? In addition to the Wangsun Mountain of the main family, the Banyan Island branch is also very important. Not only because of the sealed and nourishing spiritual stone vein on the island, but also because Banyan Island produces a large number of spiritual objects every year. After years of development, Banyan Island has become the second largest source of spiritual objects for the family. In addition to a large number of spiritual objects, there are also spiritual objects obtained by killing water monsters and exploring the sea. Especially the latter, many are unique spiritual objects. Ruizu, you don't know that the Donggyun sect took back all the lost sea areas in one fell swoop while the Sea Clan was distracted. There is no need to worry too much about the safety of Banyan Island, Li Zhirui said with a smile. Neither of the two crises caused much damage and loss to the Li family, so he, as the patriarch, was of course happy. I didn't expect the Donggyun sect to act so decisively this time. Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. After all, The reaction and strategy of the Dongyun sect were really disappointing. If they had taken the initiative to attack, they would not have caused the loss of so many areas. Even if they have recovered now, those cultivators who died in the hands of the Sea clan cannot be resurrected, and those forces with greater losses cannot recover immediately. As long as the development of the family is not a problem, I will go back first. This time when Li Zhirui came back, he planned to break through the late stage of refining emptiness and seclusion, and then settle and accumulate for 200 or 300 years before trying to impact the fusion realm. It seems very long, but his cultivation speed, even among the Mahayana and Tribulation forces, is also a genius, not to mention that Li Zhirui has no teacher to guide him now, and everything has to be explored by himself. By the way, when Zhang Liaozu came back a few days ago, he exchanged some spiritual objects from the family and said that he would go out for some experience. The return date is uncertain. Please don't worry. Got it? Li Zhirui was not surprised. After all, not everyone can be like him. He benefited a lot from a Tixu illusion realm. He personally experienced a fusion in the refining void realm, and even the Mahayana realm, and his Taoism increased greatly. At least before breaking through the fusion realm, Li Zhirui did not have a bottleneck. After Li Zhirui returned to the cave, he activated the formation, adjusted his breathing, and when he was calm, he began to practice the skills and inhale and exhale spiritual energy. Between breathing, 2 small dragon-shaped spiritual lights were seen wandering around his body, helping Li Zhirui to gather water and wood spiritual energy and exclude the other 3 spiritual energy. After several layers of tempering, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was divided into 2 in Li Zhirui's body. One part entered the Danshan and turned into magic power, and the other part entered the liver and kidneys to cultivate 2 internal organs. After absorbing the spiritual energy, the 2 internal organs, which were less than 3 inches in size, emitted a bright glow from their small bodies. After refining, they looked a little stronger. Then the kidney god opened his mouth and spit out a faint blue light, which was absorbed by the liver god. Not long after, the latter also spit out a soft green light, which sank into the heart god. According to the mutual generation of the 5 elements, it ends at the metal lung. The 5 internal organs have all grown, although it is not detectable. But Li Zhirui is only at the stage of refining the void now, and there is still a long way to go before he can reach the realm of scattered immortals. There is plenty of time for him to successfully cultivate the 5 internal organs. Li Zhirui's strength in absorbing spiritual energy is not small. From the outside, a storm of spiritual energy has been rolled up above his cave, and the quiet room where he sits cross-legged is a funnel, with majestic water and wood spiritual energy pouring down. Of course, Wangsan Mountain has 2 6th-level spiritual veins and many spiritual veins of various levels. The spiritual energy is extremely rich, so even if Li Zhirui's spiritual energy is very large, it does not affect the cultivation of other clansmen. Is Ruzu trying to reach the late stage of refining the void? Li Zhirui looked at the large spiritual energy storm and was overjoyed. As the patriarch, the stronger the family's strength, the stronger his voice in the outside world, and as a Li family cultivator, he can also enjoy the various benefits brought by the family's strong strength. After Ruzu's breakthrough, the family is one step closer to the combined power. We must also work hard to cultivate and not drag the family down. The other clansmen were also very excited, and even triggered a wave of cultivation within the family. In a mysterious corner of the Yuanling realm, Li Chengshu, who had not returned home for many years, was here. But her situation was not good. She was trapped in a huge moon-white crystal stone and fell into deep sleep. Beside her were Yu and Xiaoyu, who were in the same state as Li Chengshu. Li Chengshu did not plan to run far when he went out for training this time. He planned to train around Dong Yuan's house. At the beginning, it was indeed as she thought, and there were many places for training in Dong Yuan's house, and Li Chengshu's progress was quite rapid. But during one of the trainings, Li Chengshu heard that a 6th-level secret realm had appeared nearby, so he rushed there without stopping, and entered it just before the Dongyun sect sent monks to control the secret realm. Li Chengshu's strength was not bad, and he also had 2 6th-level spirit beasts by his side, so he gained a lot of spirit objects in the secret realm. Among the many spirit objects, there was a mysterious and extraordinary jade stone that could change accordingly with the waxing and waning of the moon. When she first saw the jade, Li Chengshu felt that she had a great fate with it and must take it down. For this, she paid a great price. Not only herself, but also Yu and Xiaoyu were injured. She even used a life-saving spiritual object to snatch the jade from many monks. After leaving the secret realm, Li Chengshuo was surprised to find that the jade was actually a treasure map. Since it was a treasure map and was related to Taiyan, Li Chengshuo felt that it was probably an opportunity related to Taiyan, and naturally would not miss it. So after the three of them recovered from their injuries, she followed the guidance and left Wang Yuan's Hao, all the way north to a place in the Northern Territory. The journey was not peaceful. Li Chengshuo and the other two encountered several dangers, but fortunately they all survived safely. But because of this, they spent a lot of time on the road, and it took more than 10 years to reach their destination, a cave located in the mountains of the Northern Territory. After entering the cave, Li Chengshuo, Au and Xiaoyu were shocked by the scene in front of them. In a trance, she thought she had come to Taiyan's star outside the 9 heavens. Because she had never thought that she could see a place with such a strong Taiyan ki. The pure moonlight precipitated and formed a huge lake on the ground, which was completely condensed by the moonlight and covered an area of hundreds of miles. The moon-white lake water was calm, as if a bright moon fell on the ground. Then Li Chengshuo, Au and Xiaoyu lost consciousness as if they were possessed, and slowly walked into the lake. The moment the three of them touched the lake water, the rich and heavy moonlight swarmed in and condensed on them, and finally formed a huge crystal stone that sank to the bottom of the lake. The three of Li Chengshuo, who were sleeping in their bodies, were taken to a mysterious space. The gray-white earth, with no edge or green at a glance, gave people a sense of endless desolation and loneliness. At first, Li Chengshuo and the others thought they had encountered some kind of mysterious trial, just like Zhang Fengwu did back then. As long as they completed the trial, they would get a generous reward. But the result was completely different from what they thought. They waited for a long time but the so-called trial did not appear. At this time, they realized that they were trapped in this desolate and strange place. After staying there for nearly a year and going through countless attempts, Li Chengshuo finally found something unusual. That is, under their feet, there is a seemingly weak but invincible soul. The three immediately determined that it was this strange soul that dragged them into this place. If they wanted to leave, they had to destroy it to break the illusion. Although the soul had no ability to fight back, its defense was very strong. The three used all kinds of means and spent several years to wear it down a little. Fortunately, their soul power can be easily restored, otherwise, it would probably take half the time to achieve the current effect. The three were trapped for 100 or 200 years, almost never stopping to wear down the strange soul, but they only weakened it by 40%. In other words, at this rate, Li Chengshuo and his team would need at least 300 or 400 years to completely solve the soul. Of course, this is only theoretically. After all, as the soul becomes weaker and weaker, its defense will continue to weaken, but even so, it will take them 200 or 300 years to leave. If I hadn't broken through the refining void, I would have been trapped here to death. In his spare time, Li Chengshuo sighed and said apologetically, "It's all my fault for being too greedy and causing trouble for you, Oshuo. What are you talking about? We are all in the same boat. How can there be any such thing as causing trouble for you?" Ayu shook her head, her eyes full of disapproval. Yes. And isn't this also a kind of practice? Although the two were comforting her, Li Chengshuo still felt sorry for them. Although their lifespans are as long as 3,000 years, if they delay here for 300 or 400 years, it will have a great negative impact on their future practice. Don't think too much now. It's most important to get rid of that soul as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. Ayu didn't want to see Li Chengshuo's will depressed, especially in such a depressing environment. It is very likely to trigger the demon in his heart. That's right. We have to leave early, but what the three didn't know was that when they were wearing away their souls, those souls that should have dissipated did not disappear, but merged into their souls. Time passed quickly, and soon 50 years had passed. Li Zhirui, who had not shown up since his retreat, burst out with a terrifying pressure this time. Even the Li family's void refining cultivator seemed very weak in front of this pressure. What a strong pressure. Is Ruzu really just a void refining cultivator? Li Zhangxin, who had just exchanged spiritual objects from the family storehouse, faced this pressure. He felt as if he was stared at by a prehistoric beast and might die in the next moment. He had never thought that there was such an exaggerated gap in strength, just two small realms apart. Fortunately, Li Zhangxin was not the kind of person with a weak will. He quickly calmed down and said in a low but firm voice, "I must catch up with Ruzu's pace. The Taiyi Zunfang Daojin he perfected has already achieved initial results. Next, As long as he passes the test, he can start practicing. Li Zhirui believes that he will definitely break through the middle stage of void refining soon. Li Zhirui's breakthrough was so loud that the clan members soon experienced it personally. Soon, the clan members were spreading the rumor that Li Zhirui had broken through the fusion realm, otherwise how could there be such a terrifying and powerful pressure? But this rumor soon disappeared in Wangsan Mountain. The driving force behind this was naturally Li Zhirui. He also hoped that Li Zhirui was now a fusion cultivator, so that the family would be the only two fusion forces in Shanyuan's Hao. Li Zhirui found out that when the refined gold vein was first exposed, many cultivators of the Zhang family were in the vein, but they were all killed by those powerful people, so their strength dropped sharply. If Li Zhirui is now a fusion cultivator, he can take the opportunity to exchange the land east of Wangsan Island from the Zhang family at a relatively small price. Then, by integrating the sea area west of Banyan Island, the Li family can become a force covering tens of thousands of miles, which will greatly improve the luck of the Li family. In this way, Li Zhirui will leave a strong mark in the history of the family. Although he may not have done anything, but Li Zhirui still retains some rationality. How could he break through to the fusion stage without going through the tribulation? After all, no matter how powerful Ruzu was, he couldn't have crossed the late stage of refining emptiness and directly become a fusion cultivator in just 50 years, right? And Li Zhirui decisively solved this unrealistic rumor that might bring trouble to the family. As soon as Li Zhirui broke through the late stage of refining emptiness, his realm was extremely stable. And it was completely impossible to tell that he had just broken through. In fact, if it weren't for the cultivation of the 5 internal organs God, half of the mana would have been taken away. Li Zhirui would not have needed 50 years to break through. But the extra time was not a waste. The 5 internal organs God, which was only barely considered a minor success, has now matured a lot after 50 years of cultivation. At least it no longer looks like a phantom, and its facial features are much clearer. Moreover, the growth of the 5 internal organs God has also led to the growth of the 5 elements immortal root. Compared with 50 years ago, the immortal roots today have not only become taller and more luxuriant, but also have a hint of the charm of ancient trees. As for the cave heaven, it goes without saying. With Li Zhirui's breakthrough this time, the area of the cave heaven has expanded again. Unfortunately, even though he had reached the late stage of the refining void realm, with the blessing of the cave heaven, his combat power still could not cross that hurdle and reach the level of being able to match the combined body. Therefore, Li Zhirui's strength has also improved a lot, but there has been no essential change. At most, he can draw more mana from the cave heaven to deal with more refining void realm cultivators. After Li Zhirui broke through, he did not leave the quiet room. He served some spiritual objects in the space. After his body and mind were relaxed, he appeared on the futon in the quiet room again. The reason why he was so anxious and wanted to break through as soon as possible was, first, not to leave any hidden dangers, and second, an inexplicable sense of urgency. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004 Female Voice. Hot. Li Chengsheng felt that even if he was in an erupting volcano, it would not be so hot. Although there was no fire nearby, his body turned red, his clothes turned to ashes, his facial features were distorted, and his expression was painful. This situation was naturally because Li Chengsheng had reached a critical moment in refining the sun's true fire. Before this, Li Chengsheng had made all kinds of preparations and was confident that he could succeed, but the difficulty was much greater than he imagined. If there were great powers in the fairyland here, they would admire Li Chengsheng's courage when they saw his actions, because even they would not dare to refine the sun's true fire unless they practiced a way of the sun, and Li Chengsheng was able to hold on for so long. Firstly, he had a special talent that matched the way of the sun, and secondly, this trace of the sun's true fire came from the small thousand worlds, and its power was slightly worse. And just when he couldn't hold on, a stream of Taiyin moonlight suddenly emerged from his body, helping Li Chengsheng suppress the sun's true fire for a moment. It was also at this moment that Li Chengsheng encouraged all his strength to suppress the rioting sun's true fire and successfully turned it into his own use. After more than 200 years of seclusion, Li Chengsheng finally succeeded in refining the sun's true fire. From then on, his path to the fusion realm became smooth and unobstructed. However, in the process of refining the Sun True Fire, his body was seriously injured, so he had no time to be happy and hurried to treat it. A few years later, Li Chengsheng opened his eyes, and a golden red Sun True Fire appeared in front of him. It looked harmless, but if it was released, the area within 100 miles would be burned to ashes. The moonlight, Li Chengsheng took the Sun True Fire back into his body, muttering to himself, and the whole person fell into deep thought. He felt that the mysterious moonlight had a lot to do with Li Chengshu, but he couldn't figure out how she did it. Could it be that there is some kind of twin induction between Shu'er and me, but it has not been stimulated before? Li Chengsheng made a wild guess. As for what exactly happened, he had to ask Li Chengshuo to get the answer. After cleaning up the traces around, Li Chengsheng set off to return to the family. He had been in seclusion in the outside world to avoid failure in refining the sun's true fire and causing great damage to Wangxin Mountain. Now that he had succeeded, there was no need to stay. Is my father in seclusion? Are my mother and Shu'er out there training? After Li Chengsheng returned to Wangxin Mountain, he immediately learned about the three people's situation. How many years has my father been in seclusion? How long has it been since my mother and Shu'er returned home? Li Zhirui calculated and said, Ruizu has been in seclusion for 200 years, nearly 300 years. He broke through to the late stage of refining emptiness more than 100 years ago, but he never came out of seclusion and continued to practice. Ancestor Jiang has been out for more than 200 years, and as for Ancestor Shuo, it has been more than 400 years. After hearing this, Li Chengsheng frowned immediately. He could understand that his mother had been out for 200 years. After all, it was not easy for them to make further progress at their current level. And the vast Dongzhao would take a lot of time to travel, so 200 years was not too long. But he found the situation of the other two very strange. My father has always been steady and cautious. He has strict requirements for cultivation and pays great attention to the basics. After the breakthrough, he continued to practice in seclusion, which is very different from his previous style. Li Chengshuo was even more surprised. He spent too much time outside to practice. If Li Chengshuo's life card was not intact, Li Chengsheng would have suspected that she had fallen. From the current situation, she is very likely to be trapped somewhere, or encounter other unsolvable problems. The more he thought about it, the worse Li Chengsheng's face looked. He was very worried about Li Chengshuo's situation, but he was powerless. In such a large Yuanling world, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. Even if Li Chengsheng learned the art of deduction, the Li family's foundation is insufficient, and the way of deduction is difficult to learn and master, so his attainments in this area are not high. Alice, Li Chengsheng sighed dejectedly and said, I won't bother the clan leader anymore. After that, he turned into a ray of spiritual light and disappeared. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Zhiruy's eyes. It seemed that Li Chengsheng's strength had also improved greatly in recent years. Although he was not a cultivator of the refining void, he had at least reached the late stage of the spiritualization stage, and he had come into contact with many cultivators of the refining void, so he had some vision. As for Li Chengsheng's last sigh, Li Zhirui also understood why. He was just worried about Li Chengshuo's safety, but what could he do if even the ancestor of the family couldn't solve the problem? The family has become more and more powerful over the past 100 years, not to mention how many Yuaning and spiritualization members have increased. Just talking about the refining void members, the Li family has produced more than 20 of them in recent years, more than double the original number. Such a rapid development speed is due to the special effects of the Wanling Sutra. After Daking improved the Dialing Daolu, many members of the family wanted to change their practice, but few of them actually took action in the end. Because after they understood it in depth, they found that the Dialing Daolu was difficult to practice and the practice speed was slow. Of course, these shortcomings are nothing in the face of strong strength, and some members of the family with better talent don't take them seriously. The main reason is that the grade of the spirit seed has a great impact on future cultivation. Space spirit seeds are rare, and high-level spirit seeds are even rarer, so many tribesmen have given up the idea. Although spirit plants can be advanced, the difficulty of advancing spirit plants is many times higher than that of improving the blood of spirit beasts. After all, one has no spiritual intelligence and can only passively accumulate, the other has spiritual intelligence and has strong initiative. Among them, it is worth mentioning that Asan He got the improved Earth Spirit AO record and modified it again to make it more suitable for his own situation. Asan first collected a large number of space spirit objects for the main body to absorb. After containing a certain amount of space power, he used the secret method to degenerate the main body into a 7th level ginseng seed, and then began to modify it. It is precisely because Asan did a lot of preparatory work that he did not resume his cultivation until not long ago. The first thing Asan did after coming out of retreat was to find Amu and fight him. The love-hate relationship between the two can be traced back to the Zuinitan realm period. At the beginning, Akan had been suppressing Amu by virtue of his age advantage. But Amu was an 8th grade Killin with excellent qualifications. His cultivation slowly caught up, and then Akan lost more than he won. How he bullied Amu in the past, he now got it back one by one. But after Akan changed his cultivation method, the two competed again. Amu was not his opponent at all. He fell into disadvantage from the beginning and was suppressed by Akan from beginning to end. It can be predicted that before Amu finds a way to enhance his strength, his life will probably not be too easy. Speaking of which, there is another important reason for the rapid improvement of the Li family's strength, that is the accumulation of the Li family over the years. Although Li Zhirui has always felt that the family's foundation is shallow, it is because he compares the Li family with the Zhang family, which has developed for tens of thousands of years, and naturally looks very bad. But the accumulation of thousands of years, once it explodes, the improvement of the Li family is very exaggerated. Unfortunately, I am about to leave office, and I don't know if I can see Ruizu break through the fusion realm before I leave office. Li Zhiruy's regretful tone was filled with a hint of hope. If he could do it, he would become the first patriarch of the Li family to be promoted to the fusion force. Although Li Zhirui has been in office for so many years, it is enough for him to leave his name in the family history book, but he still feels that it is not enough. Li Zhirui greedily wants to have more space. And Li Zhirui, who has been practicing in seclusion in the quiet room, is destined to disappoint him. Because Li Zhirui's previous estimate of 1 or 200 years to complete the late stage of refining emptiness and start to attack the goal of fusion, there is a little deviation. He ignored that as the 5 internal organs grow and grow, the demand for spiritual energy will become greater and greater. Of course, the problem is not big, it just takes a few more decades. If Li Zhirui takes the auxiliary cultivation of the treasure pill, the time can be further shortened. And because of the unexplained sense of urgency, Li Zhirui began to take the best treasure pill to speed up his practice after discovering that his estimate was wrong. According to Li Zhirui's calculations, in 50 years, he will be able to cultivate to the perfection of refining emptiness, and then break through the realm and receive the thunder tribulation. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After more than 300 years, I finally solved this strange soul. Li Chengshuo used all his strength to disperse the last wisp of soul in front of him. He was so excited that he couldn't help but howl at the sky. Alice, when the soul completely dissipated, a sigh suddenly sounded on the desolate moon-white land. The sudden change made Li Chengshuo, Au, and Xiaoyu change their expressions. They have been in this land for hundreds of years. It can be said that they have walked through every corner, and they have not found any living beings except them and the strange soul. The world of great strife is about to begin. You have seized the opportunity. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate, a cold female voice sounded, saying, hurry up and improve your strength. Otherwise, the advantage you have occupied will not only be of no benefit, but will harm you and all the creatures related to you. I hope to see you again in the future. As the last word fell, the desolate land burst into powerful repulsive force, shaking the 3 people away. In this process, Li Chengshuo vaguely understood where they had been for hundreds of years, Taya and Star. Then he fell into darkness. In this process, the rich and massive Taiyan Moon Lake, where their bodies were located, poured towards the 3 people and entered their bodies continuously. And they were like a bottomless pit, accepting all these active moonlight. The endless moonlight transformed their bodies. Originally, Li Chengshuo was a Taiyan spirit body, but now he has transformed into a Taiyan yin body. Yu became a Taiyan dragon from a 6th level moon python. Xiaoyu was promoted from a 6th level silver moon wolf to a swallowing moon heavenly wolf. I don't know how much the qualifications of the 3 have improved. But these improvements only consumed less than 50% of the Taiyan moonlight. The remaining 50% was all deposited in their bodies. I don't know how long it took. When they opened their eyes again, the 3 of them appeared in the center of a pit. This is, after hundreds of years, Li Chengshuo's memory of the past was a little vague. After thinking for a while, he remembered that this was the huge lake that they saw at the beginning, which was completely condensed by the moonlight. It was also at this time that they discovered the huge changes in themselves. Li Chengshuo's hair and beard all turned into moonlight white, and a touch of moonlight could be seen between his hands and feet. Although his cultivation did not increase, his mana was all transformed into Taiyin mana, and his strength was greatly improved. The most important thing is that she felt that the Taiyin law that was originally difficult to understand can now be easily comprehended. The changes in a Yu and Xiaoyu were also huge. The former exuded dragon power, and the latter had an aura like the abyss. We actually absorbed all of this lake of Taiyin moonlight, and nothing happened. Li Chengshuo's tone was full of disbelief. It should be related to our experiences over the years. Yu paused and said, "Do you think we really went to Taiyin Star over the years? It should be. If so, what about the spirits in Taiyin Star? What was that female voice at the end?" These two questions made Li Chengshuo and Xiaoyu fall into silence, because they could not think of a reasonable explanation. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. That female voice should have no ill will towards us. Since she reminded us to improve our strength as soon as possible, we should not waste time. After a while, Li Chengshuo decided to learn from Li Zhirui and put these problems behind him decisively, and find a way to solve them when he has the ability in the future. That's right. That person said that the world of great struggle is about to begin. Although I don't quite understand what it is, as long as we have enough strength, we can deal with it, Xiaoyu echoed. Well, then let's hurry back to Wangxin Mountain as soon as possible and seize the time to practice. Yu did not continue to dwell on this matter. The three of them cast illusions on themselves to cover up those strange phenomena so as not to attract the attention of other creatures, and then set off south and flew towards Wangxin Mountain. From now on, the responsibility of the family will be handed over to you. As he spoke, Li Zhirui handed over the seal and jade book that symbolized the position of the patriarch to the new patriarch. Li Zhirui stepped down from the position of patriarch, and he was ultimately unable to wait for Li Zhirui to break through the fusion. The newly appointed patriarch is the second female patriarch of the Li family after Li Mingzi. Her name is Li Taiyo. In addition to her own powerful abilities, there is another very important factor that enabled her to defeat other candidates, and that is her cultivation. Li Taiyo is one of the few refining cultivators in the Tai generation of the family. With the improvement of the strength of the Li family, the position of the patriarch, which represents the family, is no longer suitable for a spiritual cultivator to hold. Before, it could be said that it was because there were not enough refining cultivators in the family, but now the Li family, including spirit beasts, has nearly 50 refining cultivators, and this is no longer an excuse. In addition, many members of the family hope that the position of the patriarch will be held by a refining cultivator, so this time the other candidates for the patriarch are destined to become runners-up. Chapter 1005 Arrival. After Li Taiyo took office, she did not make too many changes to the family, but continued the previous measures. Because as the first Liangsu clan leader, she has enough strength to maintain her position and does not need to use other means to increase her prestige. Of course, it is not to say that Li Taiyo is incapable. She governs the family like a drizzle at night, silently exerting her own development concept. Not only does it keep the family developing rapidly, but it also solves some drawbacks. Under the leadership of Li Taiyo, the Li family has become very low-key, as if it has disappeared in Shan Yuan's Hao. The reason why she did this is mainly because of a series of recent actions by the Zhang family, which makes people feel uneasy. It was said before that a whole generation of Zhang family members were raised and wasted. Later, after some tempering, they only barely pulled some of the family members back on track. In other words, the Zhang family has been in a dilemma of a lack of successors. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, the Zhang family can wait for the next generation of family members to grow up. But the announcement of the refined gold vein stirred up the entire Yuanling world. Because the Zhang family was the first to rediscover it and wanted to take the opportunity to mine some refined gold, all the monks sent to the vein died. You know, there are many combined monks among this group of people. Maybe the Zhang family is really unlucky. The next generation of clansmen they cultivated are almost all mediocre people with mediocre qualifications. Few people have successfully broken through the combination. After being hit one after another, even the Zhang family with a deep foundation can't bear it, and its strength has weakened a lot. The change in the strength of the Zhang family was noticed by some combined forces in Wanzhou. After all, after the Zhang family occupied the Thousand Mountains, it was directly adjacent to Wanzhou, and it was inevitable that they had some exchanges. As a result, of course, they had other ideas in their minds, such as occupying the territory of Shanyu Wanzhou. Although Wanzhou is better than Shanyu Wanzhou in terms of spiritual energy and other aspects, the size of their own territory is related to luck. They finally waited for this great opportunity when the Zhang family's strength was weakened. How could they miss it? But the Zhang family is not easy to mess with, especially since they have mastered the powerful combined attack technique, and they have not been at a disadvantage in the fight with those forces. Unfortunately, the forces that covet the huge spiritual land of Shanyu Wanzhou are not a single combined force, but three. The Zhang family, which has lost a lot of combined cultivators, cannot fight one against three even with the secret method in hand, and was beaten back step by step on the battlefield. In order not to lose the territory, the Zhang family, which lost on the battlefield, forcibly recruited cultivators from various families in Shanyu Wanzhou to participate in the war. If the Li family showed up too much at this time, it would definitely be targeted by the Zhang family, and more clansmen would be forced to go to the battlefield. But why should the Li family fight with other forces for the Zhang family? The Zhang family and the Li family have no other relationship except being subordinate to each other. Moreover, in several major battles, because of the inaction of the Zhang family, the Li family suffered heavy losses, and even the lives of the Li family were in the hands of the Zhang family cultivators. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the two families is relatively poor. So even if the Zhang family lost a lot of territory, it had nothing to do with the Li family. Anyway, the Li family was located on the southeast side of the mountains. If the three combined forces of Wanzhou came here, the Zhang family would at least lose half of their territory. Fortunately, when Li Zhirui was the patriarch, many of the Li family's new refining masters broke through on Banyan Island, and the Zhang family did not fully grasp the strength of the Li family. Otherwise, the Zhang family would not be like it is now, only recruiting a few refining masters from the Li family. The war between the four combined forces for the territory lasted for several years, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. The biggest loss was naturally the Zhang family. Not only did it lose nearly 20% of its territory, but the casualties of its clansmen were also the greatest, and its strength was further weakened. In the war, Li Taiao specifically reminded the recruited clansmen to be careful and not to use all their strength. The most important thing was to save their own lives. But even so, there were hundreds of casualties in the Li family. The same was true for other forces in Qianchang Mountains. In order to defend the Zhang family's territory, each family sacrificed a lot of clansmen. But the worst were those forces whose clans and mountain gates were located in the western part of Shantung Prefecture. Their hands were stained with the blood of the three major forces. Now that the territory has changed hands, the former rival has become the main clan. It is conceivable how difficult the days ahead will be. Fortunately, after this battle, there was no large-scale conflict between the two states. The Zhang family licked their wounds silently, and other forces also saw the weakness of the Zhang family. While recovering their strength, they prepared for the next attack. Time flies, and several rounds of spring and autumn have passed in a flash. After hundreds of years, I'm finally back. Li Chengshuo looked at the towering, familiar and unfamiliar Wangsan mountain in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. After so many years, the family must have changed a lot, right? You'll know if you go in and take a look. After that, Au took the lead and wanted to enter Wangsan Mountain, but was blocked by a starlight. Li Chengshuo originally wanted to stop Au from acting impulsively, but before he could say anything, this scene happened. You are too anxious. The family has changed to a mountain protecting formation, and our identity jade cards have not been updated with restrictions. Fortunately, the formation did not launch an attack, otherwise Au would not have been able to stand here unscathed. Although he had not been exposed to formations for hundreds of years, his vision was still there, and Li Chengshuo could certainly see the uniqueness of this mountain protecting formation. An imperfect formation has such power. I guess it must be the work of my mother. Just as Li Chengshuo was sighing, several clansmen in charge of patrolling the mountain came over with serious expressions, and asked with vigilance in their eyes, "Who are you? How dare you break into Wangsan Mountain without permission?" Li Chengshuo, Au, and Xianwu had undergone tremendous changes in their physical bodies after absorbing the moonlight of the moon, and their appearance was naturally included. Even if the clansmen who had seen Li Changshuo and the other two before were in person, they would not be able to recognize them at first sight, not to mention that she had been away for hundreds of years and the family had been passed down for several generations, so it was even more impossible for them to recognize Li Changshuo's identity. "I am Li Changshuo." As she spoke, she offered her identity J token, and the two shone together to verify Li Changshuo's identity. "Are you Shuozu?" The leading tribe member frowned and said, "But you look different from the Shuozu in the family records." Although Li Changshuo had left the family for hundreds of years, because of this, every tribe member who patrolled the mountain had to remember this name and her appearance. Li Changshuo was speechless after hearing this, and paused before saying, "You can report this to the tribe leader, and the family has a way to verify my identity, then please wait a moment." Seeing Li Changshuo so confident, the tribe members patrolling the mountain became more respectful, and hurriedly used the sound transmission talisman to tell the tribe leader what happened. "Shuozu? She's back." Li Taiao stood up immediately, and while he hurriedly flew towards the gate, he told Li Chengsheng and other Liangsa tribe members. "Shuer is back." Li Chengsheng, who had just finished practicing, rushed out without hesitation. The speed was so fast that Li Taiao, who knew it earlier than him, arrived first. Shuer, although Li Changshuo's appearance had changed a lot, Li Chengsheng recognized her at first sight and asked with concern, "How did you become like this? What have you experienced in the past few hundred years?" To ancestors, let's go back to the clan first and talk in detail. Li Taiao suppressed her inner excitement and suggested. The reason why Li Taiao was excited was that she saw her idol Li Changshuo. As the only female refining cultivator in the Li family, Li Changshuo is the object of admiration and worship of almost all female clan members, and Li Taiao is no exception. "I neglected it." Li Chengsheng used his identity jade card to open the mountain protection formation and brought Li Changshuo and the other two in. Along the way, they also met Daking, Zhaoqing and others. When they saw Li Changshuo for the first time, they couldn't suppress their surprised expressions. "Everyone, don't worry, I'm fine. Although some unexpected situations occurred during the process, I gained a lot." Li Changshuo concealed some key points of her experiences over the years, such as Yuhu Lake, the possession of the Taiyan body, the era of great contention, etc., and only said that he had obtained an opportunity that would be beneficial to future cultivation. A gleam of light flashed in Li Chengsheng's eyes. Although he hadn't seen her for hundreds of years, her little trick of lying had not changed at all, but he did not expose Li Changshuo in front of everyone. "I'm glad you're fine," Dakwing said. "It's a pity that Brother Jiu is in seclusion now, otherwise he would be very happy to know that you are back. You've been tired all the way. Go back to the cave to rest first. If there's anything else, we will talk about it later." "Okay." Li Changshuo stood up and said goodbye to everyone. Others did not stay in the hall and left one after another. "Knock knock, you're here." Li Changshuo showed a hint of surprise on his face, and immediately controlled the formation to let someone in. "If you didn't look for me, I would have something to ask you." Li Chengsheng received her sound transmission note on the way, so he came quickly. "You lied about what you said in the family hall just now. What on earth have you encountered in these years?" "I didn't lie, I just concealed some key points." Then, Li Changshuo told her complete experience. After listening, Li Chengsheng didn't know what to say for a while, because whether it was that she was trapped on Taiyan Star for hundreds of years, or that mysterious female voice, or the rapid rise of the qualifications of her, Au, and Xiaoyu, everything was very shocking and had a huge impact on him. It is impossible not to envy. However, Li Chengsheng quickly adjusted his mentality. Everyone has his own opportunities, and he believes that he will not lag behind Li Changshuo too much. As for the world of great contention promoted by the mysterious female voice. In fact, Li Chengsheng didn't quite understand what the world of great contention was, but there must be struggle, so it is very important to have strong strength. Don't make this public for now, so as not to cause panic. Just let some of the Liangsu people know about it, and let the family secretly collect relevant information about the great struggle. Don't worry, I know the severity of the matter. Li Chengsheng nodded and said, "Then you have a good rest. I'll go back first." The next day, Li Changshuo privately found a few Liangsa people, all of whom were familiar to her except Li Taiao, and told them about the great struggle. The reason why he told Li Taiao was, of course, because as the head of the clan, it would be impossible to hide it from her if he mobilized the power of the clan. Li Chengshuo's news brought a great sense of urgency to Deking and others. One by one, they locked themselves in the quiet room and began to practice hard. And their actions also led many uninformed clansmen. There is no 60 years in the mountains, and the years are unknown after the cold ends. On a night with clear wind and bright moon and shining stars, a terrifying pressure rose to the sky. The clansmen on Wongsan Mountain were like being hit by a giant hammer. The whole person became drowsy and conscious. What happened? Is someone attacking Wongsan Mountain? Many tribesmen fell into great panic and were extremely uneasy, but fortunately no chaos occurred. The next moment, a large amount of spiritual light shot up into the sky, looking for the culprit everywhere. Look up at the sky. The originally bright night sky suddenly became extremely dark, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered to form clouds of disasters that exuded a terrible aura. Someone is going to pass the disaster. It's Brother 9. Daquing reacted immediately and hurriedly evacuated the crowd. Together with Li Chengsheng and others who reacted later, they drove all living beings out of the range of the thunder disaster. Is Dad going to break through the fusion? It should be. Li Chengsheng and Li Chengshuo, brother and sister, were very nervous, or rather, most of the tribesmen were in this state. Because this thunder disaster was of great significance, it was related to the future status of the Li family and also pointed out the direction for them. Boom! The thunder disaster was brewing for more than an hour, and with a deafening roar, a thunderbolt struck from the rolling disaster clouds. Li Zhirui, who had been prepared, quickly made hand gestures with both hands, and vines rose from the ground one by one, weaving into a thick shield to block him. Bang! The thunder struck the shield, destroying layers of vines, but did not penetrate them completely. The next moment, a green light flashed across the shield, and the damaged part immediately returned to its original state. Soon, a huge thunderstorm sounded again in the sky, and a thunder that was much thicker than before crashed down. The shield was still strong, and the thunder did not hurt Li Zhirui at all. Has Brother Jiu's strength become so strong? One magical power actually blocked two thunders, and it has not been destroyed yet. Daquing couldn't help but sighed. But as the third thunder fell, it finally blew up the shield. Li Zhirui didn't see any panic, and the spells continued. Endless water vapor swarmed between heaven and earth. In an instant, 9 thick water curtains condensed and appeared to protect him. The fourth thunderbolt was much more powerful than the previous one, but it still failed to break Li Zhirui's defense. Li Zhirui's ease in overcoming the tribulation seemed to have angered the thunderbolt, and the next moment, 2 thunderbolts struck directly. One on the left and one on the right, 2 3-meter-long thunderbolts rushed towards Li Zhirui. Chapter 1006, Fusion. Daquing and the others looked at this scene solemnly, and they were very nervous. After all, it was too rare for 2 thunderbolts to strike at the same time. Li Zhirui sat cross-legged on the futon with a calm expression, not caring about the 2 thunderbolts at all. Boom boom, the thunderbolt hit the water curtain, and the 2 sides were in a tug of war, but the thunderbolt was powerless. Before it disappeared, it seemed to roar and finally dissipated. The calamity clouds above the 9 heavens did not pause at all, and immediately sent down the 7th thunderbolt. A silver thunderbolt of 10 feet in size, its power increased by an unknown amount, and it rushed straight towards Li Zhirui like a roaring dragon. The thunderbolt struck down with a bang, and the 9-layer water curtain was blown into pieces the moment it came into contact, and turned into water vapor and evaporated. But Li Zhirui did not make any move, and a tall tree appeared in front of him, like a towering mountain, blocking the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt, which was weakened a lot, did not leave any trace on the tree. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have a consciousness. The 8th tribulation thunder had not yet fallen. As time passed, the tribulation cloud was madly absorbing the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles. The tribulation cloud, which had shrunk by more than half, suddenly expanded several times. How deep is Brother Jiu's background? He actually has to face such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Even with Daquing's temperament, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and said in disbelief. As we all know, the heavenly tribulation is a test for living beings. The qualifications, background, and strength of living beings will affect the power of the thunder tribulation. The greater the power of the thunder tribulation, the more difficult it is to pass the tribulation, but at the same time, as long as you pass it safely, you will enjoy benefits far beyond ordinary people. Boom. The 8th tribulation thunder, which had not fallen for a long time, finally shot out from the layers of tribulation clouds after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Li Zhirui was still calm and his mood did not fluctuate at all. The giant tree in front of him withstood the tribulation thunder, but it also became pitch black, as if it had been carbonite. Li Zhirui, who had been sitting cross-legged on the futon, suddenly stood up and stared at the rolling calamity clouds in the sky with a serious expression. Even he did not dare to be careless in the face of this last calamity thunder. There was only the roar of thunder in the sky, with a terrifying momentum, as if it was accumulating power. A calamity thunder of more than 50 feet, full of destructive power, struck down, trying to put Li Zhirui to death. When the ninth calamity thunder fell, the originally dark Wangsan mountain suddenly became as bright as day, reflecting the fear and worry on the faces of all the tribesmen. Even some tribesmen with lower cultivation and poor character fainted in this calamity thunder filled with a breath of destroying the world. Crack, different from the previous explosion, it was a sound of something being torn apart. The next moment, the calamity thunder that was still in the sky suddenly appeared in front of Li Zhirui, like a giant python swallowing the sky and covering him. The hearts of Dekking and other tribesmen seemed to stop. And they looked at the scene in front of them with absent-minded eyes. No. Father will never fail to overcome the tribulation. Li Chengshuo's firm tone contained a trace of panic and fear. Li Zhirui, who was in the center of the tribulation thunder, did not expect that the tribulation thunder would pass through space and appear directly in front of him. Fortunately, he had a sudden impulse at that time and used his defensive magical power. Otherwise, the tribulation thunder would have struck him directly. He madly operated his magic power, and used his magical power one after another to fight against the tribulation thunder, which bought him some time. Facing this last tribulation thunder whose intensity exceeded the sum of the previous 8 tribulation thunders, Li Zhirui no longer retained his strength, and his magic power poured out, constantly mobilizing the power of the cave heaven. Clang. Roar. 2 roars came from the tribulation thunder. And beside Li Zhirui, a vivid blue dragon and a lifelike black tortoise appeared. The blue dragon rushed into the tribulation thunder, and its body, which was only 3 feet long, grew against the wind. In an instant, it turned into a giant dragon hundreds of feet long, rushing through the tribulation thunder, constantly weakening the tribulation thunder. Xuanwu was guarding Li Zhirui, a dark blue water shield protected it, and Xuanwu was entrenched on it, not giving the thunderbolt any chance to hurt Li Zhirui. Brother Jiu's current strength has exceeded the refining void realm, right? Amu said to himself. As a descendant of Qilin, Amu's inherited memory is more clear than others about the strength limits of each realm, and now the power displayed by Li Zhirui has exceeded that of the Qilin predecessor in his inheritance. Amu was right, but also wrong. Because Li Zhirui's current realm is already the fusion realm, but he has not survived the thunderbolt, and his realm is in a state of uncertainty. And his strength has long reached the limit of refining void, but he has not been able to break through due to the limitation of his realm. But now that Li Zhirui has broken through the fusion, his strength has naturally caught up. So for Li Zhirui, this thunderbolt is not a big threat. Ank! Kangong looked up to the sky and roared, and his body broke through again, a full 500 or 600 feet in size. In front of it, the last thunderbolt seemed very small. It opened its mouth and spit out a blue lightning bolt, which instantly struck the thunderbolt and cut it into 2 pieces. This scene shocked all the tribesmen who were watching. Although the thunderbolt can indeed be solved by confrontation, isn't it a bit exaggerated to use only one move? The situation changed drastically in a moment. Roar. The thunderbolt seemed to roar unwillingly, but it could not be stopped from dissipating. Then a black light shot down from the sky, but before it entered Li Zhirui's body, it was shattered by a white light from his forehead and turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. Gulu, I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was clearly happening in front of them, but the exaggeration was unbelievable. Shattering the thunderbolt with one move, the inner demon calamity ended before it even started. No matter how outrageous they thought it was, the rolling thunderbolt clouds could not be reversed and turned into rich and pure spiritual energy, even rich enough to form spiritual liquid. Hush! With each breath, the pure and rich spiritual energy in the sky seemed to be pierced through and was swallowed and refined by Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui's cultivation increased rapidly, but under his intentional control, a lot of the spiritual energy that should have been converted into mana was separated and integrated into the 5 internal organs God. But in a moment, the 5 internal organs God became much stronger. After the spiritual energy was completely absorbed, Li Zhirui slowly opened his eyes, and the pressure flashed by, so fast that many clansmen thought it was an illusion. Only Deking, Zhaoking and others knew what was going on. This meant that Li Zhirui's realm was very stable. Unlike ordinary cultivators who cannot control their own pressure well after breaking through the fusion. Ninth brother, congratulations on your achievement of fusion, Deking said with a smile. Dad, tell us what it feels like to be in the fusion realm. Li Chengshuo was very curious, because she was not far from the fusion realm. After his aptitude was greatly improved, Li Chengshuo only came back for more than 10 years, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Now he is in the middle stage of refining emptiness. If he continues at this speed, it will probably take less than 200 years for Li Chengshuo to break through the fusion like Li Zhirui. Hearing this, Li Zhirui looked at Li Chengshuo, with a gleam in his eyes. He did not ask in front of everyone, but thought about it and replied, after breaking through the fusion, I feel that the relationship between the physical body and the soul is closer, my strength has also increased a lot, and I have a deeper understanding of the law, and this is just the beginning. Li Zhirui has not even started to refine the most important Dharma image in the fusion realm. If he completes the Dharma image, even if it is only a small success, his strength will be further improved. A new day is about to begin. Everyone go back first. I will answer your questions when I have time. After saying that, he glanced at Li Chengshuo and motioned her to follow him into the cave. What's your situation now? Li Zhirui asked with a serious look. In his eyes, Li Chengshuo is now a group of walking Tianqi, and the degree of danger is greater than the trace of Sun True Fire in Li Chengsheng's hand. Li Chengshuo talked about her experience again, and she said it in detail and very completely. After listening to this, Li Zhirui suddenly felt that it was related to the sense of urgency that had always existed in his heart. Could it be because of the so-called Great Struggle era? How many people in the family know about this? Not many. Only a few elders of Deking and the current clan leader Li Taiyao, Li Chengshuo said with some distress, but the family has secretly collected intelligence for more than 10 years, and there is no news related to it. Don't worry, it's better to be slow than to expose it. There are many secrets in the Yuanling realm that are beyond the reach of forces of the Li family. However, now that Li Zhirui has broken through the fusion, the level that the Li family can access is also a little higher, and maybe they can find out relevant information. Your body. Do you really not feel any discomfort? Even after listening to Li Chengshuo's words, Li Zhirui was still a little worried. No, and the Taiyan moonlight in my body is driving my cultivation to improve rapidly. Li Chengshuo comforted him in return. Don't worry, Dad, I will be fine. That's of course the best. Li Zhirui didn't ask any more questions. After learning about the development of the family over the years, he drove Li Chengshuo out. In the hundreds of years since he was striving for fusion, the strength of the Li family has greatly improved. More importantly, the strength of the Zhang family has greatly decreased. In addition, there are three major forces coveting the territory of the Zhang family. Li Zhirui's idea at that time may really be realized, that is, to bring the territory east of Wangsun Mountain into the rule of the Li family. As for the original idea of making all the Qianchong Mountains belong to the Li family, he has completely dispelled it. Now the Qianchong Mountains are the core of the conflict. Several old forces are fighting each other. With the current strength of the Li family, even if they get the mountains, they can't occupy them. However, if you want to accomplish this, you still need to plan it carefully. Tell the clan leader about this matter and see if you can come up with any solution. I have to seize the time to master my own combat power, Li Zhirui said. Although Li Zhirui did not need to consolidate his realm, his strength had greatly improved after the breakthrough, and he needed to spend some time to master it. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain such a large piece of land, how could he do it without showing some strength? At the same time, the news of Li Zhirui's breakthrough to the fusion spread wildly in the mountains. What is the origin of the Li family? The breakthrough to the fusion was so smooth, a certain clan leader said in shock after receiving the news. You know, they are also an old-fashioned refining force. After trying and working hard for so many years, they have not produced a fusion cultivator. But the Li family, a down-and-out fugitive force, did it so easily. How could they not be shocked? But now that the Li family has a fusion cultivator, it may not be a good thing. The battle for the territory has ended, but neither side will stop there. Now that someone in the Li family has broken through to the fusion, they will inevitably be wooed by both sides. Agreeing to one side will naturally offend the other side. and then the Li family cultivators will be easily targeted on the battlefield. From this point of view, this will definitely lead to more casualties in the Li family. But even if they comforted themselves with this idea, most of the forces were very envious. They also hoped that they could give birth to a combined body, so that they could deal with anything better. The news that Li Zhirui had broken through the combined body also reached the ears of the Zhang family and the three major forces in Wanzhou. They discussed how to deal with this matter. Should we send someone to bribe him to strengthen our strength? I don't think it's necessary. The strength of our three families is already very strong. You are also aware of the current situation of the Zhang family. Bribing him won't be of much help. I think so too. Since we can win, there is no need to waste spiritual objects to bribe him. After all, the price of bribing a combined body cultivator will not be too small. Most of the elders were opposed, and the three forces in Wanzhou ignored the existence of Li Zhirui. But it didn't take long for them to fall into great regret. On the other side, the Zhang family had some complicated feelings about Li Zhirui's breakthrough. They didn't expect that an inconspicuous vassal would give birth to a combined body cultivator without knowing it. We must find a way to win him over to our side and strengthen our strength. We can't lose any more territory, said an elder seriously. That's right. The family is already in a bad situation. If the luck keeps declining, I'm afraid something bad will happen, but Li Zhirui is just a combined cultivator. Even with the Li family, his strength can't have much impact on the battle situation. There were also elders who objected, saying, and he must know that the family is in a bad situation. He is likely to ask for a lot of spiritual objects. That's not how it works. Those spiritual objects are just external things. If something happens to the family, what's the use of keeping more spiritual objects? The elder said. No matter what, we can't let Li Zhirui join the three forces of Wanzhou, otherwise we will be in greater danger. The Wuxin mountain of the Li family is located just behind the mountains. If the Li family takes action against the Zhang family, they will have to open up another battlefield. The reason why the Zhang family lost the last battle for territory was largely because there were too many battlefields, which dispersed their greatest advantage. This time, we can't learn the same lesson. Chapter 1007 Transaction. In order to avoid opening up a fourth front, the Zhang family specially sent a fusion cultivator to visit the Li family to discuss cooperation. Li Zhirui, who was getting familiar with his strength, did not come in person, but was greeted by Li Taiao, Daking, Li Shengsheng and others. Li Chengshuo was not included in this list because he was worried about being seen through due to his special physique. For this, the reason is also existing. Li Zhirui has just broken through, and he must seize the time to consolidate his realm and get familiar with the fusion realm. Anyway, outsiders don't know his true situation. Your Excellency has come from afar. If there is any neglect, please forgive me, Li Taiao said on behalf of everyone, and then invited several Zhang family cultivators into the mountain. Patriarch Li is joking. This visit is to congratulate fellow Taoist Li Zhirui on his breakthrough in fusion, and secondly, to ask for something. As soon as the Zhang family elder sat down, he stated his purpose very directly. Li Taiao thought about it and guessed what the Zhang family wanted in an instant. He smiled and said, Elder Zhang, you are joking. The Li family was just lucky enough to give birth to a combined cultivator, and Ruzu was injured when he was overcoming the tribulation. We are really powerless. The Zhang family wanted to invite the Li family to join them to fight against the three major forces in Wanzhou. But Li Taiao didn't really want to get involved, at least not now. Because Li Zhirui was consolidating his realm, the Li family should keep a low profile for a while, and wait until he came out of retreat, and then think about this matter. What kind of decision the Li family made would be more beneficial to themselves, so Li Taiao politely rejected Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's face froze, and he was a little annoyed. If it weren't for the bad luck of the Zhang family and the external enemies around them, how could the Li family, who was just lucky enough to give birth to a combined cultivator, be taken seriously by them? Unfortunately, the Zhang family is now in a state of decline and must act carefully. As long as the Li family agrees not to attack the Zhang family and help stop the attack of the Wanzhou monks, whatever spiritual objects and methods your family needs, as long as it does not exceed 5, my Zhang family can agree. Elder Zhang suppressed his anger and said sincerely. Li Taiao admitted that she was tempted. She really didn't expect the Zhang family to offer such a high price. Just as she was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. And she immediately changed her words. Your Excellency is too kind, but my Li family is not so greedy. As long as your family agrees to one thing, the Li family will send people to help stop the invasion of the Wanzhao monks. I don't know what it is. Elder Zhang's eyes showed a trace of vigilance. The simpler the conditions, the more demanding they are. We want to use Wangsan Mountain as the boundary, all the way east to the land of the East China Sea, and from now on it will belong to the Li family, and in the future it will no longer be a vassal of the Zhang family, Li Taiao said. This sentence is the original words that Deking told her just now, without changing a word. As for why the sea area was not mentioned, it was because it did not belong to the Zhang family, and the Li family needed to integrate it in the future. Elder Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, the Li family was not a kind-hearted family. Seeing that the Zhang family was in a bad situation, they opened their mouths wide and wanted to swallow up the thousands of miles of land. As for the latter condition, he did not react much, because it was normal. No force wants to be inferior to others. After all, in addition to the actual tribute, a lot of luck will also be shared. It's just that the strength is not enough and there is no way to be independent. How about the Li family selecting 10 spiritual objects or methods from the Zhang family's treasure house and scripture pavilion? Elder Zhang took out the biggest prize the family gave him. Li Taiao smiled slightly. Compared with the family's independence and obtaining its own territory, these spiritual objects and methods are not so important. Because in this way, the Li family can have more luck, which is more precious than spiritual objects and methods. This matter is of great importance. I cannot make a decision. I need to discuss it with the family before I can tell Patriarch Li the answer. Although Elder Zhang wanted to just flip the table and leave, the family's current situation still made him stand up calmly and said, then we'll take our leave first, goodbye. Li Taiao personally saw them off from Wangsan Mountain, and then asked, Grandfather, do you think the Zhang family will agree? I don't know, but there is a high probability that they will agree. Daquing thought about it and replied. Because the territory that the Li family wants is not too much, only more than 1,000 miles, which should be less than 1/3 of the territory occupied by the three forces after the invasion. Of course, it is possible that the Zhang family thinks that the Li family is taking advantage of the fire and being threatened by the former vassal forces, and feels very embarrassed, and refuses in anger. But I don't think the Zhang family will be so stupid. After all, compared with the real territory, what does that face count for? At the same time, in the Zhang family's family hall, the elder was reporting to his colleagues and the patriarch about the whole process of his conversation with the Li family. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder shouted angrily, the Li family is too much? How dare they take advantage of the fire? We must not answer them. Although the Zhang family has no base in that area and has never developed it, it also represents a fortune. How can it be handed over so easily? But the family is in a critical situation now and needs the help of the Li family. It is not to the extent that the family will be destroyed and the inheritance will be cut off, but the loss of a large amount of territory and the decline of the family's fortune will cause many chain reactions, such as affecting the cultivation of the clan members. By then, the Zhang family's strength will not be able to recover, or even further decline, and the surrounding forces will definitely launch an attack again. But the Li family only has Li Zhirui, a combined cultivator, and he has just broken through. Even if he can play a certain role, it is impossible to affect the outcome of the war. We offer such generous conditions, but we can't even get half of the return. It's not worth it. Most of the elders did not want to agree to the conditions offered by the Li family, because it really made them feel aggrieved. When did a force that had just been promoted to combined cultivator get so many benefits from the Zhang family? The reward given by the Li family was just to try their best to help stop the invasion of the monks from Wanzhao. Promise the Li family. After the family survives this disaster, there will be plenty of opportunities to take back the 1,000-mile territory in the future, and it is even a good spiritual land developed by the Li family, the head of the Zhang family said. In his opinion, Li Zhirui's breakthrough in the fusion has consumed all the luck of the Li family. It is not easy to give birth to the next fusion monk. As long as the Zhang family survives this invasion and makes the three families in Wanzhao pay a heavy price, they will never dare to make any other moves in a short time. After all, Wanzhao is a big state, and the internal struggle has never stopped. They need to guard against the attacks of those forces behind them. If they lose too much in the process of invading Xinyi Wanzhao, it will put the family in danger. In this way, the Zhang family will have time to restore their strength and form alliances. In other words, this attack was too sudden, and the Zhang family did not expect it at all, and they were not too prepared, otherwise they would never let the three forces occupy so much land so easily. When the other elders heard what the clan leader said, they thought that there was no problem. They even got 1,000 miles of developed spiritual land for nothing. The opposition gradually subsided. One thing does not require two masters. Elder Fiksha, please go to the Li family again to finalize this matter, clan leader Zhang said to the elders who had been to Wangsan Mountain before. The Li family must send one combined body, 20 refining masters, and 100 transformed gods to participate in the war. This is the bottom line given by the clan. The Li family is absolutely not allowed to bargain. Yes, I know, Elder Fiksha responded and left quickly. Li Taio, who was handling family affairs, heard that the elder of the Zhang family came to the door again. A smile flashed across her mouth. She knew that the Zhang family would not refuse. It was just that she didn't know what conditions the Zhang family would offer. Thinking of this, Li Taio personally went out of the mountain to welcome Zhang Fiksha in. However, this time, there were not so many refining masters accompanying her, only those elders followed her. Zhang Fiksha was quick to speak and directly stated the conditions offered by the Zhang family, saying, "This is the bottom line. If Patriarch Li does not agree, then this matter will be dropped. Please wait for a moment, we will discuss it." Li Taio frowned slightly. Although this condition was not harsh, if there were too many casualties, it would be a serious blow to the Li family. While discussing with the elders, she told Da Qing, Li Shengsheng and others about this matter and asked for their opinions. 1 fusion, 20 refining virtual, and 100 transformation spirits will participate in the battle. Da Qing couldn't help but hesitate after knowing the specific number. The fusion and transformation spirits are easy to deal with, only the refining virtual clan members have some problems. Although the Li family has nearly 100 refining virtual clan members, 40% of them are training outside or practicing in seclusion. And the other 20% are stationed on Banyan Island, with less than 40 people available for dispatch at any time. But thinking of the mountain protection formation arranged by Jiang Fengwu and the several 6th level formation masters in the mountain, even if they encounter any danger, they should be able to hold on until they rush back to rescue. Agree to the Zhang family, but make it clear to the other party that the Li family will not obey the Zhang family's orders and everything, Da Qing replied to Li Taio. Da Qing was worried that the Zhang family would use them as cannon fodder. After all, no matter how important the territory was, it was not as important as the lives of the clan members. In just a quarter of an hour, Li Taio returned to the main hall, agreed to the Zhang family's conditions, and put forward the requirements mentioned by Da Qing. Zhang Fiksha thought about it and said, "I can agree on behalf of the Zhang family, but unless you are asked to die, the Li family cannot refuse the Zhang family's arrangement." Of course, Li Taio nodded in agreement. The command of the battlefield must be concentrated in one person's hands, because once it is dispersed, it will cause a lot of trouble. This is the contract written by the Zhang family. If Patriarch Li thinks it is okay, please stamp it with the Li family seal. Before handing over the contract, Zhang Fiksha added everything they had just talked about. The contract is actually a Taoist oath made into talisman, but it has a stronger binding force. In most cases, it is used between two forces. After all, it is signed with the luck of the two forces. Li Taio took the Taoist letter and checked it carefully. After confirming that there was no other hidden hand, he took out the clan seal and pressed it on one side of the Taoist letter. The other side was the clan seal representing the Zhang family. The moment the contract was completed, the Taoist letter shone brightly and was recorded by the heavenly Dao. Then it was divided into 2 copies, one held by the Zhang family and the other by the Li family. Please make more preparations, Chief Li. The 3 forces are already ready to move. It won't be long before they will launch an invasion. After a reminder, Zhang Fiksha said goodbye and left Wangsan Mountain with a copy of the contract. Prepare spiritual objects for the participating clansmen according to the specifications of previous wars. Li Taio did not waste any time and immediately ordered. In fact, before the Zhang family came to the door, the Li family had prepared various strategic materials, but the quantity was not large. After all, it was not yet determined whether to participate in the war. The news of the Zhang family and the Li family joining forces was not spread out. Both parties deliberately concealed the news. The former wanted to give the 3 forces a surprise attack, and the latter did not want to attract too much attention. But the atmosphere of the Thousand Mountains became more and more solemn, with a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come. And the Zhang family and the three forces once again broke out in a small-scale conflict. A war was brewing, and it would explode as long as a fuse was triggered. At this time, Li Zhirui, who was still in retreat in the cave and familiar with his strength, did not know what was happening in the outside world, but he keenly noticed that the family's luck had increased a lot. With Li Zhirui's current cultivation, he could not see the luck clearly, otherwise he would find that the stream on the Wangsan Mountain, which originally symbolized the Li family's luck, that flowed to the Zhang family had completely stopped flowing, but flowed farther away. But soon, Li Zhirui knew it. Because the knock bell hanging on the door of his cave was rung. What happened? Is someone attacking the Li family? As soon as Li Zhirui went out, he saw the clan leader Li Taiyao, Daking, Li Shengsheng and other members of the Liangsu clan standing in front of his door. The big posture made him subconsciously think that the family was in danger. Ninth brother, it's not what you think, but the family needs you to join the battle now. As for the specific situation, the situation is urgent. We will explain it to you in detail on the way, Daking said quickly. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know what happened, but it made Daking feel urgent. Seeing this, he didn't continue to ask, and said, in this case, then you lead the way, thank you for your hard work, Ruzu. Li Taiyao bowed his head slightly, a little embarrassed. This battle was too sudden, and the Li family didn't have extra time. Fortunately, the family had made various preparations in advance, otherwise it would definitely be in a hurry and many mistakes would occur. However, there was still too little time. The number of spiritual objects that the Li family had to prepare was not large, and they had to send someone to deliver them later. Patriarch, your words are too serious. I'll leave the family in your hands. Before he finished speaking, Li's hair was pulled by Daking onto a spirit ship, and flew towards somewhere west of the mountains at lightning speed. It was at this time that Daking began to explain to Li Zhirui. Soon, Li Zhirui understood. The family made a good deal with the Zhang family for the 1,000 miles of land east of Wangsan Mountain. If Li Zhirui was present, he would have asked Li Taiyao to agree to this. It's just that things were a little unexpected. Originally, they thought that the war would not break out so soon, which led to the family not being fully prepared. Chapter 1008 Excellent. Speaking of this war, the cause of the outbreak was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. In a conflict, a descendant of a combined cultivator in Wanzhou who had the talent of a spiritual root died in the hands of the Zhang family. Although life and death on the battlefield are determined by fate, there is nothing wrong with people looking for the Zhang family to settle accounts after the war, but in this way, the war was quickly ignited by him. So not only was the Li family not fully prepared, but even the Zhang family and the three forces were not complete. There are also some strange things in it, such as the combined cultivator actually provoked a war for a descendant, which in a sense violated the order of the sect. Logically speaking, even if the descendant is valued by him, he should not take action without authorization. However, now that the war has broken out, few people have noticed this. Even when Li Zhirui heard about it, although he felt strange in his heart, he did not investigate it deeply. Although we are only assisting from the side, everyone must be very alert, otherwise they may die on the battlefield, Li Zhirui warned all the clansmen. Because the conscription was too hasty, some members of the clan have not adjusted their mentality yet. If they were allowed to participate in the war like this, the outcome would definitely not be good. There is still some time before the battlefield, you should adjust your mentality. Li Zhirui couldn't take care of them as he did in the past this time. It was not that he didn't have the spare energy, but the destructive power of the combined cultivators was relatively large. In order not to affect others, the battlefield would be far away from other cultivators. Fortunately, everyone had gone through many years of experience. With the improvement of Li Zhirui, they quickly adjusted their mentality and became much more depressed. In just 1 hour, the Li family cloud ship arrived at the edge of the battlefield. You are finally here, Zhang Fixia, who had been anxiously waiting for the Li family cultivators, saw Li Zhirui and others for the first time, and hurriedly came up to them in a somewhat out-of-control manner. Dao Zhang, what happened? A dark light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Zhang Fixia said, this war was too sudden, the family was not prepared, and the number of clansmen sent was a little less, which almost allowed the other side to break the defense formation. Li Zhirui frowned immediately. He did not believe this sentence. He was more inclined to think that the Zhang family thought that the Li family would send monks to participate in the war here, so they intentionally sent fewer monks. In fact, Li Zhirui's guess was not wrong. The Zhang family did have this idea. But the Zhang family was also somewhat helpless. The pressure brought to them by the three-front war was too great. In order to ensure that they would not lose territory this time, the Zhang family had already used many means. But Li Zhirui had no choice. After all, he could not ask the Zhang family to transfer all those monks back. He did not have such great power. He had to say, "We will try our best to defend the defense line, but our strength is limited. If there are signs that it cannot be stopped, please ask Dao Yao to get more support, of course. Next, I will trouble Dao Yao and you." Zhang Fixia knew that the family's little thoughts had been seen through, and felt very embarrassed in her heart, but for the sake of the family, she had to make such a calculation. Li Zhirui didn't say much. He led the clansmen into the defense line. Seeing them quickly enter the battle state, he was relieved and said, "Daking, Shenjie, this is left to you." Zhang Fixia, who was standing aside, was a little surprised. To be honest, he looked down on the Li family. Like all the elders of the Zhang family, in their eyes, the Li family was just a nouveau riche. This time, they had to ask the Li family for help, but it didn't mean that the Zhang family would look up to the Li family because of this. In fact, the Zhang family had already thought about how to deal with the Li family in the future. However, looking at the expressions and reactions of the Li family's group of refining and transformation monks, Zhang Fixia suddenly felt that the family should be a little wary of the Li family. "Dao Yao Zhang, the war is not going well, so don't waste time." When the Li family arrived, the battle was in the midst of fierce and cruel fighting. Li Zhirui's words made Zhang Fixia sober instantly, and said, "Dao Yao is right, let's go." Two spiritual lights flew out of the formation, and soon, they appeared at the edge of the battlefield, and this was where the combined monks fought. As soon as the two arrived, Zhang Fixia saw that one of his brothers was under siege. He was stretched to the limit and could not cope with it at all. He looked very embarrassed. Dao Yao should choose an opponent as soon as possible. After that, Zhang Fixia hurried away to help the brother share the pressure. Li Zhirui glanced at the vast battlefield and found that most of the Zhang family's combined cultivators were at a disadvantage, but not as embarrassed as the previous one. How can the Zhang family's combined cultivators be at this level? Obviously, the cultivation of both sides is similar, but the Zhang family does not have much advantage. Li Zhirui felt very incredible in his heart. It was really shocking. The former overlord of Shanyuan's Hao, now it seems, is just like this. Shaking his head slightly, this kind of words is not something Li Zhirui can say. It is easy to get into trouble. So after helping a Zhang family combined cultivator to resolve the siege, he concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of him. "You are not from the Zhang family, are you? Seeing that you have just broken through, you must be Li Zhirui from the Li family. Isn't it good to practice quietly? Why do you have to wade into this muddy water?" The cultivator looked at Li Zhirui with some pity. Although he did not break through the middle stage of the fusion, he was an old cultivator after all, and his Dharma image had been initially condensed. The strength of the two sides was not at the same level at all. There is no way. Who let the conditions offered by the Zhang family be too tempting, and you think highly of yourself and didn't send anyone to contact us? Li Zhirui said with a faint smile, and there was no sign of nervousness when he was about to face a big enemy. In fact, if these three families were willing to cooperate with the Li family, or even if the conditions offered were slightly worse, the Li family would not be unable to accept it, but they did not come at all. Not only that, the clansmen that the Li family secretly sent to contact them were rejected by them before they finished speaking. In this way, the Li family naturally had no choice. Now the timing of the war between the two sides is too good. As a newly promoted fusion force, the Li family, although only Li Zhirui, can also get some benefits from it. Ha. What you mean is that with your joining, the Zhang family will win this war. The monk seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and laughed so hard that tears came out. Then let me see where your confidence comes from. After saying that, the monk was like a stream of light, and instantly appeared in front of Li Zhirui. Bang! But before he could do anything, he was smashed away by Li Zhirui with a huge tree. This sudden change caught the man off guard, and it was completely different from what he thought in his heart. This is impossible. How can you, a cultivator who has just broken through, have such a powerful strength? The monk shouted in shock. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. You are so shallow. Does the world not exist? Li Zhirui laughed. Okay. Then let me see your strength. The monk was ignited with anger by Li Zhirui's words, and frantically used his magic power to launch a fatal blow to Li Zhirui. A huge red banner appeared, shining with spiritual light. The surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire, trapping Li Zhirui in the middle. At the same time, there were constant attacks, as if they wanted to use this stupid method to grind Li Zhirui to death. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. Li Zhirui kept chanting, and water vapor from dozens of miles around rushed in crazily, forming thick dark clouds in the sky, and then heavy rain fell. If it was still the original ordinary rain, it would naturally not extinguish this sea of spiritual fire, but after Li Zhirui's hands, it became different, containing the cold air of Zuanayan. Zzzz, the conflict between water and fire broke out again, and a large amount of smoke rushed into the sky, covering the entire area and obscuring everyone's sight. Ahem, but not long after, the cultivator escaped from the fog with injuries all over his body, his eyes full of horror. Brother, what's wrong with you? The combined cultivator next to him didn't dare to imagine what he saw in front of him. The battle between the two combined monks was not going to end so quickly to determine the winner. The most important thing was that their senior brother was injured. Cough, the monk couldn't stop coughing, and a trace of scarlet flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked seriously injured. He didn't dare to close his eyes now, because once he closed his eyes, he would remember how he was beaten up by Li Zhirui in the thick fog. That is, when the two sides met, Li Zhirui was not familiar with his strength. He tested him a little, and after knowing his strength, Li Zhirui completely gained the upper hand. You have to be careful, he is not an ordinary combined monk. You must not underestimate him just because he has just broken through. If you dare to do so, I will be your lesson, the monk said with a bitter face. He couldn't imagine that he was stronger than Li Zhirui in terms of realm and cultivation, but why was there such a big difference in combat power? After hearing these words, the other monks did not understand because they had no personal experience. They even felt that he was so embarrassed, not because Li Zhirui was too strong, but because their own strength was too poor. But soon, these combined monks who did not take Li Zhirui seriously all learned a deep and indelible lesson. None of these monks was Li Zhirui's opponent, and their embarrassment was even worse than Li Zhirui's. It's not that there were no monks who wanted to struggle, but they used many means, but they just couldn't defeat Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui is just a person who has just broken through the early stage of the combined state. After so many rounds of fighting, he can still maintain his original state. This is too strange, he must have a very precious treasure in his hand. Someone's eyes were full of greed. But he didn't think about how to take the treasure from Li Zhirui if his own strength was not good enough. In the air, Li Zhirui, who had experienced many battles, not only did not rest, but also kept on guard against a group of monks. This is the disadvantage of having fewer people. They can use the method of fighting in a round-robin manner to continuously eliminate them. Although they know that doing so will bring danger to themselves, they have to accept it. Too terrible. This strength is too terrible. Zhang Fixia, who was not far away, saw everything and roared hysterically. Li Zhirui's strength completely overturned his past impression of a newly promoted combination. He also came out of it and could understand how difficult it was. Suddenly, Zhang Fixia thought of the plan that the family was going to implement against the Zhang family. He couldn't help but become a little anxious and made up his mind to stop it. This distraction gave the opponent a chance to seize the opportunity and left several wounds on him. Damn it, Zhang Fixia came back to his senses in an instant, and also realized how stupid his actions were just now. He dared to be distracted in the battle. Another battlefield. After Daking changed his skills, his strength temporarily ranked second in the family. He was also a huge monster with rich mana and very powerful combat power. So for him, the challenge of creatures of the same level is nothing, not to mention that there is a formation blocking in front of him. It is not so easy for the group of cultivators to attack. Duckwing has little interest in the war because his Tao is not here, but other clansmen are very excited. Because every war is a good experience for them, which can improve their own realm and cultivation. Although the improvement is not too big, at their current realm, every small progress is worth cheering. The performance of the Li family also attracted the attention of the Zhang family. They did not expect that a group of cultivators from small families would have such a good performance, even better than them, which made some people unacceptable. If there were no foreign enemies attacking constantly, the defense line would not be safe. there is a high probability that the Zhang family cultivators would go to the Li family to cause trouble. Although there were not many cultivators from the Li family participating in the war, they greatly affected the situation on the battlefield, making the group of cultivators unable to attack outside the defense line for a long time, suffering heavy casualties, and finally had to retreat to a safe place to recover from their injuries. This battlefield ended, but another battlefield began again. Interesting, seeing that one person can't beat me, now two people have to attack together. Li Zhirui looked at the two combined monks who appeared not far from him and laughed softly. Both of them looked ordinary. If there was anything special, it might be the pair of deep eyes. One of them said, "We have to admit that we made a mistake. It was our mistake to miss the genius of Dao Yao before. Now we beg Dao Yao to join us. Whatever conditions the Zhang family gives you, we will increase it by 30% on this basis, as an apology." Ha 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 ha. Li Zhirui laughed uncontrollably when he heard this, but finally shook his head and sighed, saying, "You came too late. The Li family has already signed a Dao letter with the Zhang family and cannot break the contract. It seems that we still have to fight." One of them also sighed. If possible, they didn't want to fight with Li Zhirui. After all, Li Zhirui's strength could be seen from the group of elders who were injured before. He didn't look like a new combined monk at all, but like an old monster who had settled for many years. Chapter 1009 Reversal. In that case, then please go to die. After the two got the answer they didn't want to hear from Li Zhirui, they immediately pinched the magic formula, and two powerful magical powers attacked Li Zhirui. "With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do this," Li Zhirui chuckled, and the magic power in his body circulated, and a dazzling blue aura burst out from his body. In an instant, the area of dozens of miles turned into a dark blue sea. With a thud, the sea water seemed to boil, and huge waves were raised to swallow the attacks of the two. Crash! The waves were shattered and turned into seawater again and fell into the sea. Seeing this, the two monks looked slightly condensed. They knew that Li Zhirui was powerful, but the strength he showed now still surprised them. However, the two did not retreat because of this, but took out their own unique skills. One person sacrificed a magic weapon, and the originally peaceful world instantly set off a storm, roaring towards Li Zhirui, and could not be stopped wherever he passed, and even rolled up a lot of seawater when passing through the sea to enhance the power. The other disappeared quietly, hiding somewhere unknown, ready to give Li Zhirui a fatal blow. It seems that the strength of the two Taoist friends is not as bad as I thought. Li Zhirui still had a faint smile on his face, but a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he did not despise the two as much as he seemed. Roar! Li Zhirui pinched his hands, and the ocean suddenly boiled and rolled. 300-foot dragons roared and rushed into the sky from the sea, exuding a strong pressure all over their bodies, like living dragons. Under Li Zhirui's control, the three dragons rode the wind and waves and rushed towards the storm that had become extremely huge. Rumble. The storm and the huge waves kept colliding and weakening each other. The huge explosions were endless. The impact caused by the collision of the two powerful magical powers made it impossible for others to get close. Snap! After paying the price of the annihilation of the two dragons, the storm was also completely resolved. The remaining dragon pounced on the monk, as if wanting to devour him. But Li Zhirui didn't put too much energy into this matter. He was more concerned about guarding against the monk who was hiding somewhere. But what surprised Li Zhirui was that no matter how he searched with his spiritual sense, he couldn't find any clues. It was as if the man had left. But Li Zhirui's spiritual sense was always reminding him that there was a guy around who could threaten his safety. Interesting, but since I can't find you, I can still prevent you from getting close. Li Zhirui chuckled and sacrificed his life magic weapon Qianling. A lush bamboo forest grew in the auspicious clouds and floated above Li Zhirui's head. While hanging down the water and wood spiritual light, the bamboo roots that were usually curled up in the auspicious clouds were also woven into a shield to protect Li Zhirui. When refining his life magic weapon, Li Zhirui greedily wanted a magic weapon with multiple functions such as defense, attack, and assistance, and finally refined Qianling. But later he found that Qianling's attack was not strong enough, and if his life magic weapon was damaged, it would affect him, so after his cultivation breakthrough, he focused on strengthening his defense ability, and now it has almost become a complete defense magic weapon. Of course, Qianling still has certain attack and auxiliary capabilities. Damn it! The combined cultivator who merged with the clouds in the sky saw this and thought to himself that it was not good. He was not sure that he could completely break the opponent's double defense. If he could not kill with one blow, he would be in danger. So the current situation is very unfavorable to him, and there is no way to use his sneak attack and assassination methods. After Li Zhirui's own safety was guaranteed, he no longer distracted his attention, but concentrated on dealing with the cultivator in front of him. In the sea with huge waves, water columns flew out, but after reaching a certain height, they turned into seawater and fell down. However, in this process, a blue water curtain appeared on the edge of the sea. Not good. The two of them knew that Li Zhirui wanted to trap them in it. After a fight, they have learned a lot about Li Zhirui's strength. It is impossible for the two of them to take him down, and they will put themselves in danger. Of course, it is not easy to deal with the two of them. After all, the two of them have been combined for many years, and they have condensed into Dharma image. Once they use the Dharma image, their combat power will soar, and it will be difficult for Li Zhirui to take them down. However, once they are trapped, they will be in danger. Even if they are only trapped for a moment, the possibility of injury will be greatly increased. Although most of the Zhang family monks outside are at a disadvantage, once they know that the two of them are trapped, someone will definitely rush to attack them, and the number will not be small. Because this is a good opportunity to weaken their combat power. As long as the two of them are injured, the pressure on the Zhang family in this battlefield will be reduced a lot. Boom. In order to break the water curtain, the two could no longer remain calm. While dealing with Li Zhirui's attack, they wanted to break the cage and escape to a safe area. Li Zhirui naturally would not let them leave easily. The sea continued to roll up huge waves, resisting the attacks of the two of them, and not giving them the opportunity to attack the water curtain. Damn it, the two had already seen several Zhang family cultivators, leaving their opponents to their own clansmen to temporarily stop them, and they were rushing towards them. If they didn't break the water curtain, they might really get hurt. The two looked at each other and saw the helplessness and anger in each other's eyes. The next moment, the mana in their bodies was quickly consumed, and a little man sitting in a sea of consciousness flew out from the Baihu acute point and instantly turned into a 20-30 foot tall Dharma image. One Dharma image was green, with wind lingering around it, holding a huge treasure fan in both hands. The other Dharma image looked ordinary, only covered by a layer of mist, but it was perfectly integrated with a breath between heaven and earth. Seeing the appearance of these two Dharma images, Li Zhirui's heart was alarmed. His current strength was very reluctant to deal with one Dharma image, let alone two. Especially the Dharma image covered by the mist, Li Zhirui felt a fatal danger from him. This time, such a close contact with a Dharma image made Li Zhirui realize that he must condense into a Dharma image as soon as possible. This is not only a proof of practice, but also a powerful killer. Fortunately, the Zhang family members were rapidly approaching, making the two feel the danger. The main target of the Dharma phase was not Li Zhirui, but the water curtain that blocked their departure. However, even so, there was still a powerful magical power attacking Li Zhirui. This was the first time since Li Zhirui started the battle that his face became so solemn. He did not dare to hold back at all, and drew more than half of the seawater to form a shield in front of him. Hualala, the spiritual light was invincible, and countless water shields were instantly pierced, scattered into seawater and fell from mid-air. Fortunately, there were thousands of layers of water shields, which abruptly consumed the magical power of the Dharma phase. Are the attacks of the Dharma phase so powerful? Li Zhirui muttered to himself. But the next moment, he shook his head and denied his guess. The Dharma phase was very powerful, but it was impossible for every attack to be like this. Because Li Zhirui noticed that the breath of the Dharma phase had dropped a lot, it was obvious that this attack consumed a lot of him. Dharma phase can be roughly understood as a special magical power formed by the combination of ki, blood, soul, and magic power. The three determined the power of Dharma phase. Li Zhirui was slightly happy. He did not expect that he would gain something from practicing this time. It gave him a deeper understanding of Dharma phase. Daoi Ali, stop these two people quickly, don't let them run away. At this time, a thunderous sound woke up Li Zhirui, who was thinking. It was Zhang Fixia who saw that the two people had broken through the water curtain and were about to leave, but Li Zhirui did not move at all. He thought that he was hit by some secret method, so he could not help but use the thunder roar sound to wake him up. Come back. In order to make the next battle easier, Li Zhirui would naturally not let the two people go. One by one, water chains shot out, trying to tie up the two people's bodies and pull them back. At the same time, A large number of giant trees and vines appeared out of thin air in front of them. The former blocked the way, and the latter hindered, trying to buy time for Zhang Fixia and others. Li Zhirui, do you really want to offend my King's sect? One of them saw that the situation was not right, and immediately brought up the sect to pressure others. King's sect is a combined sect that invaded Shen Yuanzhou this time. Its strength is still inferior to that of the Zhang family. If it had not joined forces with the other two families, they would not dare to fight the Zhang family at all. But it is also stronger than the Li family. If it were a normal situation, Li Zhirui would naturally not want to offend King's sect, but who made it unusual now? He did not dare to expect to kill the two people, because it was too difficult, not something that Li Zhirui could do now. Even with the help of Zhang Fixia and others, it would not be possible to solve it in a short time. But as long as they were injured, preferably seriously injured, then King's sect would lose two combined combat forces, and the pressure they would face next would be much less. So in the face of the man's threat, Li Zhirui pretended not to hear it, and still used various means to prevent them from leaving until several combined cultivators of the Zhang family arrived. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist Li. Zhang Fixia said hurriedly, and then threw herself into the battle. After all, he was able to get out because his opponent was blocked by another clan member. It was rare to be able to fight two people alone. Obviously, the clan member that Zhang Fixia asked for help was not among them. If it took a long time, he might be seriously injured. So Zhang Fixia had to injure the two people from King's sect as soon as possible. The more serious the injury, the better. If he could kill them, it would be even better. At this time, Li Zhirui was like a bystander and did not intervene in the fight between the two families. Li Zhirui, Zhang family. I'll remember this account. I will repay you in the future. About a quarter of an hour later, two shrill screams rang out in the water curtain. Obviously, under the siege of several combined monks of the Zhang family, the two were finally injured, and the injuries were not light. At least their combat effectiveness was greatly affected. But even so, they could not be completely left behind, because the combined monks had too many ways to save their lives, and there were so many strange ways that they could not be predicted. And if you really force people into a corner, you might be able to take one person away before leaving. Ho ha, Zhang Fixia laughed happily when she saw the two rays of light escaping quickly. Although the war has not ended, the pressure they face here is much less. If they grasp every step well, they may have a chance to win. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li, but the war is not over yet. How about discussing the specific reward later? Zhang Fixia left in a hurry. He was worried that if he went a little further, they would just deal with two people and a member of the King's sect would be injured. Okay, after getting the answer, Zhang Fixia did not hesitate and hurriedly took the combined monk from the hands of the tribe member, helping him to share the pressure greatly. It must be said that the impact of the two combined monks on the battlefield is still relatively large. The Zhang family, which was originally at a disadvantage, actually turned the situation around little by little. But for Li Zhirui, this period of time was miserable. Because of him, his family lost two generals, and the other King's sect monks naturally vented their anger on him. Fortunately, Li Zhirui was not a vegetarian. With his strength, as long as he did not use the Dharma, almost no one could defeat him. Therefore, when those monks who wanted to make trouble for him found that the benefits were not great and that they might be able to trick Li Zhirui, they slowly retreated. Li Zhirui was also happy with this. He helped to stop a combined monk casually, which was considered to be fulfilling the promise in the contract, and at the same time he would not be in too much danger. On the combined battlefield, the Zhang family began to reverse the situation, and on the battlefields of the cultivators of Liangsu and Hulshan, the Zhang family had a considerable advantage. Because the Zhang family was the defending party, they had a 7th level mountain protection formation to rely on, while the King's sect was the attacking party. If they wanted to deal with the Zhang family monks, they had to break the formation. But how could the 7th level mountain protection formation be easily broken? Every time they attacked, the King's sect would suffer a lot of casualties, causing the morale of this group of monks to become lower and lower, and some people even felt afraid. This is the foundation of the Wanyan family. Da Qing, who saw everything, couldn't help but sigh. At first, the Zhang family did not expect the three families of the King's sect to join forces to attack, and they were completely unprepared, resulting in a continuous retreat and the loss of a large area of land. But by the time the Zhang family reacted, it was impossible for them to repeat the previous battle situation. When will the family have such a foundation? Li Shengsheng said with a little envy. This requires time to accumulate, but if the family is strong, it can also speed up the improvement. Daking smiled, looked at the cultivators of the Zhang family, and said meaningfully, so we have to break through the fusion as soon as possible. Li Chengsheng was not stupid, and naturally heard the meaning of Daking's words. He nodded heavily and said, yes, we have to seize the time to break through the fusion, but this does not mean that it can be accelerated. Because they are only in the middle stage of the refining void now, they still have a long way to go to break through the fusion. After all, not everyone has the opportunity like Li Zhirui, who can experience the cultivation of the fusion and Mahayana realms in the Taixu illusion realm, so that he has a deep understanding of the fusion and Mahayana in the refining void realm. But just because Daking and the others couldn't do it in a short period of time doesn't mean that no one in the Li family can't do it. And there's more than one person. Chapter 1010 Falling Out. Bang! A cultivator of the King's sect was knocked out by a powerful attack, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and suddenly became listless. Brother Lu, are you okay? A cultivator on the side hurried over and asked. I won't die, but I'm afraid I won't be able to continue to fight next, Brother Lu said helplessly. But if you look closely, you will find a hint of luck and joy in his eyes. Luck is because he saved his life under such a powerful attack just now, and joy is because he doesn't have to participate in such a dangerous battle next. You know, as of today, there are no less than 20 cultivators of the King's sect who have fallen, and the casualties of other cultivators are even more severe. Brother Lu doesn't want to be one of them. He is still young and has the opportunity to climb higher mountains and see more beautiful scenery. He doesn't want to stop here. So even though he knows in his heart the importance of this war to the future of the sect, in the face of his own interests, he still abandons the sect without hesitation. In other words, Brother Lu's current injuries are intentional. It is indeed serious, but as long as it is treated well for a year or so, there will be no hidden dangers. But this prevented him from continuing to fight on the battlefield, and even from dying. Alice. Senior Brother Lu, take good care of your wounds, the man sighed and helped Senior Brother Lu into the camp not far away. This kind of situation of avoiding a war in order to be seriously injured is still relatively rare. After all, it is difficult to grasp the scale of it. If you are not careful, you will really get yourself seriously injured. But as the saying goes, the 8 immortals cross the sea, each showing their magical powers. This dangerous method is too risky, and other ways to escape war are endless. From the situation of the disciples of King's sect, it is not difficult to find that they have completely lost their morale. In their opinion, the sect can no longer win this war. Because the defense line established by the Zhang family is very strong, if they want to break through, they need to pay a huge price, but who is willing to sacrifice their lives for this? As more and more monks withdraw, the failure of King's sect is inevitable. Of course, it is limited to their battlefield, and the key to winning or losing lies in the battlefield of another combined monk. But the situation here is also quite unfavorable to King's sect. The appearance of the two combined monks who could not participate in the war, the King's sect, which originally overwhelmed the Zhang family in strength, can no longer do so, and the two sides are back to the same starting point. Then the Zhang family monks, who had been suppressed, broke out. In other words, in order to protect the family's territory, their determination must be more firm. Unlike the King's sect, they are not as enthusiastic about continuing to expand the territory as at the beginning. Especially when they encounter some difficult obstacles, they are likely to retreat. Although he is on the battlefield, Li Zhirui, who is now more like an outsider, sees all this and knows in his heart that if nothing unexpected happens, this war will end soon. Those combined monks of King's sect have no intention of continuing to fight, so how can they win? And the Zhang family does not have enough strength to maintain the war. Because the situation in the other two battlefields is not good. If you want to keep the family's territory, it is naturally impossible to keep only this one, which is not very meaningful. So the end of the war here can be said to be a kind of tacit understanding between the two sides that has never been discussed. As expected by Li Zhirui, within a few days, the combined monks of King's sect retreated. Huh? Zhang Fixia let out a long breath and said, it's finally over. This battle was won and King's sect was defeated. Thanks to fellow Taoist Li and the Li family, Zhang Fixia flew to Li Zhirui and thanked him sincerely. Li Zhirui shook his head and smiled. Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. I just made a small contribution. You are the main reason for the victory. Li Zhirui would not accept such compliments with ulterior motives. Fellow Taoist Li, you also know that the Zhang family is now fighting on 3 fronts. Although the invading monks were repelled here, the situation in the other 2 places is very bad, so a large number of monks need to be dispatched to support. Please take the Li family monks to participate, Zhang Fixia invited sincerely. No matter how the Zhang family looks down on the Li family, Li Zhirui's strength deserves his respect, not to mention that the Zhang family still needs help, so the attitude should be good. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I've consumed a lot of energy in this war, and the casualties of my clansmen are not small, so I can't agree to continue to participate in the war. However, the contracts between the 2 families is still there. We will help the Zhang family through this war. You can leave without worry, and you can leave the defense of this line of defense to us, Li Zhirui politely refused. In fact, most of this long string of words were false. Did Li Zhirui consume a lot of energy? Did the Li family suffer a lot of casualties? Li Zhirui was not sure about the latter, but for the former, he could only say that there was no pressure at all. Li Zhirui said so much for only one purpose, that is, the Li family did not intend to continue to participate in the war. The smile on Zhang Fixia's mouth faded a lot in an instant. He did not expect Li Zhirui to do this. He said in a somewhat cold voice, "Did Li Daoyao forget the Taoist oath signed by the 2 families? It can be said that in addition to letting the Li family die, they must obey the arrangements of the Zhang family. And it is obvious that the Zhang family only asked the Li family to support the other 2 battlefields, not to let people die. According to the Taoist oath, the Li family should not refuse. Of course I haven't forgotten, but you may have overlooked some small details." Li Zhirui smiled slightly, and seeing him thinking hard, he said softly, "That is, the Li family will only serve in one battlefield, and the Zhang family cannot order the Li family monks to go to another battlefield." After speaking, Zhang Fixia's face changed drastically. This was a very small supplementary condition, and he didn't even remember it. From this point, it is not difficult to see that the Li family has been playing tricks and calculating the Zhang family from the beginning. On the battlefield, Li Zhirui's performance was indeed very good at the beginning, but later it was completely a waste of time, a typical case of working without effort. As long as you are willing to agree, the Zhang family will definitely not hesitate to reward you with various spiritual objects afterwards. There are problems in the contract, which cannot be solved. Zhang Fixia can only bribe him. As for threats, he is not a fool. How could he offend Li Zhirui at this critical moment? "Sorry, I really can't do anything." Li Zhirui was unmoved and immediately refused. Zhang Fixia looked at Li Zhirui deeply for a moment, and said, "I hope that fellow Taoist Li will not regret the decision he made today in the future." "I shouldn't." Li Zhirui smiled slightly, set off to fly to the defense line, and soon found Decking and others. He understood the threat contained in that sentence, but Li Zhirui didn't care at all. Because from the beginning of the Li family's request for 1,000 miles of territory, the relationship between the Zhang family and the Li family was destined to be bad, not to mention that Li Zhirui still remembers that the Zhang family has many lives in their hands. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. The Li family helped the Zhang family this time for their own interests, and played tricks in the contract, also for the family's interests. Humph! Zhang Fixia looked at Li Zhirui's back as he went away, snorted coldly, and whispered, "The Li family really shouldn't exist." "How was the battle this time?" Li Zhirui asked curiously. "All the clansmen were here, and no one had any accidents, and even the situation of exhausting mana did not occur. The strength of the King's Hu sect disciples is not that strong, they just have the advantage of numbers, but the 7th level formation arranged by the Zhang family is extraordinary. They were beaten to a pulp and finally defeated," Daquing said briefly. Li Zhirui nodded. This result was in line with his previous guess. A 7th level mountain protection formation had a huge impact on the war. "Next, everyone, take a good rest. We have to stay here to guard against the King's Hu sect monks discovering and attacking again." Daquing and other people who knew about it looked at each other, but the other clansmen were very excited, because everyone could see that the King's Hu sect would most likely not take action again. They just stayed here and waited quietly for the war to end. Li Zhirui walked towards this small courtyard, followed by Daquing and others. The courtyard, which was not large to begin with, was now full of people. "Ninth brother, if this happens, the Zhang family will probably be very angry, right?" Daquing still couldn't help but worry, and said, "Will they take action against a family, giving up such a large piece of land, but not getting the same benefits?" And even being calculated, no one would be happy. It will definitely happen. So what you have to do now is to hurry up and practice, Li Zhirui said firmly. Yes, I got it. After understanding the danger that the family will face, all the clan members burst into full motivation and wanted to improve their strength as much as possible. On the battlefields of the other two places, the situation of the Zhang family cultivators, who were originally at a disadvantage, slowly changed after the arrival of support. Damn it. The group of trash from the King's Hu sect actually let people out. A certain Liangsu cultivator was so angry when he saw the large team of support. What should we do now? It seems that the King's Hu sect has lost, but I don't know the casualties. Should we retreat? Another elder asked in a low voice. The three forces of them cannot afford too many casualties. Because in one's Huzhou, the competition is very fierce. At that time, even if they occupy the territory of Shanyuan's Hao, if there is a problem with the main family, it will be more than worth a loss. So after seeing that the strength of the Zhang family has become stronger, the two families have the idea of retreating. Anyway, they have occupied a lot of territory last time, so it's just right to digest it. They couldn't surrender directly, which would be a huge blow to their reputation, and they also wanted to test the strength of the Zhang family for the last time. Therefore, after the two sides discussed, they set up their positions and had a large-scale battle with the Zhang family. But as the attacking party, and the Zhang family had a lot of support, it became difficult for them to break the defense, let alone get close. Retreat. Looking at the corpses left by the disciples and clansmen, several combined monks in the sky had to stop the action. So far, the second war launched by the three forces ended in a whimper. But this victory did not bring any benefits to the Zhang family. First of all, they did not take back any of the territory occupied by the three families. Secondly, in order to set up the 3-7-level mountain protection formation, a large amount of spiritual objects were consumed. Although the formation plates and formation flags could be taken back afterwards, the investment was still too large. Finally, although they won this time, they still lost 1,000 miles of territory. Those who didn't know the reason thought that the Zhang family had lost. And if you have to say the benefits, it may be that the combined forces of the three families will not take action in a short period of time. Finally I can go back, Li Zhirui, who received the notice, said excitedly. He has been studying the Dharma image these days. After returning to Wangxin Mountain, he can start to try it. The Dharma image not only has a strong combat power, but also is the path of cultivation for the combined cultivators. If you want to break through the Mahayana realm, you must break through the Dharma image by 100 feet. So no matter from which aspect, the matter of condensing the Dharma image must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Let's go. Li Zhirui waited for half an hour. After all the clansmen were packed up, they activated the cloud ship and flew to Wangxin Mountain in the southeast. Before leaving, they met a group of Zhang family cultivators. Their attitude towards the Li family also changed from indifference and neglect to hostility and anger. The 1,000 miles of land that you took away by chance, we will take it back sooner or later, a Liangsu cultivator said angrily. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. This man was quite courageous. He actually broke out that the Zhang family was going to attack the Li family. It seems that the Zhang family's dissatisfaction with the Li family has been expressed in words, and so many cultivators know it. If the war had not just ended, the Zhang family still had a lot of things to deal with, and they might have planned to attack the Li family now. Really? Then I'll wait for you to come. After Li Zhirui finished speaking calmly, he asked someone to control the cloud ship to leave. 9 brother, Daking, or most of the clan members, were still a little panicked and uneasy, because after fighting with the Zhang family this time, they had a clearer understanding of their strength. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Li Zhirui's confident look dispelled the anxiety and fear in the hearts of a large number of clan members. But in fact, Li Zhirui himself was not very reassured about this war that broke out at an unknown time, but he couldn't show it. Practice well, even if the Zhang family takes action at that time, as long as you have a strong strength. Are you afraid that you can't stop them? After returning to Wangxin Mountain, Li Zhirui talked about a commonplace topic and left. You can be confident in front of people, but in a corner where no one can see, Li Zhirui must make a foolproof plan. Although the Zhang family has experienced a lot of bad luck in recent years, and its strength has weakened a lot compared to before, it is not something that the Li family, who has just been promoted to combined force, can offend or challenge. Therefore, In order to survive this test, the Li family must use all their means and strength. Only in this way can the Li family have a chance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011 Acting. Sure, Au, Xiaoyu, how many years do you think it will take for you to break through to the fusion stage? As soon as he returned to Wangxin Mountain, Li Zhirui made an appointment with the three of them, but everyone was practicing, so it was not until more than a month later that the four of them met. Dad, why do you suddenly ask this? Li Chengshuo was a little confused. In her impression, Li Zhirui always attached importance to the foundation and would never ask such questions. The family is now facing some problems and needs more fusion cultivators to support it. Li Zhirui did not hide it and told the contradictions between the family and the Zhang family, as well as his worries. Although Li Zhirui was very confident in his own strength, he would not be so arrogant that he could fight against the entire Zhang family on his own. This was no different from a madman. And the reason why he found Li Chengshuo and others was that he saw that the three of them had obtained a great opportunity, and their entire bodies were reborn, and their qualifications had been greatly improved. Therefore, in Li Zhirui's view, the three of them were the most likely to break through to the fusion stage in a short period of time. After listening to this, Li Chengshuo pondered for a moment and said, in about 100 years, I can break through to the fusion. It will take me about 100 years, about that, Au and Xiaoyu said. Too fast. Will this affect your foundation? But Li Zhirui, who never thought that after getting the answer, was not only not happy, but also worried. The safety of the family is indeed of vital importance, but Li Zhirui did not want to ruin Li Chengshuo and his path to the Tao. Don't worry, Daddy, we have a lot of Taiyan moonlight deposited in our bodies, so our foundation will not be unstable. Moreover, 100 years is already very slow for us. If we try our best to break through to the fusion, we should be able to shorten the time by 20 to 30 years, Li Chengshuo explained confidently. After hearing this, even though Li Zhirui had received many opportunities, he was also shocked. This speed of cultivation was really too exaggerated. Don't be so anxious. You can break through in about 120 years. The Zhang family can't take care of us in a short time. Li Zhirui not only did not have an answer, but also further relaxed their time. According to his analysis, the Zhang family will be in the stage of licking their wounds and recovering their strength for 100 years. After all, the series of bad luck and wars have caused heavy losses to the Zhang family. If something unexpected happens during this period, this time will be further extended. This gave Li Zhirui hope that the family would be free from disaster. Once Li Chengshuo and the other two, even if only two of them break through the fusion, the Zhang family will not attack the Li family. Because the casualties of the Zhang family will become very large, the three forces that are in them will definitely not miss this great opportunity. Moreover, the Li family can also join forces with the combined forces of the Qingzhou sect to deal with the Zhang family. Although they were opponents not long ago, their interests are changing at any time. When the interests are consistent, the enemies of the previous moment may not be able to become allies. You should practice well. You don't need to waste your energy on family affairs. After Li Zhirui finished speaking, he drove the three people back to his cave. Chengshuo, after returning to the cave, Au's expression suddenly became solemn, and she said, you just heard what Uncle Jiu said, so do as he said, and don't think too much. Au was worried that Li Chengshuo would plan to quickly improve his cultivation and break through in a short time, so she reminded him. Don't worry, I won't destroy my foundation. I still believe in Daddy's ability in this regard. With him, the family will definitely be safe, Li Chengshuo assured. That's good, but we can't ignore the danger of the family. Under the premise of ensuring that there are no problems and hidden dangers, we should also speed up the cultivation speed appropriately. Au thought about it and took a slightly intermediate measure. Of course, the family provided a lot of help in their growth process. Now that they have the ability, they naturally have to take action. Not to mention that if the family is broken by the Zhang family, whether they escape by luck and become a casual cultivator from then on, or fall into the hands of the Zhang family, either become a slave or be directly beaten and killed, it is unacceptable. After Li Zhirui got the answer from Li Chengshuo and the others, he thought about it, sent a communication talisman to the clan leader Li Taiyao, and then went into the quiet room to start practicing. At any time, as long as you have strong strength, no matter what you encounter, you can easily deal with it. Time passed quickly, and a war in Shenyuanzhou caused a lot of losses to the several combined forces involved, so that they fell into a strange calm. But some people think this is a good opportunity. In the Jinsha Sea with rich spiritual energy and islands everywhere, the Lingdao built by the Zhang family is not very famous, but its strength is not bad. There are 10 combined monks and hundreds of liangsus sitting in. Those combined monks who are rarely seen in normal times are now gathered together. Looking at this posture, you know that what is coming next is not simple. The family is really too much. They have exploited us again and again, asking us to hand over 80% of the spiritual objects. If they really do this, then the spiritual objects we have cultivated with great effort will not fall into our hands at all. A certain fusion said indignantly, we have family resources to support us, but those tribesmen on the island are not treated as well as we are. If they hand over 80% of the spiritual objects, they will have no resources for cultivation. In fact, is this fusion elder really venting his anger for the tribesmen he mentioned? How is it possible? He said this entirely because the family was too cruel. With this knife, how can he get a large number of spiritual objects from the island and continue to maintain his cultivation speed? And this matter is not just him who is involved, everyone present is involved. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Now the family is hindering their cultivation, which is even worse than the former. That's right. We must not accept this order from our family. From 60% a few years ago, it has soared to 90% in just a few years. In another year or two, won't we have to hand it all over? The sea has been turbulent in recent years. Not only did our family not give us support, but they also continuously extracted various resources from the island, causing heavy casualties among the clan members. The family did not even say anything. Several elders responded and refused to accept the family's order. They also did not have any high-end qualities. Everything was just for their own interests. You say, if we leave our family, will we not have these troubles? And we will enjoy all the spiritual objects. Speed up cultivation and rush to the Mahayana realm, an elder suddenly said. For a moment, the whole scene was so silent that it made people feel terrible. No one spoke in agreement, and no one spoke in opposition, as if they had not heard the words at all. Do you really want to continue to be exploited by the family, 90% of the spiritual objects? If it becomes a routine in the future, will we have to starve on the island? Where will the cultivation resources come from? Are you willing to stop here? Seeing this, the elder said with dissatisfaction. It's easy to say that we should leave our family, but the family will never agree. Do you want to start a civil war? Another elder retorted. If we really fight, we are not without advantages. You know, our family just finished a war not long ago and suffered a lot of losses. And we don't need to win. As long as the family withdraws this order, it will be fine, the elder smiled cunningly. He is not stupid. He would really do something stupid like leaving an old combined force. Although they have 10 combined forces, this strength is really nothing in the Jinsha Sea. They need the strength and reputation of the family to ensure their own safety. Ho ha, good idea, the elder, who was originally doubtful, laughed out loud after knowing his real purpose. In this case, they have nothing to hesitate about. After all, spiritual objects are related to their future path, which cannot be lost. After discussing, they immediately took action. About half a month later, Wangsan Mountain. You mean, the cultivators on Zhang's Lingdao Island, after seeing the weakening of their family's strength, have developed the idea of independence. Li Taiao's mind was racing, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, is your information reliable? This matter is no longer a secret, and many cultivators have heard about it, the intelligence elder said truthfully. From this point of view, the Li family's intelligence gathering and spying capabilities are not very strong, and the news has already spread in a small range before they know it. Okay, I know. If there's any updated relevant information, please tell me as soon as possible. Li Taiao sent the man away and fell into deep thought. She was thinking about whether this matter was true or false. If it was true, then the Li family could do something in it to weaken the strength of the Zhang family. But if it was false, it was a trap specially designed by the Zhang family. If you take part in it, not only will there be no benefit, but it will cause trouble. There is too little information, let's wait a little longer. After thinking for a long time, Li Taiao could not make a decision. so he had to wait for follow-up information. Dozens of days passed, and the intelligence elder came to report this time. Patriarch, the Zhang family seems to have really had internal strife. Both sides have already fought in Xiaoan Immortal City, and there have even been casualties. Li Tao, who heard the exact news, was also quite shocked, and said, "Are so many cultivators in the Zhang family crazy? They actually dare to split up. If the Zhang family in Shenyuanzhao and Jinshisi area split into two forces, then no matter which side it is, the strength of the Zhang family will be weakened. And this, no matter from which angle you look at it, is a very good thing for the Li family." Patriarch, should we take action? The intelligence elder asked in a low voice. Li Tao immediately came back to his senses and said, "Forget it, since the Zhang family is on the verge of decline, we should not join in the fun, so as not to cause trouble." The Li family thought so, which did not mean that other forces also thought so. Many forces had secretly helped the Linggao Zhang family. But it didn't take long for everyone to realize that this was a play performed by the Zhang family. Those forces that had participated in it were really miserable. They had paid a lot of spiritual objects, but not only did they not get a pleasing answer, but they fell into the calculations of the Zhang family. Ha, I didn't expect those forces to be so generous and give out a lot of good things. Inside the Zhang family's territory, a group of elders couldn't help but smile when they heard this. Do you know which forces want to make trouble secretly? The Zhang family is planning to settle accounts later. Isn't there that combined Li family? The head of the sect suddenly asked. In the eyes of the Zhang family's senior executives, the easiest territory to take back is the 1,000-mile land given to the Li family. When the Li family played tricks on the contract, why didn't the Zhang family do the same? For example, the contract did not say that the Zhang family could not take it back from the Li family, so the Zhang family paid so much attention to the Li family. No, then continue to inquire about the various movements of the Li family. On the Wangsan mountain, Li Tao breathed a sigh of relief because he avoided this calculation. I really didn't expect that the Zhang family was actually acting. The believable battle and the many fallen monks were also part of the performance. Of course, the identities of those fallen monks are questionable. This small storm caused by the Zhang family soon subsided. But it seemed to have just begun, because many cultivators disappeared or fell inexplicably. Spring went and autumn came, and 10 years passed in a hurry. On this day, a huge spiritual energy vortex appeared in Wangsan Mountain, and the rolling spiritual energy rushed towards a quiet room. Which ancestor is breaking through? The momentum is too terrible. Is it the same as Ruzu, striving for fusion? But I have never heard of any ancestor in the family who has achieved this step. This cave seems to be the room of Chengshuo's ancestor? Could it be that she has broken through? Li Chengshuo made such a big commotion for an ordinary small realm breakthrough, which shocked the clan members. However, the clan members were still very happy about this sudden breakthrough, because the strength of the family became stronger. What was even more shocking was that in less than half a month, almost the same scene was staged again, and another ancestor in the late stage of refining emptiness appeared. More than a month later, a similar situation appeared again in Wangsan Mountain. In just 2 months, the Li family had 3 more cultivators in the late stage of refining emptiness, which really surprised the clan members. Fortunately, it was a breakthrough in a small realm, and the outside world was not very clear, otherwise it would definitely attract a lot of prying eyes. Finally back, Zhang Fengwu, who was exhausted, looked at Wangsan Mountain not far away, and a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. He murmured, "I don't know if Shu'er is back." While thinking, a spiritual light broke through the sky and entered Wangsan Mountain without any hindrance. The first time Zhang Fengwu returned to Wangsan Mountain, he went to see the caves of Li Zhirui, Li Chengshuo and others. When he saw that their caves were all in the state of array activation, he was relieved. "Fengwu, you are finally back." Feng Peng, Long Li and King Niao, who received the news, all came to see her as soon as possible. "Yes, I didn't expect that I would stay outside for so long, but I gained a lot. At least a breakthrough to the late stage of refining emptiness will be very smooth," Zhang Fengwu said with emotion. "You haven't slacked off in your cultivation over the years, and you have made great progress." Chapter 1012 Joining Forces. The family has developed quite well in recent years. I have sensed a lot of refining aura along the way, Zhang Fengwu asked with a smile. Shenjie, Shu'er and the others should have broken through to the middle stage of refining aura now, right? Both of them have indeed broken through. But Cheng Shuo broke through to the late stage of refining ore a few years ago, Feng Peng said. Zhirui even achieved the fusion many years ago. What? Even with Zhang Fengwu's temperament, hearing that Li Cheng Shuo was already in the late stage of refining ore and Li Zhirui had broken through to the fusion many years ago, her heart was still stirred. She is only in the middle stage of refining ore now. Although she is confident that she can make further progress within 10 years, she is still far behind the two. After a long while, Zhang Fengwu digested this news and shook his head and said, "It seems that my cultivation speed is still too slow. Don't underestimate yourself. Ninth Brother's cultivation has always been far superior to ours. It is normal for him to break through to the fusion stage." Cheng Shuo had been training outside for hundreds of years before and got a great opportunity, so he has such a cultivation speed now. At the end, not only Feng Peng, but also Long Li and King Niao were envious. Zhang Fengwu is not a self-pitying person, and soon calmed down. Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Oh? What opportunity made you so envious?" Cheng Shuo didn't elaborate. Although Li Cheng Shuo concealed a lot of information, they were able to cultivate to the refining void realm, so they had some vision and probably guessed a little. Zhang Fengwu nodded, thinking thoughtfully, it seems that Shu'er got an extraordinary opportunity, otherwise he would not be so secretive. Fengwu, you came back at the right time. The family may face a big war next, Feng Peng told the conflict between the family and the Zhang family. Zhang family, after Zhang Fengwu heard this, his expression suddenly became solemn. Although he learned from Feng Peng that the strength of the Zhang family has weakened a lot, with the current strength of the family, there is still a huge gap between the two. The family is not the opponent of the Zhang family at all. I don't know if the family has come up with any way to deal with this war, Long Li sighed worriedly. It's nothing more than forming alliances, or strengthening one's own strength. The latter requires time, but from Feng Peng's words, the Zhang family is ready to make a move. After all these years of recovery, they can no longer hold back. So the only way for the Li family now is to unite the Qingzhou sect, the He family, and the Huayang sect, the three combined forces that invaded Shantung Prefecture. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered a union, because the Li family is not strong enough, and now the Li family needs help. I guess the family has secretly sent clansmen to communicate with the three forces, but I don't know what the situation is. Just as Zhang Fengwu thought, the Li family has secretly arranged 3 teams to visit the Qingzhou sect, the He family, and the Huayang sect to discuss the attack on the Zhang family. Patriarch Master, the Li family sent several cultivators to discuss an attack on the Zhang family. All 3 families received the news. The other 2 families were slightly interested in this, but the head of the Qingzhou sect snorted coldly and said, "How dare the Li family send people here? In the previous battle, they have caused the lives of many disciples, then I will capture them and avenge my fellow disciples," the cultivator said, then bowed and walked away. Idiot. If this kind of thing gets out, who will be willing to contact and interact with us in the future? The head scolded, saying, "Let them in, I want to see what they can do to convince me." Yes, the disciple responded and retreated. Not long after, several Li family cultivators were brought in, led by Li Zhangxin, who is in the middle stage of the refining void realm. Head, several Li family Taoist friends are here, come in, meet the head of the Qingzhou sect. Li Zhangxin and several clansmen bowed their heads to greet him. "I wonder why you all came here suddenly." After the head showed them a seat, he asked them very directly about their purpose. "The Zhang family is ambitious and covets the territory of our Li family. However, our Li family is not strong enough to stop them, so we would like to ask the headmaster for help." Li Zhangxin also said it bluntly. Because there is nothing to hide, they may not know the specific situation of the Li family, but they are still clear about their general strength. Although doing so puts the Li family in a weak position, it may not be a bad thing at certain times. "How? You are self-aware," the headmaster sneered and asked, "since you have come to our door, I think you have a plan in mind. Tell me about it." The family has sent 3 teams to the Gizan, the He family and the Huayang sect to ask for help. As for the plan, it is also very simple. That is, when the Zhang family attacks us, you, the headmaster, just launch an attack in time. The Li family's strategy is very superficial, without so many conspiracies and tricks. The Zhang family will definitely guess that you are coming for help, and they may use their tricks against you. They will send many cultivators to attack you openly, but secretly set various traps, and even, the head looked at Li Zhangxin with cold eyes and said, This may be a play performed by your two families together. They want to use this to trap and kill our disciples. If you don't believe it, this is the contract of the Li family's destiny, as a testimony. Obviously, the Li family has thought that they are not trusted and have made preparations in advance. The head of the sect moved his eyes slightly, took the contract and read it, and after a moment, he chuckled and said, "The Li family's plan is not as simple as you said, because there is a contract in the contract that King's Hu sect sends a part of the cultivators to follow Li Zhirui and others to secretly enter Wangxianfeng City to lurk. After the Zhang family takes action, they will suddenly attack at the first time and leave the part of the cultivators who attacked the Zhang family, thereby greatly weakening the strength of the Zhang family. There are not many contractual provisions on the Daojian. Apart from the above point, there is only the Dao oath that proves the sincerity of the Li family and that they will not join forces with the Zhang family to deal with the King's Hu sect. In other words, the Li family does not want to further participate in the war between them and the Zhang family, but only wants to protect their own inheritance and safety. When do you think the Zhang family will take action? The head of the sect put the Daojian aside and asked casually. Within 10 years. It may even be faster, Li Zhirui said, the inference made by the family after collecting a lot of intelligence. That means the Zhang family has recovered, the head of the sect said to himself, his eyes narrowed slightly, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he slowly spoke. King's Hu sect can sign a Dao letter to help the Li family ambush the Zhang family, but while lurking in the market you mentioned, the Li family needs to provide them with sufficient cultivation resources. Li Zhirui frowned slightly. When they set out, the family gave them certain permissions, but the head of the sect also knows that the Li family is just a newly promoted combined family with limited resources. It can even be said that there is no 7th level spiritual object. I am afraid that it cannot meet this condition. It can only provide some 6th level top grade precious pills. Li Zhirui did not ask how many cultivators the King's Hu sect would send to lurk, because it was destined not to be too many. After all, the King's Hu sect would also have to take action. 6th level top grade precious pills. The head of the sect reacted instantly and said, Li Zhirui is also an alchemist. Why didn't the sect collect this information? In fact, it can't be blamed on them, because the precious pills refined by Li Zhirui have not been sold for many years, and even within the family, there are very few precious pills refined by him. First, in recent years, Li Zhirui has either been running around or practicing in seclusion, and has very little time to refine pills. Occasionally, when he has time to refine pills, it is for himself, Daking, or Li Changsheng and others. Secondly, the family has developed well in recent years, and there are already many alchemists. Their level is also very good. Not only can they meet the family's internal consumption, but they can also be sold to the outside. So King's Hu sect naturally didn't know that Li Zhirui was a 6th level alchemist. Yes, of course, the number will not be too many. After all, Ruzu also broke through the fusion and his cultivation level increased greatly, so he occasionally refined a 6th level top grade treasure pill. Li Zhirui covered it up a little. That's not bad. The head of the sect was instantly less interested in this. King's Hu sect also has several 7th level alchemy masters. If Li Zhirui's alchemy talent is high enough, perhaps he can still look up to him, but after hearing what Li Zhirui said, the head of the sect knew that his talent should be above average. Even if he can become a 7th level alchemist in the future, it is unknown how many years it will be. After all, the Li family does not have so many 7th level spiritual objects for him to practice. The King's Hu sect has agreed to this matter. You wait for a few days and then go to the Li family together. The head of the sect took out a 7-color spiritual bamboo and pointed it at the Daojian. The Daojian split into two and fell into the hands of both parties. As for the last request made by the head of the sect, it was not included in the Daojian. Okay. Thank you, head of the sect this time. After that, Li Zhirui took his clansmen and left. The King's Hu sect, a force that had conflicts with the Li family, agreed. After some discussion, the He family and the Huang sect also agreed. After all, the feasibility of the Li family's plan seems to be quite high. And with the Daojian as a guarantee, the credibility is not low, unless the Li family wants to be rejected by the heavenly Dao. A few days later, 3 spiritual lights rose from the 3 families' residences and soon disappeared. After a long journey, about a month later, they entered the market one after another. The reason why it took so long was, of course, to avoid the sight of other forces and minimize the risk of leakage. Wangxian Mountain. Well done, Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui quickly ended his practice after receiving the communication talisman from Li Zhangxin and others. How strong are they? The King's Hu sect sent 2 combined masters and 10 refining masters. The He family and the Huang sect only sent 1 combined master, but the number of refining masters is more, 20 and 30 respectively. Li Zhirui thought about it in his mind, nodded, and said, the Zhang family can send at most 5 combined masters and hundreds of refining masters to attack Wangsun Mountain. With the strength of these 3 families, they can suffer heavy losses, but you have to restrain yourself a little, don't go too far, otherwise the Zhang family will be crippled by the 3 families, and the family will not have an easy life in the future. The Li family has been for their own interests from beginning to end. And the King's Hu sect doesn't know about the Li family's little tricks? Of course they know. But they don't care, because they also know themselves and understand that they can snatch some territory from the Zhang family, but it is impossible to destroy the Zhang family. Ruizu, the King's Hu sect has made a request to let them provide cultivation resources for the cultivators lurking in the market. Li Zhangxin was a little embarrassed because the other 2 did not have any additional conditions. But since King's Hu sect has it, the other 2 families cannot be missing, otherwise the other 2 cultivators will complain, and if they don't work hard, the Li family will be the one to suffer. It doesn't matter, it's just some resources, which is nothing compared to the safety of the family. Li Zhirui didn't care much about it. As long as the Li family survived this disaster, the Li family could develop with peace of mind. When Li Changshu, Au, and Xiaoyu break through the fusion, the Li family will have the power to protect themselves, enough to protect their own land. And the surrounding combined forces will also be cautious and will no longer act recklessly against the Li family like the Zhang family. Be prepared, don't retreat these years unless it is necessary. After that, Li Zhirui gave Li Zhangxin and others generous rewards and sent them away. The Li family seemed to be unaware that they had been targeted by the Zhang family. As usual, they cultivated spiritual veins, opened up spiritual fields, and planted various spiritual objects in the mountain and sea plains. The Shanhai Plain is the 1,000-mile boundary from Wangsun Mountain to the East China Sea. Originally, more than half of this area was hilly, but it took more than 10 years for the Li family to level it with a large number of cultivators. As for the extra rocky soil, the Li family poured it into the near sea, expanding the land by hundreds of miles. Seeing that the Li family spent a lot of manpower, material resources and financial resources to level the Shanhai Plain, the Zhang family planned to take action, and there was no hidden plan. After all, in the eyes of the Zhang family, the strength of the Li family was just like that, not worth mentioning. They had not taken action before, waiting for the Li family to help develop the spiritual land so that they could enjoy the fruits of their labor. Secondly, the Zhang family had suffered a lot of losses at that time, and they had to hurry up to recover. With an attitude of contempt and disdain for the Li family, the Zhang family only prepared for 7 days and sent a large army of cultivators straight to Wangsun Mountain. Little Li, as long as you surrender obediently, you can be spared. A combined cultivator of the Zhang family stood in the air and shouted arrogantly. Li Zhirui, who was comprehending the recipe of the elixir, rushed out without hesitation the moment he received the communication talisman. Beside him were Deking, Zhaoqing, Li Shengsheng and other members of the Liangsu clan. Zhang Fengwu also flew into the center of the formation at the first time, leading a group of formation masters to preside over the mountain protection formation. Except for a few members of the clan who had broken through in seclusion, all other cultivators appeared in the open space. If you look closely, you will find that the expressions of most of the clan members are filled with fear and even despair. Because in order to keep it secret, Li Zhirui did not make public the news that he had joined forces with the 3 combined forces of the King's Hu sect. These clan members would naturally feel fear when they saw the powerful Zhang family cultivators, who were several times stronger than the family. It must be said that the Zhang family really underestimated the strength of the Li family. They only sent 4 combined cultivators and dozens of Liangsu. As for the number of cultivators such as Huishan and Yuanying, they were not small, but their role was not great. Chapter 1013 Annihilation. The number of cultivators sent by the Zhang family is indeed not small, and their strength is far greater than that of the Li family, but the problem is that they are attacking the Li family's land. This is the place where the Li family has the strongest defense. It's not that the Zhang family can't take Wangsun Mountain, but with the strength of this army of cultivators alone, if they want to break through the defense of the Li family, they will have to pay a heavy price. You know, The Li family's mountain protection formation is not a 6th level formation, but a 7th level formation. And the person who set up the formation, Zhang Fengwu, has returned to the family. With her in charge, the formation will surely be able to exert its full power. It is impossible for the Zhang family not to know the grade of the Li family's mountain protection formation, but they still only sent these cultivators. In addition to guarding against the 3 major forces of the Qingzhou sect, the most important thing is to despise the Li family. Whatever you have, just use it. Let's see if you can break through my star formation. Zhang Fengwu's voice was transmitted through the formation, not only throughout the entire Wangsan Mountain, but also within a radius of dozens of miles. At the same time, a communication talisman flew out from the back mountain and headed straight for the market. Ha ha ha, today I will let you know that even if we are from the same combined family, the gap is like a chasm. The 4 combined Zhangs did not take Zhang Fengwu's words seriously. And the next action also proved that the Zhang family had the confidence to be arrogant. Boom boom, I saw that thousands of cultivators were uniformly pinching their fingers and casting spells, and the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles swarmed in. A spiritual energy fluctuation was very terrifying and exaggerated, and the power was even more terrifying. The magical power quickly took shape. An extremely large fire lotus appeared out of thin air. The moment it bloomed completely, a pillar of fire fell from the sky and attached to the mountain protection formation and burned fiercely. The formation shook violently, and the spiritual light became dim. If it continued like this, I am afraid that within a quarter of an hour, the formation would be burned. Seeing this scene, the clansmen in Wangsan Mountain became more panicked. The mountain protection formation that they had high hopes for was so vulnerable in front of the Zhang family. Can they really survive this disaster? Zhang Fengwu, who was in charge of the formation, changed his expression and immediately injected the spiritual energy and starlight that he had accumulated into the formation. With a humming sound, the formation defense instantly became stronger. At least the speed of spiritual fire destruction was much slower. It's time to act. Li Zhirui frowned slightly. The combined attack technique of the Zhang family was indeed terrifying. He said in a deep voice, "All clansmen, go all out to kill the Zhang family monks." Before he finished speaking, Li Zhirui's attack had already taken shape. A dark cloud quickly formed above the heads of the Zhang family monks, and heavy rain poured down. Those who reacted a little slower could not avoid being drenched by the cold rain. Before they could dispel the cold air, Li Zhirui changed the spell, and the cold air turned into ice needles in their bodies, wreaking havoc. A large number of Zhang family monks knelt down on the spirit ship in pain, wailing loudly in pain, and some even couldn't bear it and turned into corpses. Damn it, the faces of the combined monks became extremely ugly, and they immediately dispersed the dark clouds and dissolved the cold air in the bodies of the clansmen. But after they came into contact with those tribesmen, their faces became more ugly, because although many tribesmen were lucky enough to survive, their internal organs and meridians were severely damaged. This kind of injury cannot be cured overnight, and there is a high probability that it cannot be cured, and they will become useless from now on. And the injured tribesmen, no less than 300. Speaking of it, they are also arrogant. They are obviously riding on the best spirit ship, but they don't support the defensive spiritual light. As a result, they are easily defeated by Li Zhirui. With just one move, the Zhang family suffered heavy losses. Li Zhirui, today I will make you die without a burial place. Several combined cultivators were furious, and the raging anger in their hearts was vented towards Li Zhirui. 4 powerful combined magical powers all attacked Li Zhirui, with flames soaring into the sky, violent winds raging, golden swords sharp, and huge rocks heavy. Each magical power put great pressure on the tribesmen. Is the gap between refining emptiness and fusion so huge? Zhang Fengwu, Daking, Li Shengsheng and other members of the Liangsu clan felt that they were insignificant in front of these 4 magical powers, and even a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. If they are not resolved in time, they may become a demon in the future. As for the other members of the clan, these problems do not exist, because their strength is too weak and they can't feel it at all. And Li Zhirui, who was targeted, dared not hide his strength in the face of such a powerful attack. He immediately mobilized all the power of the cave heaven to bless himself, and his aura suddenly expanded. It was completely impossible to tell that he was a combined cultivator who had just broken through for more than 100 years and had not even condensed his Dharma image. I will disperse 2 of the attacks. Fengwu, you mobilize the power of the formation to block 1, Daking, Zhaoking, You work together to weaken the last one, okay? Li Zhirui's thunderous voice awakened everyone from fear. Li Zhirui not only mobilized all the mana in his body, but even drained the power of the cave heaven, and finally condensed an ancient and unadorned wooden sword and a vast blue gem in front of him. A sword across the sky, a pearl to suppress the world, broke the two magical powers abruptly, and even had the remaining strength to attack the spirit ship. Zhang Fengwu inherited his life magic weapon, madly squeezed his own magic power, and a sun god light shot out of the air, instantly shattering the mountain-like boulder. Deking, Zhaoking and other virtual cultivators worked together and used various means to stop the raging wind. The expressions of the Zhang family became very solemn. The Li family, which they didn't take seriously, was much stronger than they expected. You know, 2 of the 4 combined are in the middle stage of the combined, and 2 are in the late stage of the combined. As a result, Li Zhirui shattered the killer moves of the 2 late stage of the combined with his own strength. And the other 2 killer moves were also resolved by the Li family. At this moment, all the Zhang family cultivators had the same idea in their hearts. They underestimated the enemy. This time attacking the mountain is much more difficult than they imagined. Everyone, attack the spirit ship with all your strength. Li Zhirui's voice became hoarse at some point, but it greatly inspired the people and boosted their morale. The fear in the hearts of the tribesmen was swept away, and their fighting power seemed to have increased a lot. Damn it, a Zhang family combined cultivator cursed and shouted, everyone, use the combined attack technique again. No. Many tribesmen's meridians can't withstand the continuous use of secret techniques. Another combined cultivator quickly sent a message to stop him. No need now. Once we tangle with the Li family again, we won't be able to exert the corresponding power. But the man looked cold and didn't take this issue to heart at all. Do you want to lose face and return in defeat? After these words came out, the combined cultivator who wanted to stop them shut up and stopped talking. They brought so many tribesmen to attack the Li family this time. If they go back like this, not only will they lose face, but other forces will also think that the family's strength has greatly decreased. At that time, they may find something bad. I think we should ask for help from the family. Otherwise, even if we can conquer Wongsun Mountain, there will definitely be very serious losses, another late-stage fusion cultivator who had not spoken said slowly. However, he seemed to have just notified the others, and regardless of whether they agreed or not, he directly activated a 1,000-mile sound transmission node. Go all out. Don't let any of the Li family cultivators go. With this roar, the Zhang family's cultivators finally began to pay attention to the strength of the Li family. Although the Li family had the upper hand before, when the Zhang family got serious and all the cultivators went all out, it would be difficult for the Li family to deal with it. Li Zhirui glanced at a place outside the mountain, and then turned to the clan members and said, this kind of experience is rare, so everyone must seize the opportunity and polish themselves well. People like Daking knew the inside story. After hearing what Li Zhirui said, they naturally understood the hidden meaning in an instant, and immediately stopped holding back and attacked the Zhang family cultivators with all their strength. But more clansmen were kept in the dark. They didn't know that the Li family was actually safe, so they still had a skeptical attitude towards these words and didn't dare to really do their best. Humph. Overestimate your own ability. Don't know whether to live or die? Seeing the fierce resistance of the Li family, a combined cultivator snorted disdainfully and said, let them see how big the gap is between the two families. Because of the outbreak of Daking and others, the situation that was finally balanced was tilted again with the powerful offensive of the Zhang family. Li Zhirui was very nervous. He was worried that the clansmen could not withstand such a powerful and fierce attack, but in the end he chose to believe them and did not immediately call out the traces of the King's Hu sect and other cultivators. Of course, they were not idle either. They quietly arranged various formations on the periphery. If the Zhang family wanted to retreat, it would be a trap. Li Zhirui had been paying attention to the situation of the clansmen. When he found that some of them could not hold on, he encouraged his magic power and shouted loudly, fellow Taoists, after watching the show for so long, it's time to take action, right? As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the cultivators present changed. The unaware clan members were delighted, thinking that the clan was safe, while the Zhang clan cultivators were extremely alert. Their attack speed slowed down a lot, and their consciousness frantically checked the surroundings, but they found nothing. Tisk, a certain fusion sneered, saying, you think we will be fooled by such a despicable method? Ha 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 ha. As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of laughter around. The Li family is strong. I think even if we don't take action, this group of people can't do anything to you. Besides, doesn't Dao Liao also have the idea of using them as stepping stones to train your own family members? We are just following Dao Liao's wishes." Along with these words, 4 fusions and 60 refining virtual cultivators appeared. There were not many people, and their strength was just so-so, but they just happened to join forces with the Li family to trap them in the middle. Damn it, in an instant, the Zhang family knew that they had fallen into a trap, and their situation became very dangerous. Rumble. Dozens of cultivators in perfect condition used their magical powers in unison. Although they did not have the blessing of the combined attack technique, their lethality was still terrifying. The defensive aura of the Zhang family's 7th level spiritual ship soon became dim and shaky, as if it would break in the next moment. But it was not over yet, because the attack of thousands of cultivators of the Li family followed closely and hit the spiritual ship. If the Zhang family had not seen the bad situation and hurriedly placed a large number of high-quality spiritual stones, replenished a large amount of spiritual energy in time, and restored the defense would definitely be broken by the torrent of magic of the Li family this time. Fellow Taoist Li, show off all your skills. They sent a letter to the Zhang family for help half an hour ago. It won't be long before the Zhang family's reinforcements will arrive, the combined cultivator of the King's Hu sect reminded with a big laugh. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He thought these people were arrogant and would not ask for help. It seems that there are still cautious people. Attack with all your strength. Don't let them escape. After saying that, Li Zhirui's 10 fingers flew, and a large number of spells were cast. Suddenly, a huge ocean appeared around the spirit ship, and a violent storm was set off. The spirit ship was like a small boat, floating on the sea. Soon, the spirit ship was caught in a water spout. The endless storm destroyed the spirit ship, making all the monks on the ship look extremely solemn. If this continues, they will probably be turned into meat paste in the storm. The defense of the 7th level spirit ship is good, but it can't withstand such continuous attacks. Break it for me. A certain Zhang family fusion knew that this could not go on. He injected a lot of mana into his life magic weapon, a black sword, and slashed at the storm fiercely. A domineering and powerful spiritual light turned into a huge sword of 100 feet. Bang! The huge storm was directly split in half, and the problem encountered by the spirit ship was successfully solved, and the sea below was also cut by 20% by this sword. Awesome! This move, even if he was in the late stage of fusion, he felt tired. Similarly, even the opponent sincerely sent his blessings. But this move consumes too much energy, and his meridians can't bear it. But how much strength do you have after this move? So, stay here. The 3 families' combined cultivators attacked without hesitation, and the remaining 60 refining cultivators followed closely, showing a bit of their own style. The strength of the Li family cultivators is not strong, but they are close and protected by the star formation, so all the clansmen can attack boldly. Li Zhirui flew out of the formation and joined the 4 combined cultivators of King's Hu sect to contribute his strength to destroy the Zhang family cultivators. It's over. Seeing this scene in front of him, a Zhang family cultivator collapsed to the ground and lost hope of life. He, or they, never thought that in just a quarter of an hour, the Zhang family fell into a life and death crisis. Time passed quickly during the battle, and more than an hour passed unknowingly. We can't delay any longer. This was the common thought of Li Zhirui and the 5 combined cultivators. After such a long time, the support from the Zhang family will probably arrive soon. If we don't get rid of them quickly, there will be no chance. The Zhang family suffered heavy casualties in the attack of the 2 groups. Now there are only the 4 combined and less than 100 monks of various realms left. The others are either dead or have run out of mana and can't do anything. I will remember this account in the Zhang family. We will definitely pay it back 100-fold in the future. After saying that, the 4 of them burst into Dharma at the same time and rushed towards somewhere. Chapter 1014 Promotion. Maybe there will be, but unfortunately, you won't see it, the merged person from King's Hu sect said calmly. The other people watched their backs as they left, but did not try to stop them. It was not because they could not catch up, but because there was no need. The 4 people did not expect that a net had been laid around them. If they did not escape, they might have lived for a while longer, but now they were trapped in the formation. In order to succeed in this sneak attack, the 3 forces of King's Hu sect could not produce many spiritual objects at the bottom of the box. For example, Now they ran into the 9 heavens purple thunder formation of the He family. This is a 7th level top grade formation with an attack power comparable to that of an 8th level formation. Boom boom boom, the moment the formation was activated, thousands of thunder struck down in an instant, drowning the 4 people. If they were not all experienced people, they would not have had time to react. But even if they barely survived the first wave of attacks, the subsequent endless thunder was enough to make the 4 people despair. The spirit of the few people who saw no hope of escape was about to dissipate. Don't give up. I have asked for help from my family before, and they will arrive soon. At the critical moment, it was the old man who brought him the last glimmer of hope. That's right. Just hold on for a moment. We can survive. Li family. King's Hu sect. He family. Hoang sect. If I escape this disaster, I will fight you to the death. The will of several people was no longer depressed, but they did not think that this was only the killer move of the He family, and there were 2 other major forces that had not yet made a move. Dong dong dong. At some point, a fierce drum sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth, and the 4 people's hearts were surging, their hearts were beating wildly, and their eyes gradually turned red, as if they had lost their minds, and they fought against the thunder frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The drum sound became more and more intense, their heartbeats were almost at their limit, and the whole person was like a cooked shrimp, with an abnormal red color all over the body, but the 4 Zhang family cultivators seemed unaware. The restless witch drum. Li Zhirui, who was not far away, looked at the simple and even somewhat worn-out drum in the hands of the Hoang sect's combined body, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This rare magic weapon that can control emotions and make the opponent fall into it unconsciously is extremely powerful, especially when used on the battlefield. It is definitely a killer. I wonder what the killing move of the King's Hu sect is. Li Zhirui's eyes swept across the 2 combined bodies. The 2 seemed to have sensed something, smiled slightly, and pinched out a spell, and then the 4 Zhang family monks who were about to die suddenly grew several green bamboos in their bodies. As the green bamboos grew rapidly, their bodies also shrank quickly, and finally turned into ashes. Li Zhirui felt a chill in his heart. When did the secret method of the King's Hu sect perform? With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that this is a parasitic secret method, but Li Zhirui searched through his memory and could not find the time and action of the King's Hu sect's move, and the 4 people had no reaction. Unknowingly, parasitism can be completed. This secret method is really terrifying. Just from the comparison of the means just revealed, the King's Hu sect is undoubtedly the most powerful, followed by the Hoang sect's Zhaox and Wu, and finally the He family's formation. Li Zhirui secretly compared in his heart. Of course, no matter which family it is, the strength and foundation are far superior to the Li family. Thank you all for your help. Li Zhirui instantly restrained his thoughts and said with a smile, the war is over, why not go into the mountain to rest for a while, so that I can do my best to thank all the Taoist friends. The strength of the Li family makes us feel amazed. I'm afraid it won't be long before they are not as good as you. The old man of the He family sighed. While Li Zhirui was shocked by their strength, were they not also surprised by the strength of the Li family? A newly promoted fusion whose Dharma image has not been condensed, actually withstood the killing moves of 2 late fusions by himself, and was able to maintain a strong combat power afterwards. The Li family's mountain protection formation, if they are not mistaken, is a 7th level composite formation. The Li family's void refining cultivators should not be underestimated. They have great potential and are not much worse than the excellent younger generations they have cultivated. They can assert that as long as the Li family continues to develop, it will become a powerful combined family within 1,000 years. And the 3 families do not have much conflict of interest with the Li family now. There is the Zhang family in the middle. Now they can leave a little incense and affection, which may be useful in the future. Yes, the cultivator of the Hoang sect echoed and said, but now the war between the sect and the Zhang family has broken out. We can't stay outside any longer. If we have time to come and bother you in the future, please don't despise us, fellow Taoist Li. What you said really makes me feel embarrassed. I will definitely welcome you when the time comes, Li Zhirui said with a look of panic. Ho ha, see you later. The few people greeted each other and left. All the storage magic weapons on the Zhang family cultivators were taken away by them. As for how to distribute them, it has nothing to do with the Li family. Anyway, the Li family has already got the best thing, time. In the next period of time, the Zhang family can no longer care about the Li family. They must send a large number of cultivators to the west to resist the three major forces of the Qingzhou sect. Regardless of whether the Zhang family wins or loses, there will be considerable casualties. Unless the Zhang family wants to solve the Li family immediately at all costs, as long as the Li family is given another 20 to 30 years, Li Chengshu, Au, and Xiaoyu will be able to break through the fusion one after another. At this time, the Li family no longer has to fear the threat of the Zhang family. Oh, we won! The moment Li Zhirui returned to Wangxin Mountain, all the clansmen cheered excitedly, roaring like a tidal wave, straight into the sky. Li Zhirui also smiled on his face. Although he paid a lot of spiritual objects, no clan members of the Li family died in this battle. This is the best news. Everyone has worked hard. After this battle, the family will no longer be threatened by the Zhang family, so if everyone has any insights, just rest assured to practice in seclusion. Li Zhirui said loudly. As for rewards, that was formulated by Li Taiao and others, and he didn't need to spend his mind. Therefore, after Li Zhirui finished speaking, he disappeared from the sight of the clansmen. His full strength burst this time was quite stressful for him, and he needed to recover for a while. Li Zhirui's departure did not calm the clansmen down, and they were still immersed in great joy. Because this time they defeated the Zhang family, the master of Shanyuan's Hao, whose strength far exceeded the combined power of the family. Despite the arrogance of the Zhang family, the strength of the monks they sent was not too strong, and the ambush of the three major forces of the Qingzhou sect, for many clansmen, this victory greatly improved their morale. The distant Zhang family land. The monk guarding the ancestral hall did not care about the broken life cards at first. After all, with so many monks in the Zhang family, it was normal for clansmen to die every day. But when dozens of life cards were broken, he immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly reported it to the elder in charge. When the elder hurried over and carefully looked at the identities of those life cards, he seemed to be relieved and said, "Don't worry too much, these are all the clansmen who went to attack the Li family. Although they looked down on the Li family, at least there was a combined cultivator in charge, so there would definitely be some casualties, so there was no need to make a fuss. Elder. It's not good." Something big happened, but just as he walked out of the ancestral hall, a terrified shout came from behind him. "What's wrong?" His tone was already a little impatient. It was clearly explained. Why was there such a fuss? Gulp. The man moistened his throat and said intermittently, "Just now more than 100 life cards were broken at the same time," but while he was talking, hundreds of life cards broke. This time, the elder finally realized that he had encountered a big thing. Dong dong dong, the rapid sound of the bell rang throughout the Zhang family's land, and everyone looked at the magnificent hall in confusion. The elders were sitting in it, discussing how to deal with the current situation. An hour ago, they sent a request for help. "I have arranged for the clan members to go. The Li family can't escape from our grasp." "You don't have to panic," the head of the sect said slowly. "Huh?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "This is good. Don't let them fail to take down a small Li family. That would be a joke." The reason why Li Zhirui and his team didn't see the support team was because they saw Qingzhou sect and others in the distance and knew that the Li family had joined forces with him. And he didn't bring many clan members. If they rushed up rashly, it would be the same as sending themselves to death. So they retreated, thinking of returning to the clan first, bringing more powerful forces, and then destroying the Li family in one fell swoop. But what people never expected was that they heard the bad news soon after they returned. The 4 combined clan members all died. No other clan members were spared. This is not the worst. The worst is that the Qingzhou sect, the He family, and the Huayang sect in the west launched an attack again. "What should we do now?" an elder asked with confused eyes. "It's the Li family's good luck that they escaped," the head of the Zhang clan snorted coldly. "Now is not the time to settle accounts with the Li family. They have to deal with the attack of the Qingzhou sect." The Zhang family's organization speed is still very fast. Not long after, several spirit ships cut through the sky and flew to their respective destinations. However, all this has nothing to do with the Li family. They have already withdrawn from the war. It was not until more than half a year later that the war was considered over. It seems that every force is a winner, and it seems that each loser has its own shortcomings. Because the Zhang family defended a large amount of territory and was not robbed, but many clansmen died, and their strength was greatly reduced. The other 3 major forces are just the opposite. The territory they occupied is too fragmented and there is no way to garrison. Fortunately, the casualties are not too large, otherwise they will not only return empty-handed this time, but also suffer heavy casualties. At that time, they may be punished by the family. The Li family did not care much about this news, because it had nothing to do with them. What they are doing now is to seize the time to improve their strength. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The head of the Zhang family lost his usual calmness and cursed wildly. Because this time, the Zhang family suffered too many casualties. Not only those who had achieved success in cultivation, but also those who were still growing up. It can be said that after rounds of wars, the new generation of the Zhang family can't produce a few decent cultivators. This situation is very dangerous. If there are a few more storms, the new generation of the family may be all finished. But with the current situation of the Zhang family, if this kind of thing really happens, the whole family will be in trouble. Because no matter how rich the foundation is, it is not enough for the Zhang family to consume so unbridled. I want everyone in the Li family to die without a burial place. Obviously, the Zhang clan leader blamed the Li family for the main reason of their failure. It is believed that it was because the Li family and the King's Hu sect joined forces to ambush and kill a group of Zhang family cultivators, which led to the decline of the Zhang family's strength and thus the disastrous defeat on the battlefield. Now, gather the clansmen and attack Wangsan Mountain. The Zhang clan leader seemed to have lost his mind. But with the current mentality of the clan members, it is not suitable to attack the Li family, and no one knows whether the ambush still exists, a certain elder said calmly. Other elders also opposed the clan leader's crazy move. Hearing that everyone opposed him, clan leader Zhang seemed to have regained his sanity. The expression on his face was restrained, and he said in a deep voice, "Sooner or later, one day, you will regret your actions today." The other elders were dismissive of this. As long as the Zhang family recovered their strength, what would the Li family matter? Haha, clan leader Zhang sneered, but said nothing more. Even the Li family, which they did not take seriously, all the clan members were working hard to practice, wanting to have stronger strength and a higher realm. Pearls flow in Jade's turn, and the sun resides in the moon. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. On this day, a powerful spiritual energy vortex appeared in Wangsan Mountain. Not long after, a powerful pressure swept through. And it was Zhang Fengwu who caused all this. She had gone out to train before, and when she returned to Wangsan Mountain, she wanted to practice in seclusion and seize the time to break through, but she didn't expect that the Zhang family would attack her family, so she had to postpone her seclusion. Fortunately, although it was delayed for a few years, it only took 5 years to break through, which was half of the 10 years she expected, which could be considered as a balance. Li Zhirui in the quiet room looked at her with a sense of something, and soon retracted his gaze. There was nothing to worry about Zhang Fengwu breaking through the late stage of Liangsu. But what happened next forced him to leave the quiet room. Rumble, Wangsan Mountain, which was originally peaceful, suddenly erupted with a huge roar at this moment. What happened? It seems to be the sound of Wangsan Mountain under our feet. Could it be that the earth dragon turned over? All the tribesmen showed confusion and uneasiness on their faces. If the earth dragon turned over, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the Li family. Don't worry, fortunately, at this time, Li Taiao's voice spread throughout Wangsan Mountain, and the power contained in the voice quickly soothed the uneasy hearts of the tribesmen. This is the movement caused by the advancement of the family's spiritual vein, not some earth dragon turning over. Chapter 1015 Weird. Rumble. The Wangsan Mountain under the feet was still trembling, but the uneasiness and doubts on the faces of the tribesmen had disappeared, replaced by expectation and surprise. Bang! After several hours, the spiritual vein was finally promoted, and a pure and huge spiritual energy gushed out, finally hitting the mountain protection formation, and turned into a drizzle and fell. All the tribesmen sat cross-legged on the spot without any hesitation, practicing the skills, seizing this opportunity, and absorbing the pure spiritual energy as much as possible. You know, you need to refine the spiritual energy in normal practice, but now you can just absorb it directly. A quarter of an hour later, everyone opened their eyes one after another. The family finally has a 7th level spiritual vein, Li Taiao exclaimed. In fact, a long time ago, the Li family had enough spiritual stones to complete the spiritual vein promotion, but at that time the Li family was not strong enough, and there was no combined cultivator sitting in, and the 7th level spiritual vein was easily envied. In the end, They had to settle for the second best and choose to cultivate a new 6th level spiritual vein. Since Li Zhirui broke through the fusion, the family has restarted the spiritual vein promotion. Because the Li family has no auxiliary formation, they can only let the spiritual veins promote themselves, so it took so many years to succeed. The spiritual energy in Wangsan Mountain has obviously risen to a higher level, especially in the valley where Li Zhirui and others are in seclusion. This is the intersection of the main spiritual points of the two meridians. It has really reached a state of dense mist. Boom. Just when everyone thought that the spiritual vein promotion was over and was ready to do their own things, suddenly there was a terrible pressure, and a dark air rushed into the sky. The way of heaven seemed to sense something. The sky, which was originally sunny and cloudless, suddenly became gloomy, and black clouds began to gather. Li Zhirui, who sensed a breath of thunder, rushed out of the cave at the first time and said loudly, "All clansmen stay away from Shuanggong Valley." As for those clansmen in seclusion, their caves contained formations to shield the breath, so they didn't have to worry about being thought of as someone interfering by the thunder. Daking, Amu and others who were just practicing normally immediately stopped the operation of their skills, turned into spiritual light and appeared outside the valley to help Li Chengshuo protect the law. Which ancestor is going to break through to the fusion state? It should be Ancestor Zheng, right? How is it possible? Did Ancestor Zheng just break through to the late stage of refining emptiness? Who else could it be? Besides her, are there other ancestors in the late stage of refining emptiness? Have you all forgotten about Ancestor Shuo, and the two spiritual ancestors Yu Jiao and Xiaoyu? They broke through to the late stage of refining emptiness many years ago, but that's not right. It's only been a few decades since they broke through. How could it be so fast? The others thought so too. It was really scary to break through in just a few decades. Could it be that there is an ancestor in the family who has never appeared in the world? The clan members talked about it and speculated about the person who was going through the tribulation. When the tribulation cloud was spread over dozens of acres and the thunder tribulation took shape, under the eyes of everyone, Li Chengshuo seemed to be covered in moonlight and appeared in the open space. Is it really Ancestor Shuo? Most of the clan members were stunned when they saw this scene. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Her realm has just been consolidated, right? Isn't it too dangerous to go through the tribulation so rashly? A clan member whispered. Who would joke about their own life and path, unless it is a last resort? Who would not try their best to improve their success rate of overcoming the tribulation? How could they take risks? Li Zhirui listened to the discussion of the tribesmen and did not speak out to stop them. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very nervous inside. Although Li Chengshuo had repeatedly assured him and was full of confidence, he still couldn't suppress his worries. But no matter what everyone thought, the first tribulation thunder still struck down. Li Chengshuo just raised his hand and lightly tapped it. A moonlight spiritual light shot out, and the tribulation thunder was instantly frozen, and then it broke and fell in midair. Hiss! Everyone looked at this terrifying scene in front of them, and their faces couldn't help showing disbelief. The next few tribulation thunders were not worth mentioning in front of Li Chengshuo, and she easily blocked them. Is Shuozu too strong, or is this tribulation thunder too weak? Why is it not as terrible as the previous tribulation of Ruzu? A tribe member said what was in his heart unconsciously. Li Zhirui, who always felt that there was something strange about this tribulation, suddenly looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky after hearing this. What's wrong? Da Qing, who was standing beside him, noticed that Li Zhirui's mood was a little strange, and asked in a voice transmission. There is something wrong with this thunder tribulation, Li Zhirui said with a serious look. In theory, the qualifications and strength of the person who crosses the tribulation will affect the power of the thunder tribulation, but Shuer's situation is unexpected. Just like when he crossed the tribulation, the thunder tribulation was very powerful, and even absorbed spiritual energy again in the middle to enhance its power, but this time when Li Chengshuo crossed the tribulation, there was no such situation at all. The power of the thunder tribulation was mediocre, as if it was giving her a break and ensuring that she would definitely survive this tribulation. But why did the Heavenly Dao do this? This is something that Li Zhirui couldn't figure out. Just as he was caught up in various speculations, Li Chengshuo's tribulation had come to an end. Rumble. The power of the last thunder tribulation was much stronger than the previous one, but it was also limited, and it did not cause any trouble to Li Chengshuo at all. Even the inner demon that had caused countless cultivators to sink and eventually fail did not let Li Chengshuo fall into it for too long. She easily eliminated it and completed this tribulation. As the inner demon dissipated, the tribulation cloud turned into a rich and pure spiritual energy. Li Zhirui compared it in his mind and found that it was much thicker than his original spiritual energy column. You know, Li Zhirui's qualifications, strength, accumulation, and opportunities can be said to be first class, and he was facing a powerful thunder tribulation, but in the end he was not as good as Li Changshuo. Too smooth, Li Zhirui sighed with a hint of inexplicable uneasiness. Daking didn't quite understand why he had such a reaction. Isn't it a good thing that Li Changshuo succeeded in tribulation and broke through the fusion? Facing Daking's inquiring eyes, Li Zhirui shook his head and said nothing more. He planned to wait for Li Changshuo to come out of retreat and ask him in person. He could also wait for Yu and Xiaoyu to break through the tribulation and see their situation. If it was the same, it might be a problem with the opportunities they got when they traveled before. Shu'er has broken through before us again this time. Zhang Fengwu waited until the thunder tribulation dissipated before coming out of the cave. So she didn't see the tribulation in front of her, but only saw Li Changshuo return to the cave to consolidate his cultivation after absorbing spiritual energy. It's not necessarily a good thing. Li Zhirui said something strange and left. At the same time, a spiritual light flew out of his hand, but it was a communication talisman posted at the door of Li Changshuo's cave. What's wrong with Zhirui? Zhang Fengwu asked Daking in confusion. Daking described some of Li Zhirui's strange behaviors just now, and was also very puzzled. Even if Shu'er's thunder tribulation is a little less powerful, it shouldn't be so surprising, right? Zhang Fengwu also nodded in agreement. In the final analysis, they had not personally experienced the combined thunder tribulation, and based on their feelings of watching from a distance, they did not have enough understanding of the gap between the two. So later, Li Zhirui did not waste his words to explain. The Li family has once again given birth to a combined cultivator. This news was like wings, and it quickly spread to all the surrounding areas. The Li family's strength has increased too quickly. It's only been a few years, and they have once again cultivated a combined cultivator. It seems that the previous rumor may not be groundless. What rumor? A cultivator asked curiously. The Li family is actually a family that fled here. Most people thought that the Li family was originally just a virtual refining force, but now it seems that at least they are a combined force. Otherwise, a force without foundation would not be able to rise so quickly. No wonder, the cultivators around suddenly realized. The independent cultivators were not very interested in the news of the second combined cultivator of the Li family, because the increase in the strength of the Li family had nothing to do with them, and they were still struggling anyway. But for the surrounding forces, it was no less than a thunderbolt. Since the war, the Zhang family has always been thinking that the Li family is the culprit, and planned to go to the Li family to settle accounts after recovery, but they didn't expect that the Li family had another combined cultivator. Now, it is even more difficult for them to seek revenge. How many cultivators can the family mobilize now and can exert their combat power? The newly appointed head of the Zhang family asked immediately. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Li family's fusion realm had not yet been consolidated, and pay some price to eliminate the Li family and strangle this unstable factor. 4 fusions can be mobilized, and the others need to be further counted. 4? How can there be only 4? The clan leader asked in disbelief. The family's Linggao in the Jinsha Sea area needs fusions to sit in charge, and the bordering area with the 3 families of the King's sect also needs it. In addition to the injured and those who are in charge of the family, of course there are not many people left. The action to eliminate the Li family in advance was declared a failure before it was put into action. The strength of the 5 fusion cultivators is still a little short. If they want to take over the Li family's land, they don't know how many will die or be seriously injured. You know, for the current Zhang family, every fusion clan member is a very precious existence. Alice, I don't know who sighed. And I don't know whether he sighed because the family couldn't take revenge or was worried about something else. Although forces like the King's sect were also surprised, they didn't take it to heart, and even congratulated the birth of a fellow Taoist. As I said before, now there is the Zhang family blocking them, there is no direct contact, and there is no conflict of interest between them, so the relationship is pretty good. The Li family had already judged the current situation, so they were very calm. In addition to practicing and completing various affairs, many members of the Li family have another important thing, that is, to continue to reclaim land. In fact, the Li family mainly wants to turn the currently vacant land into a plain that is more suitable for development, and reclaiming land is just a byproduct. Anyway, it is a coastal area, so it is easy to complete. After a long time of appointment, today both parties are finally free. Sure, tell me the truth, when you break through, are there any strange changes in your body? Li Zhirui frowned and asked. No, Li Chengshuo thought he was worried about his unstable foundation or something, so he shook his head and said, Dad, don't worry, I'm fine, it won't affect my future practice. That's not what I meant. After a pause, Li Zhirui spoke out the problem in his heart. Is the power of the thunder tribulation too weak? Li Chengshuo had never seen other combined thunder tribulations, and thought that they were all like hers, because she came to the great thousand world and the heavenly Dao became more relaxed, but now it seems that it is not the reason she thought. Yes, the thunder tribulation is essentially a test of heavenly Dao. The more outstanding the person, the more difficult the test should be, but you, sure, are just the opposite. Li Chengshuo suddenly realized and murmured, that's right, then why is my thunder tribulation so easy? There is a way to reduce the thunder tribulation, as long as you use a lot of merit. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Li Zhirui looked at her solemnly and said, according to what you said, Yu Jiao and Xiaoyu were trapped in a place similar to Tian Star for hundreds of years. When you opened your eyes again, the Tian moonlight that was originally full of the lake was absorbed by you, and then your qualifications were greatly improved. That's right, but is there any problem with it? Li Zhirui sighed. He had no idea. Dad, don't worry too much. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. No matter what lies ahead, I will definitely be able to cross it. Li Chengshuo said with a smile. His tone was very firm. If there's anything wrong, you must come to me first. Li Zhirui had no choice but to let Li Chengshuo face it by himself. At most, he would help a little. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly and drove Li Chengshuo out. By the way, remember to pay a visit to Fengwu. She hasn't seen you for many years. I don't know how worried she was before. Li Chengshuo was stunned at the door for a while before he raised his foot and walked towards Deng Fengwu's movements. Spring goes and autumn comes, flowers bloom and fall. The power of time rushes forward uncontrollably. Ninth brother, I plan to revise the Dealing Dao Lu. Please help me refine some precious pills. On this day, Zhao King suddenly came to visit. Fortunately, Li Zhirui had nothing to do, so he let him in immediately. It seems that you have finally achieved satisfactory results after so many years of research. After Li Zhirui's persuasion, Zhao King gave up the idea of directly modifying the Earth Spirit Dao record and instead transformed it into a practice that suits him. He spent a lot of time and finally completed it some time ago. Fortunately, the lifespan of a cultivator in the refining void realm is relatively long, and Zhao King, as a spirit beast, is even more so, and does not care about the time he wasted. Thanks to your persuasion, Brother Jiayu, I am on the right path. Although he has not yet started practicing, Zhao King's realm has been greatly improved in the process. This is just your own path. Li Zhirui shook his head and then took out a set of precious pills. These were various precious pills he specially prepared for the tribesmen who modified their practice methods, which could greatly increase the success rate of the modification. Thank you, Brother Jiayu. Then I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Zhao King strode away. Chapter 1016 Experience. It can be said that most of the Li family's Liangsu clan members are quite proud people, and a large part of them want to walk their own path. Some of them are down and out and continue to move forward along the path opened up by their predecessors, while others, like Daking and Amu, have successfully stepped out of their own tortuous paths. But no matter what the way, the Li family has always maintained an upbeat and enterprising attitude. As long as they can continue to maintain this attitude, the development prospects of the Li family will definitely be bright and broad. After the Dharma image is condensed, it's time to go out and broaden my horizons, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. As the voice faded, a spiritual light rose from the cave and turned it upside down inside. For the next few decades, Li Zhirui retreated in the cave and worked hard to condense the Dharma image. During this period, he only went out twice, when Yu Jiao and Xiaoyu passed the tribulation, and after breaking through the fusion, he took the image stone from Li Taiao. Sure enough, heaven favors Shuer and the other two, and the power of the thunder tribulation has been weakened a lot. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could easily judge it from the picture in the image stone, which also confirmed Li Zhirui's guess. Is it because of the favor of Tian Star's luck? This is the only possible situation that Li Zhirui thinks is possible. After all, the changes of Li Changshuo and the other two are all caused by Tai and Star. As for whether it is good or bad, he doesn't know, but as of now, it is definitely more beneficial than harmful. You know, after Li Changshuo broke through the fusion, his cultivation speed is still exaggerated. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as 1,000 miles a day. The progress of condensing the Dharma is also very fast. It is just around the corner to catch up with or even surpass Li Zhirui. And this is the result of Li Changshuo's intentional suppression, otherwise he would have surpassed Li Zhirui long ago. Such a cultivation speed has brought huge pressure to all the high-level cultivators in the family, and they are more diligent and hard-working than before. One day when Li Zhirui had been in seclusion for decades, the spiritual light in his sea of consciousness gathered and slowly outlined a 3-inch child as white as jade, with clear facial features and 5 elements of divine light. And this is Li Zhirui's Dharma image, and it is also the basis for his breakthrough in the fusion realm. Don't think that the Dharma image is only 3 inches. If it is activated, it will be as high as 25 feet. In order to break through the Mahayana in the fusion realm, the Dharma image needs to break through the limit of 100 feet, and the 3 realms of the front, middle and back of the fusion are divided with 33 feet as the boundary. If Li Zhirui wants to break through the middle stage of the fusion, he only needs to expand the Dharma image by 9 feet. But don't think that the remaining 9 feet will be easy just because Li Zhirui has cultivated a 25-foot Dharma image so quickly. It is not the case. The reason why he can have such a result just after condensing the Dharma image is all due to the solid foundation he has laid in the past. In other words, all the accumulations of Li Zhirui in the past blossomed and bore fruit the moment he condensed the Dharma image. It is not a big surprise to say that Li Zhirui is very surprised, because he knows how deep his accumulation is. After staying in the family for so many years, it's time to go out and relax. This was the decision Li Zhirui had made before he went into seclusion, and he would not regret it now. Moreover, with the current strength of the Li family, they dare not say that they can dominate one side, but at least they are not afraid of the surrounding forces, so he does not have to worry about the safety of the family at all, and can go out and travel with peace of mind. Li Zhirui left his cultivation insights over the years, especially the experience of condensing into Dharma image, in the family, and told the clan leader Li Taiao where he was going. Ruizu, I wonder how long you plan to go for this training. I don't know, but at least 100 or 200 years. Li Zhirui thought about it, and he couldn't give an accurate answer because he himself was not sure. In addition, Li Zhirui did not tell anyone else and left Wangsan Mountain quietly. This time he went out to go to the central state of Dongzhou, Kunlun State. It is known as the birthplace of the Immortal Way, and it is now the most prosperous place for the Immortal Way. Perhaps in other lands, it is difficult to see a combined cultivator on the road, but in Kunlun province, it can be seen everywhere. Even Mahayana and Tribulation can be seen frequently. And the fairyland that is almost invisible to mortals is not without the opportunity to meet. Due to the high status of Kunlun province, no force can occupy this place. There are only fairy cities built by various fairyland forces for the monks to live in. Moreover, the spiritual energy is rich and the luck gathers, so there are many opportunities. Many monks have encountered adventures in Kunlun province and soared into the sky. Not to mention the distant past, just say that 100 years ago, there was a Liangsa Sangsi who got the opportunity in Kunlun province, and now he is a combined power. Because of all kinds of legends and halos, Kunlun province has become a holy place that all monks yearn for. So when Li Zhirui condensed into Dharma image and planned to go out for a trip, these 3 big words appeared in his mind. Since it was a trip and experience, Li Zhirui did not take the spirit ship, but rode the wind by himself, and the speed was not fast. However, due to the combined pressure emanating from him, no cultivators or monsters dared to trouble him. They would avoid him as soon as they saw him from afar, fearing that they would become a ghost for no reason. Li Zhirui didn't care. Ordinary fighting didn't help him much. Instead, they were wasting time. In this way, Li Zhirui left the northeastern territory under the jurisdiction of Dongyun sect without any twists and turns. But soon, Li Zhirui felt something was wrong. He was not training at all. He was just traveling and enjoying the scenery. Although his mind was peaceful, his realm didn't improve much. Most cultivators' training was for a purpose, and Li Zhirui was no exception. He also wanted to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Finally, After thinking about it, Li Zhirui decided to go to the secular world and use the world to refine his mind. There was no way. Ordinary battles would not improve him much. If he took risks, such as finding a Mahayana cultivator, or bypassing and being besieged, it would be too dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be injured or even die. Therefore, this plan is the bottom of the list in Li Zhirui's mind. He will not choose this plan unless there is no other way to go. Li Zhirui completely restrained his own aura, looking like a young knight, with a handsome appearance, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and a unique temperament. The aura is easy to restrain, but the temperament cannot be changed in a short time. Li Zhirui, with a 3-foot green sword on his waist, walked into Immortal City, intending to stay here for a short time. He seemed to have really transformed into knight, upright and brave, and would help in time when he saw injustice. Therefore, in just a few months, Li Zhirui's reputation spread throughout the city. But in the process, he almost offended all the local tyrants. There was almost no tyrant who didn't want to solve the troublesome Li Zhirui to vent his anger. However, although Li Zhirui sealed his cultivation, his physical strength was still there. It was conceivable how difficult it would be for some mortal warriors to catch him or kill him directly. Damn it! Where did that bastard named Feng Qingyan come from? His martial arts are so powerful, mortals without spiritual roots cannot practice, but they are eager for strength, so they borrowed the method of physical cultivation to polish their bodies and created immortal martial arts. Unfortunately, even the most powerful warriors will be at a disadvantage when facing foundation-building cultivators. Is he really not a cultivator? A powerful clan leader doubted. No, I specially asked the worshipper to investigate. That person is just a knight, another person answered very confidently. Even if the spiritual energy of the universe exists in most of the land, even to the level of the first-level spiritual vein, it is still far behind the world of cultivation. In this case, how many cultivators in the mortal city can have high cultivation? Unless it is a mortal city of a powerful cultivation family, because it is the bloodline of the family, some strong cultivators will be sent to sit in. But it is obvious that this is an ordinary mortal city. How could those cultivators with unstable breath see Li Zhirui's identity? In that case, let's arrange an army of 200 people. I don't believe that he can escape with such a tight net. Okay. Just do as Brother Jin said. In less than half an hour, the army of 200 people formed a battle formation and surrounded Li Zhirui's residence layer by layer, leaving him no chance to escape. You think too highly of me? Li Zhirui looked out through the window and couldn't help laughing. Feng Qingyan, if you surrender honestly, we can still spare your life. If you are still stubborn and unrepentant, don't blame us for being rude, a strong man who seemed to have good martial arts skills shouted. After dealing with this group of soldiers, it's time to leave. Li Zhirui thought secretly that he didn't plan to stay in one place for too long, because this would lose the purpose of his worldly heart training. Clang! Li Zhirui rushed directly into the crowd like a fairy from the sky, holding a sword. Sword lights flash in all directions. The soldiers who had originally formed a battle formation were soon beaten into a small space by him. The ground was covered with blood and flesh, which made Li Zhirui look like he had crawled out of the hell of Shura. The soldiers nearby were terrified. Their legs were shaking and they could not even stand steadily. No one stepped forward to fight with Li Zhirui. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. Haha, it seems that your plan has failed, Li Zhirui said to a powerful man hiding behind the crowd. Damn it. Come on. He is just one person. Even if you all die, you must take him down for me. The man was so angry that he jumped up and down. Without thinking, he said something that offended everyone. Noisy, Li Zhirui snorted coldly, and a cold light flew out of the air. Before he could react, he was pierced through the heart and fell to the ground in an instant. Do you still want to continue fighting? As soon as these words came out, all the soldiers rolled and crawled to escape far away, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would be stopped by Li Zhirui's sword. What a pity, no one knew what he was regretting. He was wearing a blood-stained robe and slowly walked out of the city. No one dared to stop him along the way. Seeing him walking towards the city gate, all the powerful people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they sent away this killing god. Li Zhirui seemed to have really become immortal. He carried his bag and slowly walked towards the next city. A day later, he saw the city gate. Yijing is its name, and it and the county where Li Zhirui stayed before, plus dozens of counties, are the territory of a small dynasty here. This dynasty is very small, with a jurisdiction of only 1,000 miles, not even as big as a state. But it is normal to think about it carefully. After all, this is a mortal dynasty, and the Yuanling realm is dominated by cultivators. In addition, the rich spiritual energy is easy to give birth to monsters. Even if it is just the lowest level monster, it is a disaster for mortals. In this case, the mortal dynasty is simply unable to control too large a territory, so small dynasties are formed one after another. These small dynasties are actually agents used by monks to control and cultivate mortals, so they don't have to waste time doing those trivial things. As long as the dynasty is stable, the monks can continuously obtain new mortals. The more they are, the more they have spiritual roots. Speaking of which, after Li Zhirui entered Yi County, he did not dress up as a knight, but a scholar. But no one dared to look down on him. A weak scholar can study outside? If he didn't have any strength, how dare he do such a thing? Li Zhirui used the money in his hand to buy a large courtyard in Nancheng, where the housing prices were the cheapest, and turned it into an academy to recruit students. Passers-by were very surprised to see the plaque with the 4 big characters Wendao Academy, because Nanchang was where ordinary people lived, and there was almost no extra money to send their children to study. But when they heard the next words, they were instantly crazy. Because this Wendao Academy only charged a very small amount of tuition, the price was so low that it could be said to be free. Although there are many restrictions, such as not including meals, monthly assessments, and persuading students to quit after 3 failed assessments, etc. But they ignored all of this. They only knew that their children had the hope of crossing the class. They no longer had to be like them, illiterate, working hard all day, but barely making ends meet. The news of the establishment of the Wendao Academy spread throughout Yicheng in just one morning. Haha, it's just a show of force. He is just one person, but recruiting so many students is simply misleading. After hearing this, the other academies all sneered in disdain. Some wealthy and powerful tyrants and officials did not care at all. It was just an academy and would not affect their identity and status. Of course, there was another reason. They did not want to provoke Li Zhirui, a scholar with unknown origins who dared to walk alone. A few days later, Li Zhirui stood at the gate of the academy and looked at the dark mass in front of him. There were about 5,000 or 6,000 people in this small space. Children under the age of 6 should go back first. It is not too late to come to the academy when they are old enough. As for the upper age limit, Li Zhirui did not say. All children of school age can come with me, and parents can only come with one person. After saying that, Li Zhirui turned and entered the academy. After a few hours of busy work, he finally finished these trivial matters. Although it was very troublesome, it was also an experience for Li Zhirui. Looking at the more than 200 students in front of him, he said, "Let's go back today and come to the academy at noon tomorrow." Chapter 1017 Verification. There were thousands of people watching, but only more than 200 people were admitted in the end. First, many children were too young. Li Zhirui was teaching people to learn, not taking care of their children. Second, the people attached great importance to this, and the whole family went out, which caused the crowd. Nothing was said all night. The next day, just before the morning, as soon as the gate of the academy opened, Li Zhirui saw many children standing at the door. "Teacher," everyone bowed and saluted. "Come in, it's a little cold in the morning. Don't come too early in the future. Just don't be late." As he said, Li Zhirui turned sideways to let everyone in. In the huge academy, in addition to Li Zhirui, there were 4 thin and simply dressed young men. They were poor scholars found by Li Zhirui, and they were also responsible for teaching children to read and write. As for the price, Li Zhirui had accumulated a lot of silver and money in his previous career as a knight-errant. If it was not enough, it would be fine to be a knight-errant again. Anyway, there were few good people among the powerful officials in Yicheng. In addition, he also wrote down all the mortal books he had read, which amounted to more than 100 books. Just these books alone moved the 4 people. So far, Li Zhirui was content to be a teacher in Yicheng, and slowly integrated into this secular world. Although he was entangled in trivial matters every day, he also achieved his goal, and his realm was slowly but steadily improved. Li Zhirui himself was also happy in it. Time passed in a flash, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the scale of the Tao Academy opened by Li Zhirui became larger and larger. During this period, because of insufficient money, he did several acts of robbing the rich to help the poor. Because of his covert actions, he was not noticed by others, but those powerful officials knew their own virtues and were very afraid, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps, so that they were much more honest during that period. Later, seeing that no similar incidents happened again, he resumed his original attitude of bullying men and women and doing all kinds of evil. Li Zhirui didn't care about this. As long as they didn't provoke him, he, a teacher, would not meddle in other people's business. You guys study hard and are talented. It's time to give it a try. Li Zhirui looked at the 9 young men in front of him, aged 17 or 18, with a touch of satisfaction in his eyes. Perhaps it was because the children of the poor had to grow up early. They worked very hard, and with their own talents, their knowledge increased greatly in 3 years, and at least it was not a problem for them to pass the examination. Thank you, teacher. The 9 people were all grateful people. They didn't say anything, but they were grateful to Li Zhirui for changing their fate. They secretly vowed to repay their teacher's kindness when they had a promising future. Go. Li Zhirui waved his hand and asked them to go home and prepare for the imperial examination in the near future. Students, goodbye. The 9 people left the academy with excitement. Shenzheng, although their knowledge is good, they may not be able to pass the examination, a certain gentleman couldn't help but say. Li Zhirui's face was calm. He certainly knew that the so-called imperial examination in this mortal country was not fair at all. It was just used to fool the common people and create a seemingly path for them to advance. Of course, since it was just a show, some places had to be given to the common people, otherwise they were just lacking in knowledge, not stupid. With their knowledge, they will definitely be on the list. Li Zhirui smiled, as if he didn't hear the meaning behind his words. The reason why he decided to stay in Yichun and become a teacher was not just to better integrate into the world and to temper his mind. The gentlemen looked at each other, wondering why Li Zhirui was so confident. Could it be that he had some extraordinary identity? They were a little eager to ask, but Li Zhirui drove them away and said, teach the remaining students well. After all, your monthly salary is linked to their grades. Yes, the gentlemen could only say goodbye, but they had other thoughts in their hearts. Li Zhirui naturally saw through their thoughts, but he had no intention of helping them. After all, instead of helping these teachers, it would be better to train those young people well. At least when he needs help in the future, it will be easier to find someone to help him. While he was teaching at the academy, the imperial examination this year also began. The 9 farm boys entered the examination room nervously and excitedly. On the night of the exam, Li Zhirui quietly sneaked into the examiner's room for marking papers and cast a spell to influence some of the examiners, allowing the 6 best performing farm boys among the 9 to be on the list. If he had not been worried about being too shocking, he would have planned to write down all the 9 names, but even if there were only 6 people, it would have been exaggerated. It can be imagined that after the list is posted, the reputation of the Wendao Academy will soar to an astonishing height, and there will be some troubles. Li Zhirui's guess was soon verified. On the day of the list, a large number of civilians and some small businessmen came to the gate of the academy, wanting to let their children worship there. Li Zhirui did not refuse everyone. The yard was so big, and there were only a few teachers, which was very reluctant now. Moreover, the first step he wanted to take had been taken, and the next step was to wait for the seedlings to grow. However, Li Zhirui did not completely refuse, but took a test and accepted some of the eligible teenagers. But soon, trouble came. The largest academy in Yi County, the most powerful tyrants, and many big families came to them one after another, wanting Li Zhirui to teach in their academies and clan schools. They knew how difficult it was for the sons of common people to get on the list. They must be the ones with the best grades among all the candidates, otherwise it would be impossible. And in just 3 years, he was able to teach a group of young people who could not read a single word to this level, which shows how capable he is in this area. Therefore, these local forces all wanted to recruit Li Zhirui to cultivate excellent offspring for their own families, to ensure their own status, and maybe have the opportunity to go further. Faced with these recruiting forces, Li Zhirui did not even come forward in person, but just let someone inform them and refuse their recruitment. Don't know what's good for you. Do you really think it's great to teach 6 students? You offended us, and you still want to get by in Yi County. Li Zhirui's frivolous attitude angered everyone, and some people even said that no one would be allowed to come to the academy to give lectures or study. If they violated their rules, the swords in their hands would not look good. After listening to the retelling, Li Zhirui's expression remained calm, but a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. No one could stop his plan. Such a big thing happened in the academy, and he did not stop teaching, but Li Zhirui told everyone without hiding anything. If you want to come, come. If you don't want to, you can convert a tuition and monthly fee, and leave today. After that, Li Zhirui turned around and left without caring about everyone's reaction. That night, Li Zhirui robbed several of the most fierce forces. He did not cause any killing, but took away all their property. It was precisely because it was too exaggerated and outrageous that people could not believe it. They thought that there must be monks involved, so they no longer paid attention to Li Zhirui, a teacher with some skills. Li Zhirui was naturally very honest and did not show any abnormality. After all, he was going to stay here for a long time, and calmness was the most important. There is no Jiazi in the mountains, and the years are unknown when the cold is over. Li Zhirui has been teaching for 10 years, and it is finally time to verify his guess. Among the 9 students who took the imperial examination first, 2 of them passed the final examination and were finally given the position of county magistrate in a remote and poor village, and they were in 2 neighboring poor counties. Li Zhirui had been paying attention to them. When he learned the news, he had the intention to stop running the academy, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep it, but he would no longer teach. He even made an exception again and left a puppet clone in the academy to cover up. Li Zhirui himself followed the 2 students to take up their posts. On the night they took over the official seal and entered the county government, Li Zhirui used the means left in their bodies to temporarily control their bodies. Buzz, Li Zhirui controlled their bodies and activated the official seal with his magic power. He immediately felt a strong pressure that was completely different from what he had encountered before. He seemed to see a big net, which gathered the luck of countless mortals. In the center was a fiery red bird, perched on a golden pillar, with a raging fire burning continuously, as if burning something. Cry. The strange bird sensed someone spying, but did not find the other party's existence. It let out an angry cry and suddenly burst into flames around it, trying to drive the person away in this way. Li Zhirui got what he wanted to know and took the initiative to withdraw. Humanitarian Law Network, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. He didn't know if there was such a saying in the Yuanling realm. This was Li Zhirui's first reaction based on the rumors and novels in his previous life. No wonder when I entered Yichen, I felt that the magic power in my body was a little obscure. It turned out that it was suppressed by the Humanitarian Law Network. It was precisely because of this abnormality that Li Zhirui was willing to stay and play the role of a teacher for 10 years. As for why not directly control a county magistrate? It doesn't take so much time. Li Zhirui tried it at the beginning, but found that the official seal of the Yichen County magistrate never left his body, and his magic was greatly suppressed and could not be controlled. However, according to his observations over the years, the county magistrate would not use the Humanitarian Law Network. Later, it was verified that the 2 newly appointed people would not, because let alone send someone to teach them, they didn't even know the existence of the Humanitarian Law Network. That's why Li Zhirui would cultivate them from the beginning, and then leave a backup in their bodies early, just to confirm the initial feeling. It seems that the Humane Law Network has never appeared in the Yuanling realm? Then how did the method of this dynasty come from? It can't be figured out by themselves, right? Li Zhirui felt that the last guess was impossible, because he just found out in a short test that although the Humane Law Network did not cover every territory of the dynasty, it was very complete, and it seemed that there was no need to modify it. Is it that the Li family is not at a high level and does not know some secret information, or is there really another source of the method? Li Zhirui's mind turned over and over, and one thought after another emerged, and soon shattered, and he could never get a reliable answer. Li Zhirui thought for a long time, and finally decided to go to the capital to see if he could get the answer. When he was on the road, he did not seal his cultivation again, and rushed all the way, and it only took a few hours to arrive in the capital. Li Zhirui did not enter the capital, but he could feel the oppression brought by the huge human power. When he opened his spiritual eyes, he saw the majestic human luck rising and merging into the huge magic net. Li Zhirui thought about it, sealed his cultivation, mixed into the caravan as a scholar, and finally successfully entered the capital. As soon as he stepped into the city gate, Li Zhirui felt chest tightness and discomfort, and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at the ground, because he keenly felt that his strength was at least 40% lower. Don't think that 40% is not much? If it were other cultivators, the weakening of strength would be even more exaggerated. If it were a low-level cultivator, it might not be able to cast spells. Moreover, Li Zhirui found that his cover-up was useless. He had been targeted. He should have been discovered when he was exploring outside the city. A civil official in the uniform of a crane and a military officer in the uniform of a unicorn appeared in front of Li Zhirui. Interesting, Li Zhirui murmured in a low voice. This cultivator, I wonder what you are doing in the capital, the civil official asked softly. I went out to practice and accidentally found some interesting things, so I followed them all the way. Li Zhirui looked at the two people, smiling, and said, I didn't expect to find a big thing that can change the situation of the Yuanling world, the special method that can suppress the power of the cultivators, and the mortal dynasty can do it, if it is known by other cultivators, especially the demon cultivators. The first reaction of most people will definitely be to take action to deal with this dynasty. However, Li Zhirui's idea is different. Moreover, he felt a little pressure from the two people in front of him. In other words, the two of them look like mortals. But they are not without means to fight against cultivators. This made Li Zhirui think of some methods that he knew in his previous life, such as Confucianism and martial arts, which were linked to the human law network. I have no intention of telling on, and I won't inquire about the source of the method, but I want to ask for the complete method. Li Zhirui looked at the two people with a burning gaze. This mortal dynasty covers an area of only a few thousand miles and has a population of only tens of millions. The human law network has a considerable suppressive effect on him, a combined cultivator. If the territory is larger and the population is larger, the power of the human law network will definitely be greater. Moreover, the location of this dynasty is very good. The spiritual energy in the state where it is located is relatively thin, and there is no strong immortal cultivation force. In addition, cultivators rarely use the method of refining the mind in the mortal world, especially those who are not good enough in cultivation and have weak Taoism. They dare not use this method. So far, only Li Zhirui has discovered the clues. And the purpose of Li Zhirui asking for the method is also very simple, to find a way for the secular members of the Li family to protect themselves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018 Transaction. Of course, Li Zhirui will study the method thoroughly, leaving behind countermeasures, before passing it on to the secular clansmen. After all, the human law network has a significant effect on suppressing the monks. Li Zhirui is also worried that their ambitions will grow in the future and they will become the host. At that time, it will be a disaster. The two civil and military ministers did not expect Li Zhirui to make such a request. They thought that this monk would take advantage of the fact that the dynasty has not yet fully grown up and destroy the dynasty to eliminate future troubles. They can feel a huge sense of oppression from the person in front of them. You know, the two of them are already the highest officials in the dynasty. Except for the king, their strength is the strongest in the dynasty. Even the fortune beast has sensed the danger of annihilation, so there is no doubt that the other party is incapable of destroying the dynasty. This is a serious matter, and we too cannot make the decision, the civil official seemed to be considering while saying, if you are not in a hurry, you may as well rest in the capital for a few days. Okay, when you have discussed it, come to me. Li Zhirui knew that in the capital, unless he hid in the space, he would have nowhere to hide under the surveillance of the humanitarian law network that spread across every corner. Leave first. After saying that, Li Zhirui disappeared. Brother Zhuge, the military official wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhuge Qing, who said, Brother Bai, this is not a place for negotiation. Let's go back to the palace first. The two walked through the crowd, and the people passing by seemed to be unable to see them. Not long after, they walked into an ancient and elegant palace. My two dear ministers, what is the purpose of the monk's visit this time? Is the dynasty in danger? The king sitting on the top looked no more than 40 years old, at the peak of the spring and autumn period. Your Majesty, that monk doesn't seem to be hostile to the dynasty. He is even quite interested in it and wants to obtain the complete law of the humane dynasty. Zhuge Qing's words caused a burst of discussion in the hall. Your Majesty, don't do that. The monk is not a good person. If he is discovered and sees the horror of the humane law network, he will probably attract a large number of monks and overthrow the dynasty. An old minister with pale hair and beard shouted at the top of his voice. Other old ministers also spoke up, repeatedly speaking of the dangers involved. The king at the top had no expression on his face and let them perform. Do you remember how the Humanitarian Law Network was suddenly activated in Kangshan County a few hours ago? At this moment, a young man who looked no more than 20 years old stood up and said, because the dynasty is still dormant, there is no way to spread the use of the Humanitarian Law Network. Besides, the Kangshan County magistrate is just a farmer's son who took office this year. How could he activate the law network? So I made a special investigation of this county magistrate and found out something quite interesting. In the 10th year, he studied at the newly established Wendao Academy in Yichun. After 3 years of study, he passed the examination and became a scholar. Then he studied for another 3 years and successfully obtained the title of jurin. He failed the last joint examination. But this year he was on the list of 100 people in the special examination. I also investigated the Wendao Academy and the students who came from this academy and found that they all came from humble backgrounds, but they all had smooth sailing in the imperial examinations. Among the 100 Jinshi admitted this year, 2 were from here. Just when I wanted to continue to find out more intelligence, I found that I could not find any news about the founder. There were only some descriptions of his appearance from the people of Yichun. The young minister repeated the descriptions he had collected, looked at the 2 civil and military ministers, bowed and asked, "May I ask Lord Zhuge and Lord Bai, does the cultivator you saw match what I said?" "Lord Zhang is really amazing." The military general Bai Rong widened his eyes and praised loudly. "What you said is completely consistent with the appearance of that cultivator." In other words, he vaguely sensed the existence of the Humanitarian Law Network as early as 10 years ago, but waited until today to take action. The king chuckled and said, "Interesting. This cultivator is really interesting." The prestige of this person seemed to be unusually high. As soon as he opened his mouth, the originally noisy hall instantly quieted down, and everyone listened to him obediently. Since he is just well-intentioned, there is no need for us to turn him away. However, he wants the complete laws of the Humane dynasty, but I wonder what he can offer in exchange. The king looked at Zhuge Qing and the young minister Jiang Heng and said, "Lord Zhuge, you take Lord Zhang in charge of this matter, your majesty." Upon hearing this, the old ministers who were extremely opposed could not help but widen their eyes and wanted to speak up to persuade him, but they saw him throw his sleeves and stand up and leave the throne. Obviously, he had made up his mind. After Li Zhirui left, he strolled on the streets of the capital, looking at the bustling shops on both sides and the smiles on the faces of many mortals. His mind gradually integrated into it. Perhaps this is the meaning of the Humane dynasty. Perhaps the darkness cannot be avoided, but at least with the protection of the Humane Law Network, the safety of most mortals is guaranteed, and they don't have to worry about monster attacks, demonic massacres, and magical powers that suddenly fall from the sky all day long. However, Li Zhirui soon came to his senses. He did have a kind heart, but compared with his heart for the Tao, it was too insignificant. Just like this time when he traded the Dao dynasty Dharma, in addition to protecting the safety of the secular clansmen, he wanted to gain inspiration from this special Dharma, increase his knowledge, and thus help his own practice. Li Zhirui walked aimlessly on the street until he saw this huge wenchen from before. He silently calculated in his heart and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so efficient." It was less than half an hour, and they had already discussed it. This speed was indeed amazing. "Who is this?" "Jiang Heng, the Zhuang Yuan Lang of the previous term, is also responsible for negotiating with you," Zhuge Qing said. "This matter is not convenient for discussion, please move." "Okay." Li Zhi followed the 2 without worry and finally walked to a restaurant next to the palace. After the 3 of them sat down, Zhuge Qing did not waste time on unnecessary probing, but directly said what the king said, looking at Li Zhirui with burning eyes. "I wonder what you are willing to give out in exchange for the complete Humane dynasty." He was looking forward to what this person, whose cultivation level was unknown but could give him a strong sense of oppression, would give out. Li Zhirui thought about it, took out a pill recipe, experience, and corresponding to all spirit species, as well as various spiritual objects. The most precious of them were 10 techniques that could be practiced in the refining void realm. The precious pill made from that pill recipe was used to heal injuries, and the effect was excellent, but the grade was a bit high. It was a 7th grade pill recipe. After thinking about it, Li Zhirui took out a blank jade slip and engraved a lot of content in it. "I wonder what you 2 think? Can these things I took out be exchanged for the methods of the Humane dynasty?" After a quarter of an hour, Li Zhirui withdrew his consciousness and asked with a smile. Zhuge took the jade slip and read it. Although he was not a cultivator, he was very powerful and his spiritual awareness was not bad under the blessing of luck. After just a few glances, Zhuge immediately deducted the jade slip and said in a serious look, "With this jade slip alone, you can trade most of the methods. I have to go back and report." "Excuse me." Li Zhirui looked at his hurried steps and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The content of the jade slip was not systematic and very messy. He wrote it based on what he saw and heard in the past. It did not transcend the times, and combined with the cultivation civilization, there were all kinds of means to strengthen mortals. These means were just chicken ribs for the cultivation forces, but for the small dynasty, they were a great way to grow rapidly. As long as the dynasty can go one step further and the king becomes the emperor, their human law network will be stronger, and they will also get many benefits by then. Zhang Heng, who was standing aside, watched Sheng Wen leave excitedly but left him behind. He was full of curiosity about the contents of the jade slip. What kind of content could make the usually calm Lord Zhuge lose his composure? "Sir, since you have nothing to do, why don't you tell me about the humane law network and the major events of the dynasty?" Li Zhirui interrupted Zhang Heng's thoughts. "Okay," Zhang Heng readily agreed. He also wanted to know about the monks. At the same time, Zhuge rushed to the king in a few breaths and immediately handed over the jade slip. The king, who was originally calm and composed, showed obvious excitement on his face after reading the jade slip in his hand. This was definitely a great gift for them. In fact, Li Zhirui did not write down the contents of the jade slip in full, but only described half of it. After all, he had not yet obtained the method. Soon, the king calmed down and said, "It is impossible that this person does not know how much these methods can help the dynasty, but he still took them out. I don't know what he is thinking, but no matter what, we can't miss this great opportunity." The king's eyes showed a gleam. No matter what the other party is thinking, as long as he has strong power, no matter what conspiracy or trick, he can break it with one force. "Tomorrow, invite this cultivator to the palace. I will trade with him personally and test this person." "Yes." Zhuge responded and retreated quietly. At the same time, Li Zhirui was still discussing with Zhang Heng, exchanging what they knew, some not-so-secret content. For example, Li Zhirui knew that this small dynasty had already raised troops and was ready to develop the surrounding areas and expand its territory. It was said before that there was no strong force in the state where the dynasty was located, but because of this, the strength of the demon clan was relatively strong. The biggest problem they are facing now is the several 6th-level demons blocking their way. With the current strength of the dynasty, it is not that there is no way to deal with the 6th-level monster, but if there are too many, the casualties will be more serious, and no one is willing to bear this responsibility. Therefore, a large number of troops were mobilized, but there was not much gain. "Sir, the king invites you to enter the palace tomorrow to trade in person." Just at this time, Zhuge came with good news. Okay, Li Zhirui also wanted to meet this king who greatly promoted the humanitarian law network during his reign, so he naturally accepted the invitation. As for the palace, as the place where the dynasty's luck is the most abundant and the humanitarian law network is the most powerful, whether it will pose a threat to himself, Li Zhirui did not care. Because he was confident that he could leave safely, and if he really angered him, the dynasty would definitely not have a good end. There was no talk all night. In the early morning, Li Zhirui followed Zhuge into the palace that had been passed down for hundreds of years. The first time he stepped into the palace gate, he felt a strong pressure, and his strength was compressed again, only less than 40% of the original. Soon, Li Zhirui saw this handsome and majestic young king. "Your Excellency, please take a seat." Li Zhirui was not polite. He was not a subject of this person, so he just had to save face. "This is the complete method of the humane dynasty. Please don't spread it around, understood?" At the same time, Li Zhirui also took out a jade slip and other spiritual objects that he promised. "Your Excellency, please take back all these spiritual objects. This jade slip is enough." Li Zhirui shook his head. He didn't want to take advantage, or in other words, he didn't want to owe the dynasty a cause and effect. If the dynasty was in trouble, wouldn't he also be unlucky? Seeing that he insisted, the king had to let him take it. "I have a question. Your Excellency noticed it 10 years ago. Why didn't you come to the capital directly, but live in Yicheng and be a teacher? This is part of the experience." Li Zhirui didn't say the remaining half, because he was worried about encountering danger. After he confirmed the existence of the humane law network through that student and roughly concluded the strength of the dynasty, Li Zhirui set out to the capital. The transaction is settled. I'm leaving. Before he finished speaking, Li Zhirui disappeared without a trace. This move of his immediately shocked some officials. They had done tests before and knew that the palace had great suppression on cultivators. Ordinary cultivators of the void refining realm could only barely use their magical powers, and the power was greatly reduced. If the cultivation level was lower, they would become like ordinary people after entering the palace and would not be able to mobilize their magic power at all. So in their opinion, it was a very amazing thing that Li Zhirui could cast a spell and leave calmly in the hall, which showed his great strength. So that's it. The idea is so ingenious. The king was immersed in the jade slips, and most people could not hear the words he said. Only the huge queen knew a little about the inside story. Soon, a series of political orders flowed out from the palace and spread to various places. At the same time, the original move to expand to all directions was temporarily stopped. As for the land that had been acquired, people were naturally sent to manage it. I have already got what I wanted, and the effect of the mortal world is gradually weakening. It's time to leave. Li Zhirui left the capital directly, thinking about what he should do next. A map of the surrounding area appeared in his mind, and soon he had an idea. Falling Star State, it is more than 50,000 miles away from here, and it is a good place with rich spiritual energy. But the most noteworthy thing is that from time to time, spiritual objects will fall from the 9 heavens. Because when spiritual objects fall, they will flash with dazzling spiritual light, hence the name. Moreover, Falling Star State is right next to Kunlun. Li Zhirui can first experience Falling Star State and adapt to the environment before entering Kunlun. Chapter 1019 Enlightenment. Li Zhirui did not bury his head and hurry on his way, but summoned a white cloud at will. After determining the direction to go, he took out the method he had traded with the king. It contains a lot of content, but all of it is written around how to establish a humane dynasty. According to the division in the Jade Slip, the dynasty that Li Zhirui experienced was only in its early stages, and there was an extremely huge gap between it and the real humane dynasty. The humane dynasty described in the Jade Slip is a super huge country with a territory of hundreds of millions of miles and a population of far more than 1 billion. With Li Zhirui's current cultivation, let alone entering the capital, even if he just entered its territory, he would be suppressed by the humane law network, and his strength would not be able to be exerted to 50%. And in front of the king of this country, even the earthly immortal realm has to bow his head to pay respect. Perhaps only the heavenly immortal can be on an equal footing with him, and he is invulnerable to all methods and all evil retreats. Most attacks have no effect on him. After a cursory glance at the tempting introduction, Li Zhirui could not help but be fascinated by it. In his mind, he imagined himself lying on the lap of a beautiful woman and waking up to control the world. But after only a few breaths, Li Zhirui woke up and said to himself, "What I pursue is not power, but immortality and freedom." As he said this, his temperament changed, just like a forest washed by heavy rain, fresh and clean. At the same time, Li Zhirui looked at the jade slip with a hint of vigilance. He did not expect that an ordinary jade slip could be so bewitched. Although he was only obsessed with it for a few breaths, Li Zhirui was also surprised. It was not that Li Zhirui boasted, but among the many combined cultivators he had come into contact with, his heart and state of mind were indeed first class. But even he could not help being tempted, not to mention how crazy the person who first got the method would be. Li Zhirui was not only teaching those students in the academy for 10 years, but also secretly collecting a lot of information about the dynasty. He knew that this dynasty had only been established for 200 years, and the original founder of the dynasty was a cultivator. He saw a secret message from a Marcus family that had been passed down for many years. The great ancestor's cultivation was at least a nascent soul, and he was very young, which could be said to have a bright future. But when he led dozens of cultivators and many mortals to drive away monsters and beasts, and spent decades to establish the dynasty, the whole person suddenly became old and looked like he didn't have much time left. This is indeed the case. Only 5 years after the establishment of the dynasty, the great ancestor passed away. And those cultivators who followed him also died one after another after being granted titles when the dynasty was established. When Li Zhirui saw this secret message at that time, he was very curious, and now he finally got the answer from the jade slip. The kings, Various titles, and ministers at all levels in the human Dao dynasty must be mortals. In other words, the group of cultivators abolished their cultivation a few days before the establishment of the dynasty, and their lifespans were greatly reduced, so they died one after another. And they were willing to sacrifice their lives and seek death, of course, because they saw a way to immortality that was easier to achieve. That is, after the establishment of the humane dynasty, the Yin court will also be opened up. The kings, nobles, and ministers who have lived and died with the country will all wake up in the Yin court, and they can consume the luck of humanity to deify those who have made contributions to the country. Let them regain their power. Li Zhirui did not find any traces of the gods because the dynasty was still growing and did not consume the luck of humanity to deify them, but those people must have woken up. Regarding the choice of this group of cultivators, Li Zhirui showed a touch of disdain on his face and said, "The power comes from others, and longevity is linked to the dynasty. From now on, you are controlled by others. Once the dynasty is destroyed, can you still survive?" If he had faced such a temptation at the beginning, he might have been tempted at first, but he would never have given up his own cultivation so resolutely. And are those cultivators deliberately confident? Do they believe that the dynasty they established can continue for a long time? Li Zhirui curled his lips and continued to study the method in his hand. He learned from the jade slip that those yin souls who were deified could continue to improve their strength through incense and vows, and the speed was much faster than that of cultivators. The most important thing is that it also states that after breaking through the fairyland, as long as the cause and effect are paid off, the relationship with the dynasty can be cut off, and there will be no restrictions or influence from then on. Seeing this, Li Zhirui couldn't help laughing out loud. Not to mention how difficult it is to break through the fairyland, whether the dynasty can last so long and give you enough time. Just paying off the cause and effect, don't think too much, it's definitely a pit. You have relied on the dynasty to get your cultivation. What can you use to pay off the cause and effect? Or, how much will it cost to do it? The beauty of the outline has blinded the mind, but Li Zhirui thought about it and it seemed normal for them to fall into it. After all, the highest cultivation among them at that time was only the nascent soul. How could they know so many things? Li Zhirui sat in the white clouds and slowly moved towards the waxing Zhao. It took him more than half a month to study this method and had a deeper understanding and knowledge of the humane dynasty and the humane law network. In his opinion, this is like a collector, which gathers the luck of a large number of people and a vast land together, and then through means, lets some mortals and ghosts master the power. This is why the more people under the rule, the larger the territory controlled, the stronger the dynasty is. At the same time, Li Zhirui also saw a lot of drawbacks. For example, once the emperor is incompetent and unjust, the people complain and live in poverty, and the dynasty's fortune is greatly reduced. People's hearts are the most important and fundamental thing in this method. But judging from the 10 years that Li Zhirui has been in Yichen, this dynasty is not very popular, because many of its rules are harmful to the vast majority of civilians, and the benefits are taken away by the privileged class. If it weren't for the existence of the dynasty, it could also play a role in resisting the rampage of monsters and protecting their lives. I'm afraid there would be no people's hearts at all. The transaction jade slip given by Li Zhirui talked about some ways to improve people's lives, which could help the other party win people's hearts. In short, they are all methods that are conducive to the growth of the dynasty, so after reading it, the king agreed to trade with Li Zhirui without hesitation. Well, it seems that there is no need to leave any backup. Just limit the number of people, control the territory, and maintain a small dynasty that can protect the secular people from the invasion of low-level monsters and monks. If the dynasty is as Li Zhirui envisioned, dealing with a divine transformation monk is already the limit. Facing the void refining monk, the capital can only be saved. If the combined monk takes action, the entire dynasty will be destroyed. Li Zhirui has gained a lot from this unique method, increased his knowledge, and has a deeper understanding of luck, and learned a method of conferring gods. The last one is his biggest gain. Although Li Zhirui cannot abolish the monk and become a human god, the relevant knowledge is of great benefit to him, giving him some ideas for further improving the 5 internal organs god. Li Zhirui thinks that the 5 internal organs containing god method is already very good, but now it seems that it can be better. And for this matter that will affect the future path, it is not too much to pay attention to it. 5 internal organs god. Li Zhirui frowned, as if he was lost in thought, muttering, since it is a god, even if it is just a spirit in a person's body, it should have its own power. So what is the power of the 5 internal organs god? Control the 5 internal organs. Li Zhirui shook his head subconsciously. This power is too small, and it is not good for the perfection of the cave. Control the 5 elements. This idea is too shocking. If he can control the 5 elements, he would have become the most powerful existence in the Yuanling world. Then why not compromise? Thinking of this, Li Zhirui's eyes suddenly became bright, and inspiration kept bubbling up like a spring. Control the 5 elements in the body. In this way, the power is neither big nor small, and the most important thing is that it has many benefits for the cave to be promoted to the small world. Just when Li Zhirui was about to follow this line of thought and continue to explore forward, a sense of danger suddenly came over him. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, and Qianling appeared instantly, lowering his spiritual light to protect him. Clang! Clang! 2 sharp sounds of metal and stone colliding rang out, and Li Zhirui released his spiritual sense, and immediately found 2 fusion cultivators not far away. I wonder why you 2 suddenly attacked me, Li Zhirui asked with some curiosity. At their current level, such ambushes and sneak attacks are rarely used because the effect is not very good. Of course, it is not ruled out that some mentally ill cultivators and demon cultivators lurking in the immortal way. After all, every fusion cultivator has his own means of survival, so how can they be killed so easily? But judging from the performance of the 2, they are neither mentally ill nor undercover, so Li Zhirui asked a seemingly stupid question. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to do it, just do it directly. The stronger cultivator, who is already in the middle stage of fusion, said impatiently, and then used his magical powers again to kill Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui's eyes flashed, and the appearance of these 2 people was really a bit strange. Boom boom, while thinking, he did not forget to fight back. The 2 powerful magical powers collided halfway, producing a huge impact. Fortunately, there was no one around. If it was in a prosperous place, I don't know how many mortals would have died in that eye-contact collision just now. Another combined monk also rushed up without hesitation. The 2 launched a massive attack. Judging from the fierce spiritual fluctuations around and the sudden warning, if they were hit, they would be seriously injured if not dead. Li Zhirui certainly would not sit and wait for death. His hands flew and he cast a series of complicated spells. In just a few breaths, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, heavy rain fell, like a continuous water curtain, obscuring the sight and spiritual exploration. The cold murderous aura made the world instantly colder. At the same time, 2 vine dragons appeared out of thin air. Except for their different appearances, they looked no different from real dragons and pounced on the 2. The 2 people's attention was mainly focused on the dark rain curtain. The attacks that could jump out at any time and place made people worried. Suddenly, a scream further intensified the panic in his heart. The middle stage fusion regretted it in his heart. He originally thought that he had accepted an ordinary order, but now it seems that it is far more complicated than the description of the task. Even though he is in the middle stage of fusion, he has completely lost the initiative now. If he is not careful, he is likely to be seriously injured or even die. As for the person who came with him, what does it have to do with him whether he is dead or alive? In order to save his life, he did not hesitate to use the Dharma image, a Dharma image of only 38 feet. From this point, it can be seen that this person has just broken through not long ago, or has not made any progress for a long time. Catcha, as if something was torn apart, a flash of light disappeared in an instant. Li Zhirui was a little surprised, and the spell brewing in his hand slowly dissipated. He did not expect that this person would use the killer mace at the beginning, so that he was not prepared, and then watch the middle stage fusion disappear from his sight. Fortunately, there is still one person on hand. We can find a way to get the reason from him. Li Zhirui shook his head and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other person escaped, he could concentrate on dealing with this person. To be honest, although Li Zhirui just took on the attacks of the 2 combined bodies easily, it was because he used a lot of space power, which greatly improved his strength. But this blessing does not always exist. Once it is exhausted, Li Zhirui will not be able to fight 1 against 2. Fortunately, the state of mind of the middle stage combined body was too bad. In the face of danger, he actually ran away directly, which instantly relieved Li Zhirui's pressure. His current strength cannot do 1 against 2, but it is still possible to take down a cultivator in the early stage of the combined body. Using some means, Li Zhirui sealed the Danshan and soul of this combined cultivator to ensure that there would be no such terrible situation as self-explosion. If a combined cultivator self-explodes, the area of hundreds of miles will probably become a dead place, and the creatures living in it will die. Even the combined cultivator will be seriously injured. Just thinking about that terrifying scene makes me shudder. Tell me, why did you attack me? I don't believe that meeting you is a coincidence. Li Zhirui looked at the cultivator in front of him with an indifferent expression. Judging from the aura emanating from him, this person's cultivation is not much different from Li Zhirui. However, the latter has the blessing of the cave, while the former was abandoned by his teammates, so it was relatively smooth to take down this person. The man gritted his teeth and cursed, "If you have the ability, just kill me directly, otherwise don't even think about getting any information from me." Oh? Facing the threat of death, you are still so tough? I admire you very much, so I will help you fulfill your wish. As he said, Li Zhirui's hands glowed with spiritual light, and a powerful spiritual energy wave permeated, murderous, as if he really intended to kill this person. Wait! I say, when the magical power approached, less than half a foot away from his head, he couldn't hold on. He still couldn't face the fear of death. Chapter 1020 Curse. The man opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly felt a spike piercing his body, as if he would die if he spoke out. He trembled violently, and said with a sad face, "There is a curse anchoring me. Once I utter a word, I will die immediately." Hearing this, a dark light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes, and he immediately took action to bring the man into the space. "Speak. In this space, you will not be affected by the curse." At the same time, in a sacred mountain, who is unknown how many miles away, an old woman with a weak breath but a Mahayana cultivation suddenly opened her eyes. "What's going on?" a hoarse and mocking voice sounded, and the old woman's face was full of surprise. Why did Liuerd's aura disappear? If it weren't for the intact life card next to her, she would have thought Liuerd had fallen. That combined cultivator can actually block the secrets of heaven. It is not too difficult to spy on the secrets of heaven, but to block the secrets of heaven, let alone a combined cultivator, even a Mahayana cultivator who crosses the tribulation does not have this ability. Either this person has a treasure that can block the secrets of heaven, or he is an old monster who hides his cultivation. But no matter which one it is not good for what they are planning. Because he can get more information from the captured Liuerd. The secret of heaven deduced by the ancestor many years ago clearly did not happen. Why did something unexpected happen suddenly? The old woman's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Because no matter what, she would not allow this matter to be destroyed. The hard work they have put in for many years and the hope of longevity must not be missed. The old woman's mind moved, and several spiritual lights flew out of her hands. Not long after, a cloud ship rose from this huge spiritual mountain and flew towards the place where Liuerd's aura last appeared. "What? Are you not going to speak yet?" Li Zhirui was full of murderous aura, as if he would kill the man in front of him the next moment. Liuerd seemed to be frightened, his face turned pale, and he kept saying, "I'll tell you. Don't kill me." Li Zhirui couldn't help but frown when he saw him like this. He was a combined cultivator after all, so was his state of mind and Deo heart so unbearable? In order to calm him down quickly, so that he wouldn't say anything incoherent and make people confused, Li Zhirui had no choice but to use his meditation ability to calm him down quickly. "I was born in Yunshan sect, a Mahayana sect located in Qinghezhou. About 1,000 years ago, a secret realm appeared in Qinghezhou, and the sect obtained the complete method of the human Dao dynasty from it." Liuerd became very calm under the influence of his magic power, and said slowly, "At that time, the sect was in its heyday, so those ancestors were just simply comprehending, wanting to draw inspiration from it, so that they could go one step further and be more confident in opening the door to the fairyland." The location of Qinghezhou quickly emerged in Li Zhirui's mind, just to the west of the human Dao dynasty, very close. Therefore, the fact that the dynasty has developed to this point without being discovered by the cultivators is not because they are lucky, but because a Mahayana force wiped it out and blocked the news. As mentioned in the previous article, after breaking through the Mahayana, as long as you have enough strength and confidence, you can directly sense the thunder tribulation. But under normal circumstances, no cultivator would choose to do so, because it is too difficult and too dangerous. Therefore, most Mahayana and tribulation cultivators are practicing hard to improve their strength. But for some reason, in the next few hundred years, the ancestors' cultivation did not make any progress at all, so they turned their attention to the method of the humane dynasty. Liuerd looked up at Li Zhirui and said, "You should have heard some news." Those cultivators who open up the Dacian dynasty are some seniors of the sect who are about to die, and the leader is a Mahayana ancestor. Li Zhirui was shocked. Yes, if there was no immortal cultivation force behind them to support them, how could that group of cultivators willingly abolish their own cultivation and wait for death? He was surprised by the realm of the cultivators who participated in the battle, which was much higher than what he had heard. A Mahayana cultivator, how could he be so foolish to sacrifice his entire cultivation to fight for an illusory future? Li Zhirui said with a sigh. If he was facing the situation at that time, Li Zhirui would rather find a glimmer of hope in the fight, even if he might die directly, than choose such an unreliable thing. If, as you said, the dynasty was successfully established by the combined and Mahayana monks, then why didn't they occupy more territory at the beginning and lay a better foundation for future generations? You have also read the Jade Slips and know that the most important thing for the human Dao dynasty is the people's hearts, not the territory. At that time, the population was very rare in this land, and the lifespan of the ancestors was not much, so they could only settle for the second best and establish the dynasty first to let future generations develop. Has the Yunshan sect been helping secretly over the years? Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows and said, aren't you worried that after the so-called Dacian dynasty grows stronger, it will become the host and enslave you? It doesn't need to grow to the level of the dynasty. As long as the current Dacian dynasty goes one step further, it can fight against the Mahayana monks. This is different from what Li Zhirui planned to pass on to the secular clansmen of the Li family. He just wanted to use this method to protect the safety of the secular clansmen, and he had no other thoughts. But the Yunshan sect obviously wanted to use the power of the dynasty to satisfy the purpose of its own ancestors to become immortals and live forever. Not only will it not prevent the dynasty from growing, but it will also do its best to help. Li Zhirui didn't have much contact with the emperor and ministers of the Dacian dynasty, and even only met the emperor once, but it was not difficult to see that this was an ambitious emperor. And generally, people with ambitions are unwilling to be under others and be a puppet. As for whether the Yunshan sect saw it, Li Zhirui felt that they should have discovered it. After all, he, who had only met him once, had noticed it, but maybe because the goal had not been achieved, they tolerated the other party for the time being, or there were other countermeasures. I don't know how the ancestors should deal with it. I am just a consumable cultivated by the sect. At the end, Li Zhirui exuded an indescribable sadness. Li Zhirui's pupils shrank suddenly. Consumables? Consumables of the fusion realm. The Yunshan sect is just a Mahayana force. You know, even in the fairyland forces, the fusion cultivators can be regarded as the mainstay, but in a small Yunshan sect, they are actually consumables? This made Li Zhirui feel very incredible. But if this is the explanation, then it makes sense. Why is the strength of this combined cultivator so weak? It should be that Yunshan sect used some kind of method to cultivate him. After all, unstable foundation, poor basics and other problems will affect his strength. How many combined cultivators like you are there in Yunshan sect? Li Zhirui asked in a low voice. There are about 30 people, no more, no less. After all, my status in the sect is not high. Li Zhirui's eyelids jumped, and he was even more surprised. It seems that the requirements of Yunshan sect's secret method are not high, otherwise, so many combined cultivators could not be cultivated. This is actually a secret method in the human Dao dynasty, but it was deleted later. If you want to know, I can tell you, just spare my life, Li Zhirui said pleadingly. Li Zhirui pondered for a while and said, tell me everything you know about the Humane dynasty, Yunshan sect, and Dacian dynasty, and I can let you live out the rest of your life here. He would seal the other party's danshan, making Li Zhirui immortal with only magic power and cultivation. Okay, Li Zhirui showed ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect Li Zhirui to really agree. No matter what additional conditions there were, as long as he could survive, everything else was just details. I don't know much about the Humane dynasty. I only know the secret method to cultivate us. In addition to the method, the most important thing is the incense and willpower. After running the secret method and absorbing a lot of incense and willpower, you can successfully break through the fusion. Everything in the Dacian dynasty is in the hands of Yunshan sect. So not long after you and Ji Chongming reached a deal, the sect sent us to hunt you down, and didn't want the method to be leaked. As a result, the method is still in Li Zhirui's hands, and he even captured a person alive, and learned a lot of inside information from him. Originally, the relationship between the sect and the Dacian dynasty was very good, but in recent years, conflicts have become increasingly conflicting. The two sides are no longer as close as they used to be. Instead, they are full of calculations against each other. Although Li Zhirui's status in the Yunqian sect is not very high, he is a fusion after all, and has lived in the sect for thousands of years. He still knows some news that is not top secret, and now he tells Li Zhirui. What a big ambition. Li Zhirui couldn't help laughing after hearing the ultimate goal of the Yunqian sect. It turned out that he wanted to suppress the immortals, the demons, the monsters, and the sea tribes, and let the Dacian dynasty suppress the world and become the most powerful force. To achieve this, it is estimated that all the territories of Dongzhou will be included in it. The Dacian dynasty can't even resist the Mahayana cultivators now, and even the fusion cultivators like Li Zhirui can't deal with it. The gap is a world of difference. In the future, you just stay here well, and no cultivator will ever find you. But before Li Zhirui could hear that, he was happy. A spiritual light flew out of Li Zhirui's hand and sealed their danshan. I only promised to let you live, haven't I done it now? After saying that, without looking at the other person's expression, Li Zhirui left the space directly. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers in his last retreat. After wasting a lot of time in the space, Li Zhirui once again sped up and rushed to Luoxingzhou. As for the affairs of Yunqian sect and Dacian dynasty, they had little to do with him, and with Li Zhirui's current strength, he would not get any good if he got involved. The most important thing is that Li Zhirui believes that great power comes from oneself and belongs to oneself, instead of pinning hopes on future generations like them. While rushing on the road, Li Zhirui continued to comprehend the imperial jade slip in his hand and draw the nutrients he needed from it. After several months, Li Zhirui arrived at Luoxingzhou smoothly. The reason why it was said to be smooth was that he encountered several blind monsters on the road, which wasted some time. Luoxingzhou lived up to its name. On the day Li Zhirui arrived, he saw several spiritual lights falling. Unfortunately, the distance was far, and he couldn't catch up no matter how fast he went. Not long after, Li Zhirui went to a large fairy city. As soon as he entered the door, he felt a bustle coming towards him. There were far more cultivators inside than he thought, and their cultivation levels were also uneven. The powerful ones were at the level of crossing the tribulation, and the weaker ones were only at the nascent soul stage. Li Zhirui rested in the inn for a night, and his spirit was restored. He began to think about what he should do next. Since it is for training, let's go to the Falling Star Mountains. The Falling Star Mountains, a huge mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, is rich in spiritual energy and very suitable for the survival of the demon race. Therefore, there are many demon beasts of all realms, and this place naturally becomes the first choice for cultivators to train. After making the decision, Li Zhirui did not stay for too long and immediately set off for the Falling Star Mountains. As a combined cultivator, his training place would naturally not be on the periphery, but in the depths where high-level demon beasts often appear. However, Li Zhirui did not fly directly over the mountains and directly into the mountains. Instead, he concealed his cultivation level and slowly walked towards the final destination. Hand over all the storage magic weapons on your body, and we will spare your life. Halfway through the journey, Li Zhirui encountered a group of monks who were robbing. He did not take these little monks, who were only in the nascent soul and the god of transformation, seriously. But after the real fight, Li Zhirui found that these monks were not as embarrassing as he imagined. Although their cultivation was low and their strength was insufficient, they still had some means that made him feel quite extraordinary. As expected of those who dared to come to Luoxingzhou, if they did not have any housekeeping skills, they would have died in these vast mountains long ago. Unfortunately, they all became the residual souls of Li Zhirui's men. The deeper you go, the fewer monks you can see. It is not as lively and noisy as the periphery, and the calmness makes people extremely depressed. Roar. Cry. Suddenly, two roars of monsters came from not far away. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself, I don't know if I can be the fisherman this time. Therefore, Li Zhirui tried his best to restrain his breath and ensure that he would not be discovered by the two monsters before slowly rushing towards the outbreak of the battlefield. Soon, he saw the appearance of two monsters. One was a cyan-furred 7th level wolf monster, and the other was a 7th level golden eagle. Judging from the current situation, the golden eagle had the upper hand, and the wolf monster was forced into a very embarrassed state by it, and its originally beautiful fur was heavily damaged. But Li Zhirui keenly noticed that something was wrong, and the wolf monster did it on purpose. It looked embarrassed and at a disadvantage, and its injury seemed serious, but in fact, The attack of the golden eagle did not cause fatal damage to it. The wolf monster deliberately showed weakness, waiting for the opportunity to give the golden eagle a fatal blow. Li Zhirui thought it was quite interesting, but he did not stare at the wolf monster closely, because this would make it feel something, and then expose it, which would make the two monsters temporarily suppress their contradictions and deal with him, a monk who suddenly appeared. Chapter 1021, Divine Power. The two monsters continued to fight, and the fierce battle destroyed the surroundings to pieces. Li Zhirui had to be careful to stay away from the battlefield to avoid being affected. Soon, Li Zhirui changed his previous view. The golden eagle was not unaware of the wolf demon's plan, but it seemed to be doing it on purpose, and it might also be calculating the other party. Roar! The wolf demon was beaten to death and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, the golden eagle immediately rushed over, intending to give it the final blow. A gleam of light flashed in the wolf demon's eyes. The moment the golden eagle entered its attack range, the spiritual light on its body shone brightly, and a dark blue wolf soul pounced on the golden eagle. Cry. After being hit, the golden eagle let out a shrill wail. Ha 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 ha, die! The wolf demon laughed wildly, and the seemingly serious injuries on his body were healed in a breath. But the next moment, the wolf demon's expression froze, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The golden eagle bitten by the wolf's soul turned into a golden feather with a flash of golden light. Puff! Several wind blades that could not detect any movement attacked from the back and sides of the wolf demon. If it were not for the wolf demon's last impulse to remind him, he could have used the defensive magic. This attack alone would have killed the wolf demon. But even so, several huge wounds appeared on the wolf demon's body. The blood dyed its fur red in an instant, making it look like a blood wolf. What a pity! The golden eagle appeared behind the wolf demon at some point and said with regret, but it doesn't matter. You will be out of pain soon, substitute magic. Li Zhirui, who was lurking in the distance, saw the method used by the golden eagle and was moved. Could he learn this method from the golden eagle? The spells and magic used by the human race and the demon race seem to be very different, but the roots are the same. They are all learned through the perception of the laws of the Tao. Li Zhirui is confident that after learning about this substitute magic from the golden eagle, he can transform it into a magic that a cultivator can master. It's just that the time is not so certain. After all, there is a big difference between the body structure of the demon race and the human race. Although the substitute magic power is not so important to Li Zhirui, because he has a safer space to save his life, it is very necessary for other people in the Li family. If the timing is right, you will really find a ray of hope in the desperate situation and survive. And this substitute magic power has no flaws. At least in Li Zhirui's eyes, when the golden eagle just performed the magic power, even if he knew that the golden eagle had other calculations, he wondered why it was caught by the wolf demon, but he still didn't notice anything wrong. Maybe the Mahayana and Tribulation cultivators can detect something wrong, but at least in the eyes of the combined cultivators, there is no flaw, and this is already very powerful. When Li Zhirui was about to capture the golden eagle alive, the wolf demon had been beaten to death and looked like it would die soon. At this time, the golden eagle was not in a hurry. It soared in the sky and performed magic from time to time. It was obviously planning to slowly grind the wolf demon to death. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the location of the blood fruit. The wolf demon shouted hurriedly, fearing that the golden eagle would kill it the next moment. The golden eagle stopped casting the spell and asked, "How do I know whether what you said is true or false?" "I can swear an oath," the wolf demon begged, "and if you need help in the future, as long as it does not threaten my life, I can help." The golden eagle's expression clearly showed a hint of hesitation. He did not attack the wolf demon again, but only trapped it. It is no wonder that it was tempted. For monsters, it is not a simple matter to improve their blood. The higher the cultivation, the greater the difficulty. The importance of blood is self-evident. The blood fruit is a very rare and precious spiritual fruit. It can directly improve the blood of monsters below the scattered fairyland by one level. Therefore, every time the blood fruit is born, as long as the slightest news is leaked, it will set off a bloody storm among the monsters. Li Zhirui, who was watching from the side, could see clearly that the wolf demon should be buying time for himself. After about half a quarter of an hour, the golden eagle had a plan in mind. With a cold look in his eyes, he said, "As long as we catch you, we will know the location of the blood fruit sooner or later." After that, he planned to capture the wolf demon alive. Unfortunately, this half a quarter of an hour gave the wolf demon a chance to escape. The wolf demon suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, mobilized all his magic power, tore the magical power that trapped it, and jumped into the shadow of the tree beside him with his broken body, like a fish entering the sea, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Li Zhirui's eyes lit up again. If he was not mistaken, this should be a special magical power of escaping, using the shadow to escape. It was a pity that the wolf demon escaped, otherwise he would also like to get this magical power. After watching the wolf demon escape, the golden eagle was so angry that his eyes spewed fire, and the flapping of his wings rolled up gusts of wind, wreaking havoc in the mountains. Li Zhirui seized the opportunity at the right time and did it without hesitation. He threw out a handful of spirit seeds, and instantly formed a huge net to try to trap the golden eagle. At the same time, huge trees rose from the ground, and under his control, they quickly formed a huge dome, trapping the golden eagle in the wooden cage. Human. You are looking for death? The golden eagle did not expect that there was someone hiding nearby. Especially after seeing that it was a human cultivator, the anger in his heart burst out, and a series of wind blades with a cyan gold color attacked Li Zhirui. The vine net, which was originally just a trick, was cut to pieces the moment it came into contact with the wind blades. Li Zhirui was shocked. Although it was just a trick, these were all 6th level spirit vines that he had carefully cultivated. They were very tough, but now they were vulnerable. Facing the attack of the golden eagle, Li Zhirui did not hesitate to use the escape method, using the green grass under his feet to directly stay away from the wind blades. Several small cracks appeared where the wind blades fell, and they were very deep. What a terrifying attack power! Li Zhirui couldn't help but smack his lips. If this attack hit him, he didn't know how much it would cost to block it. But now, can you still launch such a powerful attack? Li Zhirui looked like he was sure of victory. The golden eagle had just fought with a wolf demon of equal cultivation, and most of its mana was consumed, so the moment it saw Li Zhirui appear, it decided to leave the battlefield. Because the golden eagle obviously felt that it was not an opponent. So it used its anger to launch such a powerful attack, firstly to paralyze Li Zhirui, and secondly to force him back, so as to buy time and space for escape. But the golden eagle never expected that Li Zhirui would block its escape route as soon as he made a move, and the attack had already been launched, consuming a lot of mana, but there was no effect, which was even more disadvantageous to the golden eagle. Rumble. In the not-so-small wooden cage, huge trees suddenly fell from the sky, smashing down with a huge force, and each one made a huge sound when it fell to the ground. The golden eagle wanted to dodge, but the space was so small and its body was so huge that it had no chance to dodge. It could only use defensive spells to withstand the attack of the giant tree. Li Zhirui didn't want to continue to fight with a golden eagle, because after all, this was deep in the Falling Star Mountains, the territory of the demon clan, which was too dangerous for him as a cultivator. Especially since the two monsters had fought for so long before. Even as a 7th level monster, the territory was very large, and other 7th level monsters nearby should have noticed it. Bang! So with his full burst, he quickly shattered the golden eagle's defense. Seeing that it was still struggling, Li Zhirui did not hesitate to control a giant tree to knock it unconscious, quickly sealed its tension and sea of consciousness, and then encouraged a gust of wind to disperse its own breath, and disappeared into the lush forest. Only a quarter of an hour after Li Zhirui left, several monsters came one after another. Seeing the mess on the ground, they were very uncomfortable, and one by one they used means to track down the people who left alive. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui not only carefully wiped out his own breath, but also entered the space directly shortly after escaping to check the situation of the golden eagle. The monsters could not find any clues and left quickly with anger. If it wakes up and wreaks havoc in the space, Li Zhirui will be heartbroken. He doesn't know how many kinds of spiritual objects he has planted, including many high-level rare spiritual objects. Fortunately, the golden eagle has not woken up yet, but Li Zhirui is still not at ease, so he weaves a birdcage with a lot of spiritual vines, and after constantly reinforcing it with magic, he locks the golden eagle in it. Wake up! After taking care of the golden eagle, Li Zhirui cast a spell to wake it up. Damn monk, if you have the guts, let me out, let's fight fair and square. If I lose, you can kill me or cut me up, whatever you want. The golden eagle stared at Li Zhirui at first sight and shouted unwillingly. Li Zhirui smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are no match for me, bullshit. You took advantage of my excessive consumption of mana and suddenly attacked me. Otherwise, how could you catch me? The golden eagle was very arrogant and had no sense of being a prisoner. Really, after saying that, Li Zhirui used the power of the cave to bless him. He was like a god. Although he was only in the early stage of fusion, he gave people a fatal sense of oppression. The golden eagle, which was already seriously injured, was shocked by this pressure and his injuries became more serious. Seeing this, Li Zhirui had to take out a few healing pills to feed it, so as not to really die. Looking at the golden eagle that fell into coma again, Li Zhirui suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could he deliberately find some rare or special monsters with magical powers and learn magical powers from them? But after careful consideration, Li Zhirui shook his head, because this kind of thing is rare. Over the years, he has killed countless monsters in his hands, but there are not many monsters with special magical powers like the golden eagle and the wolf monster. If you pursue it deliberately, I'm afraid you will lose more than you gain. Half an hour later, the golden eagle slowly woke up, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Li Zhirui. I want you to write down the complete method of the substitute magic power. As long as I learn it, I will let you go. Giving people a little hope will make it easier to get what you want. As for a way to survive, Liu'erd is also a way to survive, but there is no way to practice, and he will be trapped in a monotonous space for the rest of his life. Anyway, Li Zhirui did what he said and did not lie. Is it true? Do you dare to swear an oath? The golden eagle did not believe it. Li Zhirui smiled slightly, did not swear, and only said, believe it or not. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. It was not him who was seriously injured, and it was not him who would leave huge hidden dangers in his body if he delayed treatment. The golden eagle glared at Li Zhirui fiercely, and he was in a stalemate. But as the injury continued to worsen, the golden eagle felt weaker and weaker. Realizing that it would hurt its foundation if it continued like this, it had to speak softly and said, I can give you the substitute magical power, but you have to give me a healing pill and let me live. It should have been done long ago. Li Zhirui did not mock it, but handed it a bottle of precious pills and said, 5 days later, I hope to see the magical power in the jade slips. Leaving a few blank jade slips, he flashed away from the space. He was still in the depths of the Falling Star Mountains and had to leave as soon as possible. Soon, Li Zhirui returned to the Immortal City, rented a cave, added a set of formations, and then sat cross-legged on the futon to start today's practice. 5 days passed in a flash. Li Zhirui arrived as scheduled, took the jade slips, and saw the magical powers recorded in them, and was unconsciously immersed in them. After reading them, he found that his original idea was too simple. The substitute magical power was far more profound and mysterious than Li Zhirui had imagined. But soon, Li Zhirui noticed something was wrong and looked up and asked, where did you learn this magical power from? He felt that there were several obscure parts of this magical power, which seemed to have been modified by someone, which meant that the substitute magical power was not a magical power that the golden eagle had in its bloodline. It was obtained by chance. Li Zhirui did not delve into this question, but stared at the golden eagle and asked, so, the original substitute magical power is a method of cultivation for the human race? The golden eagle froze, and looked at Li Zhirui with surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that the other party would see the flaw in such a short time. Take out the original one. Li Zhirui's voice did not fluctuate at all, but the golden eagle still felt a strong sense of danger from it, and hurriedly said, okay, I will record it in the jade slip now. Although the golden eagle was arrogant, it was not stupid. The terrifying figure a few days ago still remained in its mind, and could not be shaken off. About an hour later, the golden eagle finally finished. During this process, Li Zhirui was not idle either. Although the magical power in his hand was modified by the monster, it was not without reference value. Especially after getting the original, by comparing the two, he quickly figured out the key points of the magical power and the areas that deserved attention if he wanted to modify it. I have given you the original, can you let me go? The golden eagle saw that Li Zhirui had regained consciousness and asked hurriedly. Well, of course, generally speaking, as long as Li Zhirui was not angry, he would be easy to talk to. So, he directly opened the door of the wooden cage. Chapter 1022 Dynasty. The golden eagle looked delighted and immediately spread its wings and flew away. As for the sealed mana and soul in its body, it did not mention it, for fear of angering the monk in front of it and locking it back again. It had secretly tested that although the seal was powerful, it was not impossible to break it, but it would take a long time. However, in the face of life and freedom, it didn't matter if it wasted some time. When the golden eagle soared in the sky, it was immediately shocked by the rich spiritual energy and the spiritual objects everywhere. Each spiritual object emitted a faint spiritual light, but when gathered together, it was particularly dazzling. If you look at it for a little longer, your eyes will feel uncomfortable. Gulu, the golden eagle, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were full of greed. If it could get these spiritual objects, it would definitely be able to go further. But when it thought of the ferocious and terrifying monk, the golden eagle immediately woke up and flew away without looking back. No. This is not the Yuanling realm. In just half a minute, the golden eagle reacted. Of course, it was also because it came to the edge of the space and saw spiritual objects all over the mountains along the way. These two situations cannot appear in the Yuanling realm. The reason why the space has become what it is now is that Li Zhirui now allows all other spiritual objects to grow and reproduce freely, except for some high-level and precious spiritual objects that he will take care of personally. It is also because of his inaction and the mysterious effect of the space that the spiritual objects naturally grow wildly and quickly occupy a large amount of land. Among the huge number of spiritual objects, some spiritual objects that have mutated or broken through the grade were born. Fortunately, the entire space is under the control of Li Zhirui. Once this happens, he will soon discover it and then transplant it to several medicine gardens that he focuses on to expand the types of spiritual objects in his hands. The golden eagle was terrified and immediately turned to find Li Zhirui. What is this place? Didn't you say you would let me out? In a hurry, the golden eagle forgot his fear and asked loudly. Li Zhirui didn't even look at it, and said casually, "Didn't I release you from the wooden cage? You, Li Zhirui snorted lightly, and the golden eagle didn't dare to speak again. Be a good guardian beast of my Li family in the future. You may have the opportunity to become an immortal in the future. There are still many members of the Li family who are practicing the Wanling Sutra. A male 7th grade golden eagle is still very precious to the family. It can greatly improve the grade of the family's spiritual beasts, so Li Zhirui didn't kill the golden eagle. Of course, if it doesn't know what's good for it, it will not be a guardian beast, but a breeding beast." The golden eagle wanted to curse, but when the words came to his mouth, a great fear suddenly came over him, as if he dared to refuse, he would die on the spot. Under the threat of death, he could only bow his head and surrender in the end. Make a copy of your understanding and experience of practicing the substitute divine power, and then you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't destroy spiritual objects and don't go to the medicine garden. You can pick any other spiritual objects at will. By the way, there is another spiritual farmer. If you are bored, you can go to him. After that, Li Zhirui continued to comprehend the 2 jade slips in his hand. The golden eagle gnashed his teeth and wished to eat the man in front of him alive, but he still left a jade slip obediently and flew away. Li Zhirui smiled slightly. The taming has already shown initial results, so there is no need to rush. With the original method in hand and the method modified by the demon clan, Li Zhirui learned the substitute divine power in just a few months, but because he was not familiar with it, there were still some flaws. But even so, if you don't distinguish carefully, you can't see any clues, which shows how powerful this magical power is. To practice this magical power, you need to use something full of your own breath to cast the spell. Li Zhirui has no feathers, so he uses his hair as a substitute. After learning the magical power, Li Zhirui left the space and continued to train in the Falling Star Mountains. While fighting with monsters and honing his own strength, he practiced and improved his cultivation. In particular, he continued to cultivate the 5 internal organs and strengthen the Dharma. The former is related to the future path, and the latter is the key to current practice. Both are very important. Time flies, and 30 or 40 years have passed. During this period, Li Zhirui also encountered many dangers. Fortunately, he had 2 life-saving means, the substitute magical power and the space, and he survived the disaster without any danger. The most dangerous one was when a cultivator accidentally discovered a cave of a cultivator who had survived the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. It is said that there is a secret of immortality in it. Once the news spread, it attracted a large number of high-level cultivators and monsters. At that time, Li Zhirui relied on his own strength and life-saving magical power, so he participated in it. But soon, he found that his strength was nothing at all. He was seriously injured several times and survived. In order to snatch the secret of immortality, all cultivators killed Red Eyes. Although Li Zhirui wanted to continue to fight, he had to withdraw due to his serious injuries. When he recovered from his injuries, he heard that a loose sword cultivator in the Mahayana realm had obtained the Dharma, and now the cultivators in the entire Luoxing state are looking for him. Random cultivator. When Li Zhirui heard the news, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. You know, there are many major forces involved, and each of them has sent a large number of high-level cultivators, but it is really surprising that a loose cultivator, who is only in the Mahayana realm, can snatch food from the tiger's mouth. However, after this incident, Li Zhirui also found that the substitute's magical power is far more powerful than he thought, and even the cultivators who cross the tribulation can't find the flaw. In addition to the danger, he has also gained a lot in these years. His realm and cultivation have improved a lot, especially the Dharma, which has increased from 25 feet to 3 feet, and is one step closer to the pass of 33 feet. There are also many other gains, the most precious of which is the 8th level Taisui meteorite iron obtained from a meteor falling from the sky. It not only contains rich wood spiritual energy, but also is extremely hard, so as soon as Li Zhirui got it, he integrated it into his life magic treasure Qianling. The process of obtaining the treasure was naturally not easy, but he still relied on the blessing of the power of the cave to defeat most of the monks who robbed it and successfully won the meteorite iron. At the moment of success, he escaped into the space and escaped calmly. I have been in Luoxing Zhao for so many years, it's time to leave, Li Zhirui murmured. His cultivation level has improved quickly, but in the past few decades, Li Zhirui has been to all the places he can explore, and the rest are extremely dangerous. With his current cultivation level, if he forcibly explores, not only will he not get any benefits, but he will also get hurt. Li Zhirui will naturally not do this approach that is not worth a loss. After making up his mind, Li Zhirui left the rental cave where he had lived for many years and walked out of the city. Big news! A mortal actually killed a nascent soul cultivator. The Huishan sect came to ask for an explanation, but under the siege of several old men, only one Huishan escaped from all the cultivators sent out. Walking on the busy street, Li Zhirui and the nearby cultivators heard this. What? How is this possible? When did a mortal actually kill a Huishan cultivator? If it was key training or foundation building, being besieged by a large number of mortal troops, perhaps they could not escape and died in the sea of people. But a mortal could kill a nascent soul, and then sent several cultivators to take revenge, but were killed by several old men. These two things sound unbelievable. Only Li Zhirui knew what was going on, and he was quite surprised. He didn't expect that after a few decades, the Dacian dynasty would be born and ascend to the top of Dongzhao. It seems that the Dacian dynasty has developed very well in recent years, otherwise it would not suddenly appear in the territory surrounded by cultivators. Li Zhirui didn't know that it was because of the jade slips he summarized based on his memories of his previous life that the Dacian dynasty grew rapidly, especially the growth of food and population. The former allowed a dynasty to win the hearts of the people, and the latter increased the number of people. In the process of the growth, they enjoyed the benefits of the dynasty and naturally respected the dynasty. There are also other benefits brought by changes, and the Dacian dynasty naturally developed rapidly. It's true. That incarnation monk said it himself. He is still injured now. The man heard the endless questioning and unconsciously raised his voice, saying, he also said that those mortals didn't know where to learn some weird methods, and the lethality is very strong. Tisk. As soon as these words came out, they immediately received a lot of sneers from a large number of monks. They didn't believe what this person said at all, and just thought that someone made up the story. Li Zhirui shook his head secretly. Others didn't understand, but didn't he know it? After thinking about it, he was not in a hurry to leave, because the surrounding area would become very lively, and there might be the opportunity he wanted. In the next period of time, I'm afraid that there will be news from time to time that the monks' families or sects were destroyed by mortals. Since the Dacian dynasty has chosen to come out, it must occupy a large amount of territory and further enhance its power before the Fairyland forces react. Otherwise, when those Fairyland forces take action, they will have a hard time. And the development of the situation is indeed as Li Zhirui guessed. While the monks were not paying attention, the Dacian dynasty attacked everywhere and quickly destroyed several major immortal forces in the surrounding area with thunder and lightning, and took their territory into its pocket. Therefore, more and more monks fled to Luoxing Zhao, and from their mouths, they also had a deeper understanding of those strange mortals. They are obviously just mortals, but because they have special powers, they have the ability to kill monks. and in certain specific occasions, their strength can become even stronger. Among them, the mortal army is even more amazing. The army composed of thousands of mortals, led by the general, can actually produce a strange phenomenon and have a strong suppressive effect on the monks. On this day, another heavy news came. Yunchen sect, a Mahayana sect that had once been glorious, was destroyed by the Dakian dynasty. Such a large territory and a large number of manpower all belonged to the Dakian dynasty. What a sacrifice, Li Zhirui couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. He didn't need to doubt or think too much, he knew that Yunchen sect did it on purpose, in order to make the Dakian dynasty go one step further. Dakian dynasty finally completed this last step, the dynasty can be upgraded, a minister said excitedly. Except for him, everyone was extremely excited. After so many years of hard work, it was finally time to reap the rewards. As long as they took this step, they would not have to worry about being killed by ordinary cultivators. The auspicious time has arrived, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. The king, wearing court clothes and a glazed crown, slowly walked towards an altar. Compared with decades ago, the king is more mature. He is obviously just a mortal, but there is no sign of aging. But there is nothing to be surprised about. There are many ways to prolong life in the Yuanling realm. The king climbed onto an altar that had already been built, reading the proclamation to heaven written by a minister with brilliant literary talent, and followed the steps recorded in the Humane dynasty without any mistakes. As the king stamped the jade seal on a golden book and jade silk, a huge tremor suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, but it was only a flash, and most creatures did not notice it at all. All the great powers in the fairyland opened their eyes and tried their best to explore the cause of the tremor between heaven and earth, but unfortunately they could not find the reason at all, so they could only tell their disciples and clansmen to pay more attention to what was different between heaven and earth. Dakian dynasty. Success. As the last word was uttered, many strange phenomena appeared around the king, including people farming, soldiers fighting, scholars teaching, merchants selling. All kinds of human life were manifested in it. But in the end, they all turned into a stream of spiritual light and sank into the jade seal in front of the king. And the originally ordinary jade seal, after integrating these strange phenomena, also became extraordinary, as if it contained some terrifying power, and as if it was just an ordinary seal. At the same time, the Dakian dynasty. The humane law net in the land occupied by the Dakian dynasty was spreading rapidly. Except for some remote areas, all the generals were included in the law net. Ha 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 ha, the king held the jade seal in his hand, and the world was in his hands. He couldn't help laughing. And the ministers behind him also felt the unusual power one by one, and joy appeared on their faces. They had no spiritual roots and could not practice. But now, there is a way for them to master power. And there is also a chance of immortality. Return to the imperial capital. The newly included areas must be mastered as soon as possible. The king quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "During this period, we have made such a big fuss, and those monks will definitely not give up. Your Majesty, do you think we should find an auspicious time to enthrone the previous emperors, the princes, and the ministers? If they become humane gods, they can also help relieve the pressure brought by the monks," a royal minister said carefully. Over the years, the king has already controlled the entire court, and the so-called prime minister cannot compete with him at all. Naturally, everyone is very afraid of him. Well, the emperor's uncle is right, but this is not a trivial matter, and it will consume the dynasty's luck and incense and vows. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we should focus on fighting the enemy. We can only confer titles on some of them first. For the specific situation, I will trouble the emperor's uncle to discuss a proper solution with the Ministry of Clan Affairs, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Personnel. Your humble servant obeys the order. Chapter 1023 Watching. At this time, Dakian, which was upgraded to a dynasty, had occupied 2 states and a territory of more than 10 million kilometers. Most importantly, the Dakian dynasty was still attacking everywhere and expanding its territory. And constantly relocating and organizing mortals. Families that originally lived in the territory of the dynasty were relocated to the newly included land. At the same time, a large number of scholars who had been cultivated in the Dakian dynasty over the past few decades were sent to the border areas to become small officials to strengthen the rule of the dynasty. After obtaining Li Zhirui's jade slip, the ambitious king did not act rashly, but took every step carefully until he had complete control of power, especially the power of the army, and then began to reform. This included a large number of orphans being taken in by the orphanage established by the dynasty. According to each person's qualifications, they either joined the army, studied, or learned a skill, and after they were completed, they were all used by the king. In addition, there were tax laws, land, imperial examinations, etc., all of which were reformed one by one. In this process, those forces whose interests were damaged were naturally unwilling to overthrow the rule of this king, but unfortunately they were put out before they started the uprising, just like throwing a stone into the sea, which caused a slight ripple and then quickly returned to calm. It was also because of decades of accumulation that the Dacian dynasty's crazy expansion of territory did not cause too many problems. But this is already the limit. So after completing this 3,000-kilometer expansion, the boiling Dacian dynasty quickly cooled down under the control of the new emperor. All the ministers were busy digesting the huge harvest that they had swallowed, and so were the people. A lot of land was waiting for them to be reclaimed, and no one complained. Because the emperor directly issued an edict to the world through the humanitarian law network, every household had a 20-acre wasteland reclamation quota, and no taxes were required in the first 3 years, and only half of the taxes were required from the 3rd to the 5th year, and it would return to normal after 5 years. Once this imperial decree was issued, both the original people and the newly ruled people in the dynasty praised the emperor's kindness. For a time, the people's hearts were in favor, and the dynasty's fortune became more prosperous. At the same time, because the quota for land reclamation was given according to household registration, in the next period of time, those civilian families with 3 or 4 generations living together separated one after another in order to meet the requirements of this imperial order. Of course, some smart people saw the deep meaning behind the imperial order. You know, a large part of the taxes are levied according to household registration, and those big families did not separate in the past in order to avoid paying more taxes. In addition, local officials will separate those separated families on the pretext of insufficient wasteland, and can also reduce the influence of the family on the town, which is convenient for the dynasty's rule. This simple imperial order not only solved 2 major problems, but also made the people grateful to the emperor. Such means made those ministers more afraid. However, just when the Dacian dynasty was thriving and trying to digest it, some monks came. Most of them came to watch the fun, wanting to know whether this mortal dynasty was as powerful as the rumors, and some came to avenge their relatives and friends. Li Zhirui was among them, but his purpose was different from others. He wanted to see for himself whether the Humane dynasty was as described in the jade slips. As for those who noticed the harm of the Humane dynasty to the immortal Dao, there were very few such cultivators. Now the dynasty occupies a large number of territories and mortals. The former has many sacred mountains with rich spiritual energy. After all, several immortal forces have been eliminated. The latter is the foundation of cultivators. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of mortals, and it is unknown how many children with spiritual roots will be born every year. These children will never be taken away by the immortal forces, but will be left in the dynasty, injecting new impetus into the development of the dynasty. Hand over the murderer, heir awakened Li Zhirui from his contemplation. I saw several refining monks step forward and shouted angrily, "As long as you hand over those murderers, we will retreat immediately and will never trouble your dynasty again." Humph! So much nonsense. Those monks deserved to die, and now only bones are left. Do you still want them? Standing at the forefront of the mortal army was a 9-foot-tall, burly man, who was also the marshal of this army. "You are so brave. How dare you kill monks?" Wang He, who ignored them and roared at the army behind him, "Form a battle formation." Hula la! Thousands of soldiers stood in their positions in an instant. So many people not only did it in an orderly manner, but also very quickly. In a few breaths, they formed a battle formation. Wang He, who stood at the forefront, and the flag-bearing soldier beside him unfolded a military flag with a black word "King" embroidered on the front and a lifelike huge black tiger on the back. Roar! A large amount of black evil spirit gathered above the soldiers' heads, and then formed a ferocious giant tiger several dozen feet long, roaring to the sky. The monks who were a little closer were all dizzy, and their ears were buzzing because of the roar. "Kill!" Wang He, who roared, and the entire army followed his lead and launched a fierce attack on the monks in the front. Crack! Many monks didn't take it seriously. They didn't think this mortal slash was so terrifying that they didn't even use their body defense. This knife cut them in half. What kind of evil method is this? A mere mortal can master such a terrifying power. The monks who faced the slash head-on but survived fortunately seemed to be still immersed in the horror of the knife. Li Zhirui, who was mixed in the crowd, was brightened. It seemed that the Dacian dynasty was developing very well, which could be seen from the training of the army and their spirit. Without a large amount of food and meat, and frequent training, these soldiers would not have performed so well. I just don't know if this army is the trump card of the Dacian dynasty or the common soldiers. If it is the latter, it means that the power of the dynasty is far more terrible than Li Zhirui imagined. The other monks who were watching were full of surprise and greed. A mortal can master such a powerful power, so what if they master it? Is it possible to fight against the higher level? Many monks who were just here to join in the fun changed their minds at this moment. Hand over the method. Yes. As long as you hand over the method, we will retreat immediately. They knew that the soldiers were also important, but in the eyes of the monks, the method was the foundation. With a method, are you afraid of not being able to find mortals? Want it? Come and get it yourself. Wang He, who grinned and attacked everyone again. The black tiger above the army exuded wisps of black air, which entangled with the spirit sword and slashed at the monks fiercely. Wherever the sword passed, the grass and trees withered quickly, which looked very strange. This time, no monk dared to underestimate them again, because the last one who did so had become a pool of minced meat. All the monks tried their best to defend themselves. Although the sword energy was strong, it quickly dissipated in front of a large number of monks. Ho ha, you are just a mortal. Even if you have some opportunities, it's nothing more than that. Hand over the method quickly, otherwise you will die. Don't blame us for not giving you a chance to live, several monks shouted, not taking these mortal troops seriously at all. Li Zhirui, who was far away and avoided being affected by the battle, shook his head and thought to himself, they don't understand the horror of the Humane dynasty at all. I don't know how many monks will die here after this battle, but suddenly, there was a sound of walking in the distance, and the ground was shaking slightly. Not long after, an army of more than 10,000 people appeared in front of everyone. And compared with the previous army, the new one was obviously stronger, and it was very likely to be elite. General Liu, you are finally here. If you don't come, I'm afraid I won't be able to defend it. Ho ha, who doesn't know how powerful General Wang is? It should be said that if I don't come, this place will be solved by General Wang, right? The two generals chatted as if they were not paying attention to the monks not far away. How dare you, ordinary people, ignore us, looking for death? With the anger of the monks, a large number of magical powers attacked the two generals. But soon, they saw an incredible phenomenon. The power of the magical powers they exerted was constantly weakening. Humanitarian law network. Among all the monks present, only Li Zhirui knew what was going on. I didn't expect that the Dacian dynasty had already developed the humanitarian law network to the border areas that had just been incorporated into its rule. As soon as the humanitarian law network appeared, Li Zhirui knew that the monks would definitely lose this battle. Although they were far away, he could still feel a strong pressure from the humanitarian law network, which was far more than the pressure that Li Zhirui could feel in the palace decades ago. Li Zhirui calculated in his mind. According to the humanitarian law network in the border areas, it is so powerful. How terrible is it in the imperial capital and the palace? I am afraid that even the great powers in the fairyland will be affected. And with his current cultivation, let alone sneaking into the imperial capital, I am afraid that even some prosperous cities will be suppressed. I don't know how much strength he has left. Damn it. How can this group of mortals have so many weird methods? Could it be that the demon cultivators taught them? General Wang, it's time to go all out. The prefect is urging us. Good. General Liu deployed a battle formation, and a blue rock with a body size of more than 100 feet appeared. Countless archers in the army tightened their bowstrings, aimed at a certain cultivator, and shot hard. The blue rain of arrows shot towards the cultivators. The defense shields of many cultivators were shut with holes, and they didn't even make it through the first round and fell directly. Soldiers, follow me and kill. Wang He, who led the soldiers behind him, as if he had really become a huge king of beasts, baring his fangs and claws to fight the monks. A quarter of an hour later, the battlefield returned to calm. The monks fled in a panic, and the Dacian dynasty won again. After the dynasty defeated the monks' attack, some princes saw that the emperor fell into coma and had the intention of rebellion, or they had never given up their covetousness for the supreme throne. Especially after seeing the tall and majestic, comparable to the strength of the immortals, they became more eager. And now is a good opportunity. So one by one recruited soldiers and wanted to usurp the throne. But they didn't know that the emperor woke up the next day, but he just noticed their thoughts and kept them secret. King Long Guard, Beihui Guard, Suzaku Guard, Zhuangwu Guard, listen to my order, quickly suppress the king of Han, the king of Chu and others, but don't kill them, their lives are still of great use to me, the emperor ordered to the void. Yes, on this day, the 4 divine guards who protected the imperial capital quickly went out and captured all the princes, ministers, and generals who had the intention of treason. It took only 3 days. And most of the time was spent on the road. This terrifying power frightened those families who shared the same fate with the country. Even if they had some small thoughts, they were suppressed in the deepest part of their hearts, and perhaps they would never emerge again in their lifetime. The emperor was high above, overlooking the group of embarrassed people below, and said, I will not kill you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overjoyed, because they knew that they had survived. They all knew that this emperor was the most trustworthy person, and he would never regret what he said. But they didn't know that it was just because those promises were not worth the emperor's anger. But you can't stay in the Dacian dynasty, regardless of their changing expressions, the emperor said to himself, I will give you the complete methods of the Humane dynasty and various experiences, and let you go to the vast Yuanling realm to establish your own Humane dynasty. In response, some people's eyes lit up, some people fell into deep thought, and some people were afraid. You can recruit those families, but you can't take the people in the territory. After that, he asked people to send storage magic weapons one by one. They don't have spiritual roots and can't absorb spiritual energy to practice, but there are techniques in the inheritance of the Humane dynasty that can allow mortals to practice, but each has its own disadvantages. For example, Confucianism has a high entry threshold and is difficult to practice. For example, martial arts is easy to learn but difficult to master, and when you get older, your strength will decline. And these methods all have a common disadvantage, that is, you can't live forever. Even if you practice to the highest level, your lifespan will not exceed 260 years. Of course, if they are praised by the people and do good things that benefit the dynasty, they may be deified after death. From this point of view, they can be regarded as immortal. You asked us to establish the Humane dynasty everywhere, so you want us to help you share the huge pressure brought by the monks, right? A certain prince suddenly said. So what? The emperor's expression did not change at all, and said, if you don't want to, then stay in Qingfang Mountain in the imperial capital and be imprisoned for life. But for these ambitious people, seeing that they have the hope of ruling the world, they will never think of living in mediocrity. Chapter 1024, Spirit. Therefore, in the face of the emperor's words of detention, no one questioned them, and they were still a little excited in their hearts. Because once the country is established, they will be the founding ancestors and meritorious officials, with a high status. In the future, they will be granted titles, which will far exceed those who come later. I will give you half a month to recruit noble families, ministers, generals, and collect various materials, weapons, etc., but you cannot take the people away, and you must not make it known to everyone and cause unrest. After saying that, the emperor waved his hand and had them escorted away. In the eyes of the emperor, sparing their lives is just a waste of waste. It is just right to use these people to drive away some guys who are not convenient to use, and the vacant positions will naturally be taken over by the students he trained. In addition, the emperor has another purpose. That is to take this opportunity to suppress those ancestors who are related to the princes, civil officials and military generals. It is not that he will not grant them titles. The emperor is not so stupid, but he can use this as an excuse to reduce the rank of the title and reduce the consumption of the dynasty's luck and incense. Those ancestors might be dissatisfied, but the righteousness and the handle are in the hands of the emperor, and it is also convenient for him to show favor in the future. I hope you will not let me down. After the princes were driven out of the palace, they rushed to the major families in the imperial capital, or to the homes of the civil and military officials they favored. In just one night, some people with certain status knew this amazing news. Many families were moved, including the families of the founding heroes of the Dacian dynasty. First, the big families would not put all their eggs in one basket for the sake of inheritance, and second, some people also had ambitions in their hearts. How can being a minister be better than being an emperor? They didn't have the opportunity to get the complete dynasty method before, But now not only do they have it, but also include the various measures and experiences of the dynasty's national fortune in the past few decades. If they get it, they may not be unable to establish their own country. With all kinds of ideas, many families agreed to the invitation of a certain prince, or even several princes. Half a month passed in a flash. That night, the heavy city gates that had always been tightly closed were now open, and a large number of long convoys appeared on the empty streets at night. Although there were many people and horses, they did not make any noise because of the magical powers, and left the prosperous imperial capital quietly. The city gates were open for one night before all the convoys were sent away. Reporting to your majesty, King Han and others have left the imperial capital, and many families follow them. The detailed list will take some time to sort out and proofread. The emperor, who had just woken up, responded and ordered, send someone to follow them. I want to know where they are going. The emperor's eyes flashed, and I don't know what he was planning. Yes, the waiter paused for a few breaths, and seeing that there were no other orders, he quietly withdrew. After breakfast, the emperor went to the Dacian palace to attend court. After all the cumbersome but necessary ceremonies were over, the emperor's deep voice sounded in the hall. King Han, King Zhao and others are plotting rebellion. All the fiefs and titles will be taken back, and the imperial court will send officials to manage them. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Censorate will consult and deal with it as soon as possible. Yes, the officials of the two ministries and one court bowed slightly in response. The ministers in the hall knew the fate of these people very well, so no one asked about the results of their treatment, and the matter was just settled. In addition, the monks who were defeated not long ago have recently appeared on the border of the imperial court. What do you think, your majesty? Those monks are just fierce but timid. As long as we have enough strength, we can kill them so that they dare not come again. This is the way to eliminate future troubles. An old general with white hair and beard, but a burly and tall figure, spoke first. The faces of the generals behind him showed excitement. As generals, they naturally like to gallop and kill enemies on the battlefield, not to mention that it is also beneficial to their cultivation. Not right, an old man who looked like a spring breeze said softly but firmly, Your Majesty, the dynasty has been in wars one after another, which has had a huge impact on people's livelihood and economy. We can't continue to fight. We are from the same human race as the cultivators, and we are not as evil as the demon cultivators, who harm the world. We should find an opportunity to negotiate with them, reach peace, and end the war. The emperor watched the two sides argue in silence. His mind was no longer here, but he was considering whether to promulgate a certain policy that had always existed in his mind. He believed that this policy would definitely have more benefits than disadvantages, but it would have a greater impact at the beginning. Now the dynasty is already turbulent, and there are considerable problems both inside and outside. The emperor was worried that if it was made public, it would make the dynasty more chaotic, so he had been hesitant and could not make up his mind. Alice, the emperor sighed calmly and turned his attention back, and then he heard the quarrel of the crowd. Knock knock, knocking on the handrail impatiently. The moment the sound sounded, the hall became quiet. Both sides have their reasons, but if we want to coexist peacefully with the monks, we must show enough strength. Otherwise, we will always be in a weak position in the process of getting along. What is the meaning of such peace? The emperor's attitude is very clear, that is, war is inevitable. The situation that Wen King is worried about may indeed happen, but the property and land of King Han and others will all belong to the dynasty, and there are enough reserves to deal with unknown situations. However, it is necessary to appease. Under the mediation of the emperor, the civil officials and military generals reached a consensus and began to prepare for the attack of the monks and the peace talks with the monks after the war. At the same time, the various forces in Luoxingzhou are also collecting relevant information about the Dacian dynasty. Most of these forces have no contradictions with the Dacian dynasty, but there is suddenly such a powerful evil neighbor not far away. No matter what the reason is, they always have to understand it first. If this is a method developed by the demon cultivators to deal with the monks, it will be troublesome. It's just a mortal country, how can it have the strength to rival the Mahayana and Tribulation crossing monks? And there's more than one. The weirdest thing is that the magic we use will be greatly weakened by a mysterious force. Right, now some common information about the Dacian dynasty has been circulated among the monks, and a large number of monks are discussing this matter. Li Zhirui did not participate in it, because he had a complete method of the Humane dynasty in his hands, and knew clearly what was going on and why. The reason why he is still staying in Luoxingzhou now is that he wants to know the attitude of the surrounding fairyland forces towards the Daqian dynasty, whether to kill them all or to acknowledge their existence. After all, he also wants the secular clansmen of the Li family to establish a small dynasty with a certain ability to protect themselves, so that the garrison monks sent by the family to various towns can come back. And if a clan member encounters an accident, he can also be deified after death, and maybe he can find a new path. Even if it doesn't work, won't he live many more years? Second, Luoxingzhou will become very lively in the future, and there may be the opportunity that Li Zhirui wants. Ding, ding, ding. The big bell that was originally thought to be a decoration in the center of the city was suddenly rung by someone, and the sound of the bell spread throughout the fairy city. Except for the monks in closed-door retreat, everyone else heard it. The Wang family, the power that controls the fairy city, summoned all the monks. The purpose is also very simple, that is, to let everyone participate in the war to eliminate the Daqian dynasty. Reason? Reason? None at all. Obviously, these big forces have seen the huge impact brought by the existence of the Daqian dynasty. Without so many mortals, I don't know how many new disciples will be reduced every year. This can be said to be digging the roots of the surrounding cultivation sects. Even for the Immortal Cultivation family, the demand for recruiting disciples from outside is not high, but mortals are also needed to reproduce offspring. Li Zhirui did not join the Wang family's team. Before finding a solution to the human law network and the suppression of monks and mana, he did not want to participate in the war because the gap between the enemy and us was too big. Li Zhirui did not want to be injured in the process of fighting, but he would go to watch. Wang's immortal city is not an isolated case. Most of the immortal cities in Luoxingzhou have launched a call for action and offered a bounty, bringing a large number of cultivators to attack the Daqian dynasty. The reason why they set out from Luoxingzhou is that Luoxingzhou is the most powerful territory in the nearby states. The current Daqian dynasty is no longer something that some small forces can deal with. In addition, their vassals are distributed between Luoxingzhou and the Daqian dynasty, and many vassals have been destroyed. If they don't help to take revenge, what will the other vassals think? The monks' army set out, with cloud ships across the sky, and various spiritual lights produced by a large number of monks flying independently, which looked like stars flickering at night. Finally here, the Daqian army, which had been waiting for hundreds of thousands of monks at the border, became extremely solemn when they saw the arrival of hundreds of thousands of monks. There were too many monks, and the number of soldiers was slightly more, but there was a huge gap in the combat power of the two sides. However, at this point, they had no choice but to go all out to deal with this war. Fortunately, no soldier escaped. Fight, kill. With the anger of the soldiers, the evil spirits between heaven and earth seemed to be mobilized. Fierce beasts appeared above the soldiers, blessing them with various special magical powers. The soldiers took the lead in launching attacks without fear. Endless arrows, fighting and entangled sword ki, the sky-covering attacks smashed down on the monks. Save me. In just the first round of attacks, a large number of monks were accidentally hit. For a while, it was unknown how many casualties there were. These mortals were more difficult and powerful than they imagined. Li Zhirui was also in the crowd. Although he was in the back, many attacks still fell nearby. He reacted quickly and was fine. But some monks who were just watching like Li Zhirui were not so lucky. They were injured by stray arrows and other attacks, or even hit the vital parts and died directly. At this time, the flustered monks also organized a huge counterattack. The spiritual light reflected each other, as if they had come to fairyland, beautiful beyond words. But in the dazzling aura, there was a horror of destroying the heavens and the earth. The soldiers who faced this attack had solemn faces, but they were still in order. Everyone listen. Follow me and attack together. Kill everything in front of you. The roar of the general spread throughout the hundreds of thousands of troops, and they all drew their swords. Hundreds of thousands of troops burst out at the same time, but they cut out an ordinary sword energy. Rumble. Two terrifying attacks collided with each other, and a huge explosion seemed to spread throughout the Yuanling world, shaking many monks' heads with stars. But when the smoke and dust dispersed, the monks did not see the scene they imagined. Although many mortal soldiers who were closer to the explosion were injured, they were not serious and could even continue to fight. How is this possible? Such a terrifying force just now was actually blocked by that group of mortals. Almost all the monks looked at this scene in amazement. They even doubted their own eyes and did not believe that that group of mortals could do this. But among the monks watching from behind, in addition to Li Zhirui who knew the reason in advance, there were also several Mahayana and Tribulation monks who saw a clue with their powerful souls. Just now, there seemed to be a strange energy that blocked the powerful shock wave. I also found that the energy was vast but extremely mixed, very strange, and not like spiritual energy at all. Several great powers discussed with each other, vaguely knowing that this energy that had never been seen before was the reason why this mortal country had a combat power comparable to that of high-level monks. At this time, several white-haired old men suddenly appeared behind the army, mobilizing strange energy, and actually dispelling the negative state of those soldiers, and performing various blessings. The soldiers who were originally listless soon became lively and energetic again. Is this the Confucian cultivator in the record? Li Zhirui thought secretly in his heart. The righteous energy has a strong restraining effect on evil spirits, but it does not have much lethality to monks, so they become auxiliary. If they were facing a group of demon cultivators, perhaps the main force would have been replaced by these Confucian cultivators. The battle never stopped, and the strong smell of blood could be smelled even 100 miles away. But the cultivators who should have been crushing the enemy were now at a disadvantage. A large number of corpses on the battlefield were cultivators, not those ants and mortals in their eyes. This scene made many cultivators feel confused. Is the world going to change? Li Zhirui, the only cultivator who knew the inside story, watched all this with cold eyes. The dead cultivators had no relatives or friends with him, and he would not be stained by karma for them. Unless there was a huge benefit. In other words, Li Zhirui's current strength was too low. If he had the strength of the Tribulation realm, he would have directly stood up and traded with the major forces. How could there be any karma? After a few hours, the sun set. The red sunset in the bloody earth unexpectedly matched, and silently told the tragic nature of this battle. Lost, this battle broke the spirit of many cultivators, and they could not accept this fact. If we say that the previous few battles with the Dacian dynasty were lost because they sent too few monks and their strength was too weak, but this war could not be covered up by these reasons. Chapter 1025 Illusion. Because this time, the immortals dispatched tens of thousands of cultivators, and there were many masters of the Tribulation realm and Mahayana realm, but even with such a powerful lineup, they still lost to the group of seemingly weak mortals in front of them. How could the cultivators who always ignored mortals and felt superior accept such a result? Just when everyone was dejected, the Dacian dynasty sent several envoys. What are you doing here? A Mahayana cultivator asked coldly. If he hadn't been looking at the group of mortals not far away and didn't know their strength, he would have wanted to cut these people into pieces. We are here for peace, the old man in the lead said softly, and there seemed to be a special power in his voice, which made everyone's mood become peaceful without knowing it. HMPH, a certain monk who was undergoing tribulation frowned slightly, snorted coldly to dispel the force, and said, "We don't know how many lives we have on each other's hands, and now you come here to seek peace? This is ridiculous." Those monks who had regained consciousness glared at him angrily. If they hadn't seen a powerful being talking to them, they would have been unable to restrain themselves and took action. The old man didn't care about the attitude of the crowd, and said seriously, "We are all from the human race, and our Dacian is not an evil person like the demons who do evil and destroy the world. We can even join hands to deal with the surrounding demons and expand the human territory. Why can't we live in peace? Then how do you plan to deal with those sects and families whose mountains were destroyed and whose spiritual lands were taken away by you?" Hearing this, the old man's expression became serious and said, "This war was first provoked by the cultivators. When the dynasty first expanded its territory, it deliberately bypassed the territories of various immortal forces, but some cultivators suddenly took action, causing heavy losses to our side, which led to a series of wars later." The cultivator who asked the question was speechless, because he didn't know whether what the other party said was true or false. In other words, no cultivator cared about the source of the war. As soon as they heard about the situation of the Dacian dynasty, they realized its threat to the immortals, and then set off this war. If it is true as the other party said, the problem lies with their side, then many things will not stand. The Mahayana and Tribulation Crossing monks present looked at each other, and one of them stood up and said, "This matter is of great importance. We need to discuss it clearly before we can give an answer. If possible, they would certainly want to destroy this dynasty. The territory of tens of millions of miles, hundreds of millions of mortals, and their unique methods, each of which has great appeal. Unfortunately, judging from the strength shown by the other party, this is not an existence that can be easily provoked. If they want to destroy it, they may have to pay a very painful price. Unless they can ask the fairyland forces to take action. But thinking about the price to be paid behind the scenes, they retreated on their own. It is a very strange and rare thing that there is no fairyland force in such a vast area within tens of millions of miles of Luoxingzhou. Even in the entire Yuanling world, there is only one such case. In addition to the special reason of being close to Kunluntao, the ancestral land of the immortal way, it is also because the local forces reject the concerted efforts of the fairyland forces. If they want to ask the fairyland forces to take action against the Dacian dynasty, let alone whether they can win, they will definitely not want to leave now that they are here. And this is something that all forces are unwilling to accept. Li Zhirui, who was far away, could clearly hear their conversation. Looking at the hesitant expressions of the cultivators, he had the answer in his mind. It seems that the two sides will really coexist peacefully, at least there will be no conflict again in the short term. And at that time, which side will tear up the treaty depends on whether the cultivators can break the suppression of the human destiny in advance, or whether the Dacian dynasty has stronger strength. Although Li Zhirui did not participate in the war, he also gained a lot from watching from the side. The most important thing is that he saw the power of the human dynasty. Boom boom, just when both sides were about to leave, a deafening roar suddenly broke out between heaven and earth, followed by a large shadow, as if the sky collapsed, and it turned into night in an instant. What happened? Everyone looked up in fear. Then they saw a world surrounded by clouds and mist, slowly falling from the 9 heavens. This is illusionary realm, a crashed world, two different descriptive words, coming from the cultivator and the mortal old man, but the content they expressed is the same. At the same time, they also know what this represents, the wealth of a world. The two sides looked at each other, and then said nothing more, and turned around and left, one faster than the other. The other cultivators who knew the inside story also dispersed quickly. They had to seize the time to make adequate preparations to deal with the next exploration and competition. It turned out to be the illusionary realm. Li Zhirui murmured to himself, is this the opportunity I'm waiting for? If so, his spiritual perception is still as strong as ever. It's really a blessing. A combined cultivator who came from a casual cultivator sighed softly. Li Zhirui also agreed deeply. You know, the illusionary realm is a world that is about to be destroyed. On the way to falling into the abyss, due to some special reasons, or human guidance, it was integrated into, it would be more appropriate to say that it was swallowed, a complete world in a special form. And if you want to guide it artificially, you must have at least the cultivation of the fairyland. But there are no immortal cultivators in Luoxingzhou's immortal world, and the Dacian dynasty has just risen. It is obvious that this is not their guidance, but their luck. The Yuanling realm attracted a falling world and it happened to fall on their heads. This is already a very low probability event, and it is so coincidental that it is even rarer. Li Zhirui looked up at the falling Taixo illusion, and his heart was extremely excited, because this was his second encounter. And the previous trip to Taixo illusion, Li Zhirui not only obtained the inheritance of the method of the most powerful force in the world, but also personally experienced the fusion and Mahayana cultivation, which gave him a clearer direction for the subsequent path. It is precisely because of such a rich harvest that Li Zhirui was particularly excited when facing Taixo illusion. I don't know whether the Taixo illusion this time is the small world or the middle world falling. Li Zhirui didn't dare to think about the big world, because it was almost impossible to happen. The big world has more perfect laws and heavenly ways, and its self-regulation and recovery capabilities are very strong. Unless a devastating war breaks out internally, causing the laws to be disordered, coupled with a series of other problems, such a situation is likely to occur. Fellow Daoists, we are all independent cultivators without support, and the strength and tyranny of those sects and families must be clear to everyone. It is better to unite so that everyone can protect themselves. Li Zhirui, who was in deep thought, was awakened by the voice of a cultivator. He frowned and looked over, only to see an old-looking combined cultivator trying his best to encourage others to unite. Li Zhirui shook his head slightly, and these words made people feel funny. Everyone was born as independent cultivators, and they knew each other very well. There was no trust between them at all. You actually want everyone to unite without any words? Don't stab someone in the back. Fellow Taoist, how about you and I joining forces, But Li Zhirui didn't expect that there was actually a cultivator who had such an idea. Facing Li Zhirui's surprised and slightly disgusted eyes, the monk still smiled and said, "I am Wang Heian. If you don't believe me, we can swear a Taoist oath to guarantee it, no need. I am used to being alone and have no intention of joining forces with others." Li Zhirui refused without hesitation. He has always believed in a saying that those who are too attentive to others are either traitors or thieves. Moreover, this monk gave Li Zhirui a very bad feeling, always thinking that he had bad intentions. "Since you don't want to, forget it. It's a pity to bother you." Wang Heian apologized and left without changing his face. He turned to find another monk to join forces. It seemed that finding Li Zhirui was just a coincidence. Li Zhirui didn't pay attention to too many insignificant people and things. He was now thinking about what he was going to do when he entered the Great Illusion. If we follow the experience of the Earth Spirit realm before, we should find a filthy place to purify it in order to obtain the favor and blessing of the Heavenly Dao. The world that is being destroyed is full of filth, but unfortunately no one will pay attention to these insignificant places. This is indeed a very good way, but the problem is that now the lotus planting method has spread to all directions, and Li Zhirui may not be seen by the local Heavenly Dao in the crowd, or simply distributed equally. In this way, he will not get too much blessing from the Heavenly Dao, so what is the point of his hard work in purification? Li Zhirui thought about it and planned to explore around in the Taixu illusionary realm, this time to collect various local methods and spiritual objects. One is because he has a relatively strong strength and a substitute magical power, and he feels that he can escape when he encounters danger. The second is that he wants to see the style of the other world. The sun and the moon rotate, and half a day, cultivators have returned to this land one after another, and one day later, the Dacian dynasty also sent people to arrive. Everyone, why don't you let go of this Taixu illusionary realm? Anyway, your cultivation method does not require spiritual energy. Your Excellency is joking. Although we don't need spiritual energy to practice, it is a great thing for the people to live in a place with rich spiritual energy for a long time. Of course, there are definitely more benefits, but there is no need to say it. In that case, let's each do it on our own, the old man asked. What about the proposal to join forces? I wonder if you have an answer. Let's wait until the Great Illusion realm merges. The monk shook his head and did not give a direct answer. A battle for the Great Illusion realm is about to begin. How can they join forces with other forces at this time? In fact, in the past few days since they returned, they have been busy preparing various spiritual objects, intending to show their skills in the Great Illusion realm so that when the illusion merges, it will be more inclined to them. There is no time and energy to think about the conditions proposed by the Dacian dynasty. Okay, seeing this, the old man did not get entangled anymore. Buzz, after a few days, a low voice sounded, and the Great Illusion realm, which seemed to be suspended in the air, suddenly emitted a bright spiritual light and finally turned into a door. The moment the door appeared, a large number of monks used their means, and a spiritual light shot up into the sky, and finally disappeared in the door emitting spiritual light. There were also some monks who were not in a hurry, and it didn't matter if they were early. Li Zhirui was not among them, but he did not rush to enter the Great Illusionary realm like other cultivators. He was neither ahead nor behind, just in time to enter. Return safely. I wish you all good luck in martial arts, and the mortals also entered the Great Illusionary realm through various means. Li Zhirui frowned and held his breath before he even recovered from the dizziness caused by the teleportation. Because the smell brought by the breeze just now was really disgusting. Rotting, corpse odor. It seemed that the stench that could be found in the world was mixed together. This terrible stench was so lethal that it took Li Zhirui a long time to come back to his senses. Abandoning his sense of smell, Li Zhirui cast a spell without hesitation and left quickly. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would probably be poisoned. Because there was no map, Li Zhirui could only choose a direction at random and then rush forward. Although he was extremely fast, he had a strong eyesight and soul, and he would not miss any place where there might be a method or spiritual object. After flying for about half an hour, Li Zhirui finally encountered a mountain gate that looked decayed and dilapidated. He had no hope for such a situation. But he never expected that Li Zhirui really found some gains, a few jade slips and a few small bags of spirit seeds. Although not much, it was a good start. The grade of the spirit seeds, Li Zhirui carefully explored with his spiritual sense, and then recorded it with a jade slip, a few bags of 6th level spirit seeds, and a small bag of 7th level spirit seeds. As for the jade slips, although he did not recognize the characters of this world, the jade slips were more like transmissions at the level of meaning, so he could understand the contents. 3 of them recorded some kind of magical power. Li Zhirui took a look and put them aside temporarily. The remaining 2 jade slips. One was more like a diary of a certain cultivator, which recorded many things, including why the world was destroyed. In short, it was because of an unprecedented war that caused great damage to the world and disordered the laws, and the demon cultivator seized this opportunity to further aggravate the world's injuries, and eventually led to the world's sinking. In the process, the demon cultivators who had put in a lot of effort had their cultivation greatly increased by destroying the world, and actually triggered the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Unfortunately, what they did was tainted with an extremely huge karma, and they could not survive the Thunder Tribulation at all. It was a typical example of harming others and themselves. The other one turned out to be a world map. It recorded in detail the locations of various places and certain forces. I didn't expect that there would be such a big harvest in this dilapidated mountain gate. Li Zhirui showed a bright smile on his face. With a map, he didn't have to run around aimlessly. This not only wasted time, but also had little efficiency. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.